Major outbreak. Melbourne waiting and watching as Peter Bowl gets set for a historic run. The latest live from trackside. More gold for Australia as our sailors do it in style.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and a bonus Tidal music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Xero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero, Xero.
Yes, indeed. A very good evening to you. Welcome to Day 12, the night session on SEN's coverage of the 2020 Tokyo Olympics right around the country on the SEN network. Sam Hargraves with you this evening. The night sessions, of course, brought to you by Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. It's been a medal-winning day for Australia, so I'm going to take you through our major results so far and we'll look ahead to what might be possible tonight. And I will use this pun, and I'm probably not the first and I won't be the last to use it, but there is an unmissable moment tonight, and that is Peter Bowl in the 800-metre men's final. So that will be happening just after 10 o'clock tonight, Eastern Standard Time. So set your alarms. He's broken Australian records to get there. It's an extraordinary story. Came to this country via a refugee camp after fleeing the Sudan in the civil war that was occurring at the time. And has made Australia his home and is now doing Australia proud and into an 800-metre final. The last man to do it, Ralph Dubell, and we might even try and chat to him throughout the course of the evening. We will be speaking to Ralph at some point as well, so really looking forward to that. So there's history in the making for us tonight and plenty to sink our teeth into. A lot on the menu. Before we get into that, though, let's get an odds update for Top Sport.
An odds update for Top Sport, home of the Top Sports betting multi. Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
Good evening, it's Tristan Merlahan here from Top Sport. A huge night on the track for all Aussie fans as Peter Bowl holding all Aussie hopes on his shoulders in the 800 metres, where he's currently third pick in the market at $8.50 to win the gold and $2.30 to secure a medal of any colour. He will have to run the race of his life to get over the top of Kenyan Ferguson Rotich, who was the $2.10 favourite, and Nigel Amos, who was $3.60 second pick and from Botswana. The last event of the night is one of the blue ribbon events in the men's 200 metres, where we have a wide open field taking part. Andre de Grassi from Canada is the $3 favourite, just in front of the three-pronged American outfit, who are all under $5. In other events, Genevieve Gregson is a rough chance in the women's 3,000 steeplechase final, where she is $31 to claim a medal. Good luck to all the Aussies competing tonight, and as always, gamble responsibly.
Top Sport, home of the Top Sports betting multi. Download the Top Sport app today. Gamble responsibly. 1-800-858-858.
Thanks to Top Sport. So let's set the table for tonight. It should be a really big one. I'm rapt to have your company. Get yourself involved at any time throughout the course of the night. 0433 98 11 16 off the Temper text machine. Temper, a mattress like no other. Or you can give me a call. 1300 736 736 is the number. Tribe's already pumped. A big night ahead. Sammy, can't wait. Great to have you on board, Tribe. And Sean, thank you for your text as well, referencing an interview on Melbourne's SEN just moments ago, which was an incredible one, and you're 100% right. So what's in store for us tonight? Well, currently competing at the moment, another history-making night. Oceana Mackenzie is following Tom O'Halloran, who last night became the first Australian to compete in the sports climbing events. And Mackenzie's just about to go very shortly in her first run, I believe, of the speed event. So it's a three-discipline event, the sports climbing. There's the speed, where you just got to get up the wall as quickly as possible, 15-metre wall, tap the top, get the best time. There's the bouldering, where you've got to navigate a series of obstacles. And then there's the lead climb, which is the more traditional climb up a large expanse. So there's three disciplines. Let's actually go there now for Oceana Mackenzie.
30.
Both athletes are away clean and neck on the first part of this climbing wall. It's a great race this, but they're out against the clock. Jessie Pills are on the bottom. 8.63 from Pills, 8.83 from Mackenzie. Jessie Pills has taken 9/10 of a second off her previous...
So that was only a few moments ago. So just the replay there of Oceana Mackenzie just missing by just a fraction of a second against her opponent. on the wall. But, geez, that's extraordinary if you haven't seen it. So just by 0.2 of a second that she missed out on. But if you haven't seen the sports climbing, we'll keep bringing you that action as it unfolds throughout the course of the evening. Last night, Tom O'Halloran finishing 19th in the sports climbing. So we've got the women's 10-metre platform in the diving happening at the moment, and we're really nicely placed in that event. Melissa Wu, in action for Australia, who moments ago was in third position. She's just been bumped down to fifth. So there's 5 dives. I'm not 100% sure how many dives they've got through at the moment, but the moment she steps back up to the 10-metre board, we will go there as well. Nikita Haynes also competing for Australia in the women's 10-metre platform. We've got the men's sprint, the qualifying at the velodrome in the cycling. That's happening as we speak. Just earlier on, Carly McCulloch, she finished 4th, and we'll go through to the repechage round in the women's Kieran event. And Maddie Richardson and Nathan Hart into the finals for those races in the men's sprint. So when we've got Aussies going around the velodrome, we'll take in that action as well. So what else is on tonight, I hear you ask? Well, we've got the men's decathlon. So Cedric Dubler and Ash Maloney have already competed in 3 events today. Ash is currently sitting 3rd after the shot put event. So they've had the 100 metres. Ash ran a PB in that. We've had the long jump as well. So Cedric Dubler came 13th in the 100 metres. Ash came 2nd. Ash was 2nd in the long jump as well. Cedric was 10th. Cedric 22nd in the shot put and 15th in the shot put for Ash Maloney. So he's currently sitting 3rd and going along very nicely. There's 2 events tonight in the decathlon, the high jump, which is happening at about 7:30, and the 400 metres, which is happening at about 10:45. So we're looking forward to both of those events as well. So nice to see a little PB performance there for Ash Maloney. I'm going to play you what Glenys Nunn, who won the heptathlon at the LA Games in 1984. I spoke to her prior to the Olympics, and just in regards to her Olympic experience and what we might expect from these 2 guys. And it's interesting what she had to say, especially about Ash Maloney coming into this as well. So a PB for him in that area of in that discipline of the decathlon. It's another PB for Pilot, your online men's health navigator. Real doctors, real treatments, discreet shipping. Pilot.com.au. So the decathlon, not even halfway through just yet. In the cycling, the next heat coming up, which I think has already just been run, so we'll get that refreshed in just a moment. The sport climbing, as I mentioned, athletics tonight, the decathlon, as I've said, and the women's 1,500 metre semi-final. So Jessica Hull into that final. She qualified 18th overall for the to get into that semi-final, and Lyndon Hall qualified 3rd overall in her heat. So that's just after 8 o'clock in the athletics, 1,500 metre semi-final for the 1,500. Women's steeplechase final tonight. Genevieve Gregson in action for Australia there, and then that's at 9 o'clock, and then just after 10 is the men's 800 metre final. To close it all out just before 11 o'clock tonight, we're on till midnight with you right around the country. The men's 200 metre final. So this is one that's got everybody talking. Arian Knighton, the teenage sensation, everyone was dubbing him the next Usain Bolt. He will be the one to watch in that 200 metre final. So there's no Aussies in it, but we will still take that in anyway. One of the more prestigious events of the track and field at every Olympic Games. So that's what's on the cards for us tonight. What we've enjoyed already today. I've certainly enjoyed, and if you missed it, and if you're listening in other markets around Australia, today each of our markets around the country have a local day host of the day session. In Melbourne, it's Jared Waitley, and hearing Jared roll through every sort of possibly known skateboarding lingo earlier today is something that we definitely will replay. But the skateboarding today, unfortunately for our main hope in that, Poppy Star Olsen, she came 5th, but everybody's eyes was on the 13-year-old from Great Britain, and it was phenomenal. I don't know if you saw it, but if you don't think that skateboarding belongs and isn't within the right sort of vibe and feel of what an Olympics should be, just get yourself a replay of what happened in the skateboarding with the women's today. Watch them cheer each other on when they land a good trick. Watch them pick each other up when they crash. That's what the Olympic spirit is absolutely all about, and skateboarding was the epitome of it today. So that was fantastic to watch that. Unfortunately, the Opals, devastating. They're still yet to beat the US in world competition at World Cup or at Olympics. And today, a 79-55 loss. The Opals over the US was a disappointing way to finish what has been really a disappointing Olympics for them. The big win, obviously, against Puerto Rico, but just one win at these Olympics. And the US just proved far too good. Injuries coming in, and obviously what happened with Liz Cambridge, not ideal for the Opals. But our men's... Well, the Boomers are still in action. Tomorrow, 2:15, you will want to find yourself a radio to listen to, a TV to look at, as we look to go one better and beat the US. Team USA is what awaits us in the semi-final tomorrow. Cannot wait for that. That's going to be one of the moments of these Olympics, and we just keep our fingers, our toes and everything crossed. And it's been spoken about a lot today about coming into these Olympics, what were going to be the nation stopper events, what were going to be the ones where everybody just tools down, phones down, everything down. What are the moments that were going to stop us in our tracks? And you could hear a pin drop around the country. This is one of those moments, I reckon. I cannot wait for this tomorrow. Today, though, we've had some success, which is great to see. It started very, very early this morning. I reckon it was about... What time was it? 7:30 this morning, the women's 10K in the swim. The marathon swimming started off, and by the time it finished, we had another bronze medal.
Right now, the greatest marathon swimmer of all time is going to take it out. You think she will. Touch for second and third. And she's got the bronze medal, the Australian. Well done, Karina Lee, the first Australian to medal in marathon swimming. Sharon van Rudendahl just touched her out. She's the defending champion. And what a victory for Anna Marcella Cunha, 5 times a world champion. And now she's got the Olympic gold. And Karina Lee, take a bow. What a performance from you.
Certainly was. Karina Lee, fantastic performance. And she spoke to Nathan Templeton after the swim.
Oh, what a mighty performance from Karina Lee in the women's 10K open water. Karina, that is seriously gutsy to hang on to the lead pack, find something at the end. How satisfying is that to get a medal?
Oh, it's just amazing. My first Olympics and coming away with a medal. I'm just so stoked. It's unbelievable.
So for those who don't know your backstory, you missed Rio basically because in one of the qualifying events you swam yourself to exhaustion and you're in a pretty bad way. Can you describe how hard it's been for you to get here and just how much pain goes into that race?
Yeah, it's been a long road. That race you're talking about was the first qualifying event, and I got pulled out of the water in the end. Just a mix of dehydration. I was a bit sick, and that resulted in a hospital trip. But I got another chance at qualifying, and I came out second best Australian there. So missed that, and I knew that I just had to put my head down and try my hardest for the next one. And qualifying in 2019 was absolutely amazing. And then now it's been a 2-year journey since then. I've been really working on my speed to try, because I know that it's always fast at the end and you're going to have that little bit at the end. And so I've been working on that with my coach, and today I was able to hold on. It hurts so bad, but you have to think that everybody around you is hurting too, and it's who can hurt the most, and coming out third today is incredible for me.
We saw you on the phone straight after the race. Can you tell us who you were talking to, if you don't mind, and what's going to be happening at the Noosa Surf Club and with family at home?
Yeah, that was my coach, John Rogers, or JR. He couldn't travel with us, so it's really special to be able to talk to him straight away. He's just so stoked, and you watch the whole thing on TV. And I have such an amazing community around me in Noosa, where I live in Pacific Paradise, you know, it's incredible. But they're all in lockdown at the moment. So, glued to front of the TV. And I know that my nieces in Terrigal would have been glued to the TV too. So say hi to them.
Yeah, well done. You've given everyone a big lift in spirits at home. Congratulations. We'll see you after your medal. Enjoy it. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Karina Lee there speaking to Nathan Templeton from Channel 7. Know the news with 7 News. When it impacts your community, knowing matters. To know the news, watch 7 News at 6. So what's happening for us? We'll go around the grounds for Beaumont Tiles. Shop Beaumont Tiles, tile.com.au. Beaumont Tiles are keeping your reno dreams alive. Shop online at tile.com.au. So for us this evening, as I mentioned, after 7 o'clock, Ralph Dubell, our last gold medalist in the men's 800 metres, our last Australian to make a final. It was in 1968 in Mexico City. He'll join us. And we will also cross to the track and speak with our resident athletics expert who's been doing a fantastic job every day covering these events. Ryan Gregson will Zoom in with us and take us through tonight's events at the track. So the other big story today, which will lead me into who's going to join me on the other side of this break, was Matt Belcher and Will Ryan. So Matt Belcher becomes our most successful sailor in Olympic history. His second career gold medal today after he won in London with Mal Page. He won today with Will Ryan, and we knew this was on the cards last night. It's only a few days ago that Matt Wern got to have the victory lap with an unassailable lead going into the final medal race, and it was a similar situation today in the men's dinghy 470. Matt Belcher, Will Ryan, all they needed to do was to not be disqualified, to get out on the water, to incur no penalties, and they were going to be our 15th gold medalist at these Olympic Games.
But Matt Belcher and Will Ryan of Australia are going to take the gold, and they're going to go one better than their silver in Rio. And it confirms, as if it needed confirming, that the pair are the most successful 470 Olympic sailors. A huge, big hug and smile for Belcher. It's a third Olympic medal, 2 golds and a silver to add to his 8 career world titles.
So these guys have just done so much together as a combo. They came together in 2012. They won a world championship in 2013. Matt's actually won 10 of them. Will's won 5 of them. They won again in 2019, but they got silver at the Rio Olympics in this event, and they haven't had it all their own way. They had to come back from a decent way back, if I can recall, during the early races of the 12 race series. So on the other side of this, Matt Belcher will join us from Tokyo after claiming his second ever gold medal and our 15th medal at these Olympic Games. So to take you through the medal tally at the moment for Rebel Sport, sporting dreams start at rebelsport.com.au. China on top with 32 gold, 69 medals. United States with 25 gold, 76 medals. Japan in third, 20 gold, 39 overall. And Australia, 15 gold medals with 35 medals in total. How we've got them? We've had 9 golds in the pool, 2 in the rowing, 2 in the sailing now, 1 in the canoe slalom, Jess Fox, the BMX freestyle, Logan Martin, as we know, and those are what make up our 15 gold medals. So our medal update, as always, the medal tally on the Rebel Sport Olympic medal tally. Sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in store or at rebelsport.com. Sean's excited for tomorrow, 100%. I'm starting at 5 tomorrow to knock off at 1:30. To get home to watch the Boomers. This might be the question for the night. I like to throw something up just to get you engaged and get you involved. How are you going to watch the Boomers tomorrow? Will your work let you have a TV on? Will your work let you have a TV on? Will they let you have your phone watching it on your tablet or your phone? Will you have it on SEN just to listen to it? How are you going to take in one of the moments that we've been waiting for these Olympic Games when the Boomers take on the US? What's your plan tomorrow? Will your boss let you knock off early? Will you be able to take an extended lunch break? How are you going to get yourself in a position to either hear or watch the Boomers in action against the US? 1300 736 736 to call at any stage. As I said, Matt Belcher gold medalist today, is going to join us on SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. The night sessions for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. We'll take a break and come back with Maddie Belcher.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Red Energy recently won the 2021 CanStar Blue Award for Most Trusted Energy Provider. Being trusted by our customers means the world to us, because at Red Energy, we're 100% Australian owned and based right here in Victoria. You'll deal one-on-one with a local who fully understands your needs and, what's more, knows where Melbourne is. So call 131 806 and find out why being a customer of ours means there's no place like Red.
Attention Melbourne! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Melbourne's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
Werribee Kia is Australia's #1 selling Kia dealership. They make buying cars easy. Get the MY22 Stonic from $23,490 drive away, or the all-new Kia Niro Hybrid and Electric from $41,990 drive away. There's also over 200 used cars and utes in stock with their biggest clearance sale ever on all makes and models. Plus, they pay top dollar for trade-ins, any make and model. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing or werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
Red Energy is 100% owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us as Aussie as the gold rush. We're based right here in Victoria and have been providing electricity and gas to thousands of homes in Ballarat for years. So, if you want an energy company that's 100% Australian owned, supports Aussie jobs and is committed to supporting the economy, call our Victorian-based contact centre on 131 806 to make the switch today.
Attention! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Carly McCulloch is in the repechage now for the women's Keirin. This is where they chase along after either a motorbike or some kind of motorised device or machine. Let's take in a bit of this action now from the velodrome, and we'll get to our calls. Greg in Blackburn, Louis in Epping. We'll take in a bit of this action.
Line up for her. She's going to be on the wheel of Bao of China. We know she has a quick turn of speed, being the team sprint Olympic champion. So that's a good wheel for Carly to be on in this repechage. The danger riders for her, one behind her, Waitsi Lee, did not look good in her opening Keirin heat, but she has the capacity to make a move early to get up front to try and salvage something from this repechage. The other danger rider, I think, for Carly is the Lithuanian in second, Simona Grupaklaita. Incredibly experienced. She's here at her fifth games, and she has 500 world record pedigree in her leg, so she can go long and strong if possible. Carly needs to watch the move from the back, and she needs to watch the distance that might be created if Simona goes off the front.
I
thought you were about to say she has 500 world records in her pocket. I thought, wow, that's impressive. That's a 500-metre time trial. So the rider at the back, pre-race favourite.
Yes.
She wasn't impressive in the first round. This is do or die. First two go through to the next round. The rest out of the competition.
Right.
Bikers off. 3 laps to go. 2.5 as they come down the back straight.
Big gaps between the riders. That's to allow them some space to be able to accelerate into if they get attacked from the back. Bow of China moves. Carly needed to follow that wheel, but she's chosen Simona Kripaikaita of Lithuania. That's also very good. Watch out for Lee to start moving from the back as well as we come into 2 laps to go.
Well, McCulloch will be caught up on the outside now. Verdugo from Mexico on the inside. So McCulloch is out in the wind. YZ Lee, she's looking to come right round the outside, down the back straight. McCulloch, she goes to the front. YZ Lee around the outside. McCulloch just needs to hold there. Top 2 is good enough to go through. YZ Lee wins it. McCulloch is second. She's through to the next round. Job done.
Good.
Beautifully done. Nicely ridden from Carly McCulloch. Just had to be top 2 and got through to the next stage in the women's. Kieran. 1300 736 736 the number. 0433 98 11 16 the Temper text. Temper a mattress like no other. How are you going to get yourself in front of a TV or your ear to a radio speaker tomorrow when the Boomers take on Team USA? Sean says, I work for a basketball association. We had a projector up in the office today and we'll do the same thing tomorrow. Have a ripper night, Sam. Hopefully Bowl can get us a medal in the men's 800-metre. Go, you good thing. That's from Big Fella. Lou is in Epping. Lou, how are you going to get yourself to a TV or a radio speaker to make sure you witness the action tomorrow?
Mate, I'm going to do it the best way there is, the most Australian way to support the Aussie Roos. I'm going to call work in the morning. I'm going to tell them I'm feeling sick. I'm going to stay at home. I'm going to work from home. Have the big screen on, blinds down, surround sound on. What better way to do it?
Hey,
might even have a beer while I'm working too.
Fair enough. You get your work done. That's the new world we're in, where you work from home. If you've got, and you do. Hey, look, you do sound like you've got the sniffles. You do sound like you're not 100%. So I think you're doing the right thing by your fellow workers to make sure that you're not putting anything around the office that shouldn't be there.
Like Mr. Andrews said, if you're sick, stay home.
Good. Hey,
get tested.
You're a conscientious citizen, Lou, and I think we should all be applauding you. Enjoy, mate.
Thanks for your time.
1300 736 736. Greg's in Blackburn. G'day, Greg.
G'day, Sammy. How you going, mate?
I'm really well, thanks, mate. What have you got for me?
Happy hump day. I can't wait for the Boomers.
Absolutely.
I'm calling about... Oh, it's going to be sensational. I'm calling about how we Aussies punch above our weight in the Olympics. So I've done a quick thing from a couple of hours ago, the top 7. So it's medals won per population. I've included all the medals because any medal's fantastic. So at the top, US 76, 1 medal per 44 million of population. China 69, 1 medal per 225 million of population. Russia 52, 6 million of population. Britain 46, 4 million of population. Japan 39, 36 million per population. Australia 35 medals, 740,000 per population. And coming out 7th, Germany 84 million at 4 million population. 30 medals at 4 million population. So how good are we and how much do we punch above our weight?
So just give me the number again, Greg. So how many medals per capita are we rolling?
So US is 1.
No, just with Australia. So the US are getting a medal. So the US have got a medal for every 44 million. What have Australia got?
Australia has 35 medals as of 2 hours ago for every 740,000 of population. We've got 26 million.
Look at that
in our country. Hey,
that's phenomenal. Beautifully done, Greg. That's sensational work, mate. Thank you very much for sharing.
No worries. Bit of trivia for you guys.
No, that's really nicely done. I appreciate it. Keep those coming, Greg. That's very, very sharp work. That medal tally for Rebel Sport, Sporting Dreams, start at rebelsport.com. Before we get to the break and come back with Matt Belcher, gold medalist today in the 470 sailing with Will Ryan. Mark in Sydney. G'day, mate.
G'day. How are you, Sam?
I'm good, thank you.
I've got a more legal excuse than your first caller. My workplace is reorganising the workplace to cope more safely with COVID, so I'm legally off work till Tuesday next week, so I'm going to be doing the best thing and staying home and listening to it on SEN.
You're a good man, and I appreciate it. Enjoy that tomorrow, my friend.
No problem. Thanks.
Good on you, Mark. 1300 736 736. Lockdown in Brizzy. You Butte. That's someone who's actually... Well, hey, look, we have to try and find the positives out of every lockdown. And if you are in Brizzy or Sydney at the moment and in those, then maybe that is a small positive for you in what's a really difficult time. And I'm thinking of you, and we all are. Off the text, ring the boss and say there's something wrong with my eyes. I can't see myself coming in today. That's from Tribe. Best thing that's come out of COVID, I'm working from home for the entire Olympics. Boomers all the way. That's from Baz in Coburg. Alex is in Northcote. G'day, Alex.
G'day, how are you?
I'm good, thank you, mate.
Yeah, I'm going to watch it on my phone while I'm doing hanging off a roof, I think, the game tomorrow.
Please be safe, Alex. Please be safe.
Yeah, hopefully it'll be cloudy, so I'll get a good view. Also, I'm just calling about the medal, the guy that just rang before about the medal tally sort of ratio.
Yep.
He seems to be a few zeros out. We do, but he's right, we do punch above our weight, but I think a lot of it's to do with... we put a lot of money in it, which is fine. I reckon it's a great thing anyway. But, the numbers he threw up were pretty wrong in relation to that. You know, there's 350 million Americans, and they've got, 70-odd medals maybe? So, the maths is pretty easy on that.
I didn't get the calculator out as he was going with it. I just, people want to ring in and then the work they've done. I didn't want to sort of rain on the parade there at all, Alex, but we'll crunch those.
Yeah, he's pretty cool, though. I mean, I get what he's saying, but, I tend to do the same thing. It's a shame that they don't collect them all together rather than the ranking is basically just gold, which is a shame. But, it's good. And I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
His numbers, tell me if I'm wrong, his numbers on Australia, though, if we've got 26 million people and 35 medals, that's a medal for every 742,000 people, isn't it?
No, that's right. Yeah, he got that bit right. It was the American bit that he got wrong, and the Chinese one as well. But no, that's right. I mean, we're doing great. We're doing really good. Especially like comparable countries like the British and the Italians. Their numbers are about double of ours in terms of population, but we're in the same ballpark. So we're doing brilliantly. It's fantastic.
We are. Well said, Alex, and thank you for the call. Michael's in Preston. G'day, Michael.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm good, thank you, mate.
Oh, what a delight. Last night I got home and I watched the Hockey Roos.
Yes.
Win. And then I watched the, what was the next game up? The basketball?
Yeah, we had the water polo, which didn't quite go our way, but then we had the Boomers getting through very comfortably over Argentina, so into the semi against the US.
And to top it all off, the beach volleyball girls.
Yeah, through to the semis.
By 3 in a row. That was fantastic.
Yeah, they did it well, didn't they? And that was a bit of revenge for the Com Games.
Oh, what a night. And just on that statistics thing per head, the medal tally thing, I wonder if that guy did that for New Zealand. I think they've got about 6 gold.
Have they really? I haven't gone and looked at the New Zealand numbers, but I'm always happy if the Kiwis are doing well. It's a wonderful country, and I don't think anyone would begrudge any Kiwi success. So they certainly punch above their weight when it comes to international sport. I think they're ranked number 1 in cricket at the moment. So they go along very nicely. Beautifully said, Michael. Thank you, mate.
No worries. Thank you.
1300 736 736. We'll be back with an Olympic gold medalist. We don't often get to say that, but it's a real treat to be able to say that Matt Belcher will join me on the other side of this.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft. We are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
The all-new Hyundai Tucson is here, and it's as futuristic as it looks. The Tucson is packed with advanced technology.
This is a priority message from the future. All Hyundai Tucsons are the property of 2045. Several pieces of technology contained within the Tucson are banned at any time before 2032. Any all-new Hyundai Tucsons
will be confiscated.
All new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back.
Attention Melbourne! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Melbourne's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
Werribee Kia is Australia's #1 selling Kia dealership. They make buying cars easy. Get the MY22 Stonic from $23,490 drive away, or the all-new Kia Niro Hybrid and Electric from $41,990 drive away. There's also over 200 used cars and utes in stock with their biggest clearance sale ever on all makes and models. Plus, they pay top dollar for trade-ins, any make and model. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing or werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
Attention! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
The all-new Hyundai Tucson is here, and it's as futuristic as it looks. The Tucson is packed with advanced technology.
This is a priority message from the future. All Hyundai Tucsons are the property of 2045. Several pieces of technology contained within the Tucson are banned at any time before 2032. Any all-new Hyundai Tucsons
will be confiscated.
All new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back.
Gazy, as an Aussie athlete, you did it all. Carrying the flag for Australia has to be right up there.
Well, Jared, it was an amazing honour.
And if scores are close, who should we rely on in the last 5 minutes?
These days, G, always Tyre Power. A quick, free 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power and you're on your way to a podium finish, G. Protecting your family on the roads is more important than any medal.
Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated. Your trusted tyre experts. tyrepower.com.au.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when, or where, or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
Australia, meet your new McCafe blend. Smoother, richer and expertly roasted in Melbourne for Aussies who love great coffee. You know, like you. The new McCafe blend. Now that's coffee fit for an Aussie. Available at participating restaurants.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
But Matt Belcher and Will Ryan of Australia are going to take the gold, and they're going to go one better than their silver in Rio. And it confirms, as if it needed confirming, that the pair are the most successful 470 Olympic sailors. A huge, big hug and smile for Belcher. It's a third Olympic medal, 2 golds and a silver to add to his 8 career world titles.
And there it was, the moment that we'd been waiting for. We knew yesterday that all that needed to happen was that Matt Belcher and Will Ryan had to get through the medal race in the 470 unscathed, with no penalties and no disqualifications, and they would join Matt Wern as gold medalist at these Olympic Games in the sailing. And for Matt Belcher, it puts him at the top of the trio, most successful Olympic sailor of all time. And you heard it there, gold in London, silver in Rio. He's a 10-time world champion. He's now a 2-time Olympic gold medalist, 3-time medalist, and he's been good enough to put the celebrations on hold for a moment to have a chat to us. So, Matty, congratulations. Thank you for joining us. What a day. How do you feel?
Just relieved. It's been a really long week. Super proud of the performance we've been able to do
from day one through to day 5 before we got to the medal race. But just to finish off with a win in that medal race, it feels really, really special.
So you got to see Matt Wern do the victory lap a couple of days ago. When you were watching him, and you've been here before, you've done this before, but did you get a bit of a lift out of that? Because you guys didn't have it all your own way through the 10-race series. You had to come from a little ways back.
Yeah, like whenever any of your teammates, they just deliver such an amazing performance, and for Matty to be in a position where he's guarantee the gold, just so happy for him. And we're a small group, the Sailors. We've done really well in the games historically, but we're like family. We spend a lot of time on tour together, and I'm having breakfast with Matty every day. It didn't matter if he won or not. Just wanted to keep that routine for us, and super proud of what our team's been able to deliver here.
So, what does it feel like last night? Trying to get to sleep, lying in bed, and again, you've been here, you've done it before, but I can only imagine it would still maybe feel the same. It would still have the same kind of emotion attached to it. But how do you get to sleep knowing that all you have to do is just get the boat from point A to point B tomorrow without getting any penalties, without being disqualified, and you'll be a 2-time Olympic gold medalist, and for Will, a first-time gold medalist?
Oh, I didn't sleep very well last night. I don't think Will did either. It's such a strange position. We gone from just trying to deliver the best performance that we can, and then all of a sudden you're facing the last race. All you want to do is just get around the track, which is such a different mentality. And we had the strategy that we would start last in the race. Start on port, so we knew we couldn't be over, and then once we crossed that start line, we ducked the boats. Then it was sort of game on, and we were back to our usual self, and really just trying to deliver our best performance.
So how do you approach it today? Because it wasn't exactly the same. Matt's essentially was a victory lap. He just had to turn up. You guys, though, there was some caveats on it. You did have to get through and make sure, again, no disqualifications, no penalties and things like that. So did you try and set yourself for, no, we're going to race this like we race every race, or is it just a matter of let's just stay out of everybody's way and find the line? How did you approach it?
Yeah, we approached it just the only way we could have really sort of lost the goal was actually just to be over the line. So the strategy was really simple for us. We started on port, which we never do, and we literally ducked every boat in the fleet, so we wouldn't be over the line. And from there, we just used the opportunity that we had and just tried to really put together the best speed that we could from that position, and got in some really nice waves and a bit of a shift. We found ourselves second at the top mark. And once we knew we were in that position, we just wanted to keep sailing as well as we could. And it's super cool to come away with the win for the last sort of men's 470 race.
We're speaking to the Gold Coast's very own Matt Belcher, now a 2-time Olympic gold medalist, 3 Olympic medals after silver in Rio. Let's talk about this partnership with Will Ryan. You guys came together after Mal Page retired after your gold medal in London. You guys came together, automatically have success at the 2013 World Championships, and it's been a really strong partnership since, and you've now even further cemented that after your 29 World Championship in Tokyo, but with gold here. How did this relationship come together? And what's it been like over the last sort of 8 to 9 years?
Oh, it's just been amazing. There's no one else I would ever want to, deliver the performance that we have, and to go through this Olympic journey than with Will. He's absolutely just an amazing sailor, and I've enjoyed every minute that we've been on tour, every high pressure situation, and particularly for Will, to be an Olympic champion after almost a decade, just trying to get to that top step. Just super proud of what we've been able to do, and to have the friendship that we've had over all of that time.
Talk to us about the life of a sailor, Matt. We don't often we get to know you guys a little bit every 4 years, and especially when you have the success that you've had. But what happens in between those 4 years? What's an average week look like for you?
Yeah, it's hard. As a sport, we have to spend a lot of time overseas. We have to really get to that European competition where we're on tour on the circuit for anywhere between 8 to 9 months away from home. And it's been a hard journey, particularly this time with Will and I living in different states. So we've had a lot of complications in domestic-based training, obviously being locked out a lot from international competition. But, I just couldn't do anything without the support of the family and with my wife, Riki, and the kids. And particularly my oldest, Santon, turning 8 next month. Just so proud that he could see us have an understanding of what the Olympics are about. And he was a bit younger than the 3 in Rio, so he probably didn't understand it. But it's just so much time away from the family, and it is hard.
Have you been able to speak to them since the race?
Sorry, just cut out.
That's okay. Have you been able to speak to the family since you've claimed that gold?
No, not yet. I'm just about to give them a call. I'm still on my wetsuit.
What are you doing talking to me,
still
Matt?
fully rigged.
What are you doing talking
I'm
to me?
about to give them a call. But yeah, no, they're so happy. It's just such a great feeling, and to be honest, I just can't wait to just get home and hug the kids and hug my wife, and can't wait.
Mate, I won't keep you too much longer at all, but just talk to us about the relationship you've got with your coach, Victor Kovalenko. You guys have been together for a long time. He predates your partnership even with Will Ryan. He's said that you are cool, calm, collected. He has even said that you could be Prime Minister, such as your ability to make decisions under pressure. You guys go back a long way and you've enjoyed a heap of success.
Yeah, we have. It's such a big team effort, and in particular, with Victor, delivering the success over so many Olympic cycles for Australia, and to be mentored by him for the better part now of almost 21 years, and to go as a school kid, 17-year-old, and to have that journey, to stand here today at 38, I'm just really proud that what we've been able to do together, and it's just been amazing to have that bond over all those years.
Well, Matt, last question from me. We saw just the epic scenes after Matt was able to claim his gold, and the dinghy being carried sort of Cool Running style out of the water, and champagne did flow. And I saw you guys with a bottle of bubbly in hand after you were able to get home unscathed today, knowing that you were gold medalists. So what's in store? Because sailors know how to celebrate. What's in store for the next 24 hours?
Yeah, I think we'll probably have a few moments together, just back at the containers out of eyes, and sit down and have a bit of a reflection and take a few deep breaths and just realise, just how great a week it's been for not only Will and I, but for Maddie and for the rest of the team. But I think all of us have got a couple of days to pack all the gear, and I think the real celebration will be just when we can get home with our family. And our friends back home, and really just thank them so much for their help.
Enjoy it, savour it, get off the phone from me, go and call your family. Congratulations on behalf of the SEN fraternity, but also to you've made Australia proud again, our most successful sailor of all time, and you and Will should be tremendously proud of what you've been able to achieve, mate. Thanks for what you've done, thanks for chatting to us, and good luck with everything that's to come. Now go speak to your family, please.
Cheers, thanks. No, thanks, guys. Bye.
That's a real thrill. Two-time gold medalist now, Matt Belcher. He and Will Ryan winning the 470 class in the sailing today. Wonderful performance. It was a Wolf Blast great performance. Wolf Blast IWC Red Wine Maker of the Year. The International Wine Challenge Red Wine Maker of the Year is Wolf Blast. And it was certainly a PB because he's now Matt Belcher, our most successful Olympic sailor of all time. So a personal best for Pilot, your online men's health navigator, real doctors, real treatments, discreet shipping, pilot.com.au. Several texts to work through on the other side of this, and an update. We've currently got Aussies in action in a few different events in the 10-metre in the 10-metre platform. Melissa Wu sitting in 4th at the moment. Nikita Haynes sitting in 12th in their preliminary rounds. We've got Oceana McKenzie going around in the sports climbing. We've got Nathan Hart, Matthew Richardson in the men's sprint at the velodrome. And just before 7 o'clock, we've got our team pursuit race. Bronze medal on the line, Australia. Our team taking on New Zealand at the cycling velodrome. So a heap to work through, and a lot of great events tonight as well. And then after we take in that men's pursuit race, we're going to go back and relive a moment with a man who was the last Aussie to make it into an 800-metre men's final. His name is Ralph Dubell, and it was in 1968 in Mexico City. Not only did he make the final, but he actually won gold. So really looking forward to chatting to him ahead of Peter Bowl looking to emulate his feats tonight in the men's 800-metre final. This is SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games for Made Internet and Mobile. Australia's most satisfied customers, NBN from $59 and Xero online accounting to help you do business, but better.
Attention Melbourne! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Melbourne's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
Hi, Gerard Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch and we love supporting our own, which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team and I reckon you will too. Red Energy, that's real Aussie energy.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Werribee Kia is Australia's #1 selling Kia dealership. They make buying cars easy. Get the MY22 Stonic from $23,490 drive away, or the all-new Kia Niro Hybrid and Electric from $41,990 drive away. There's also over 200 used cars and utes in stock with their biggest clearance sale ever on all makes and models. Plus, they pay top dollar for trade-ins, any make and model. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing or werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
Attention! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
Hi, Gerard Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch and we love supporting our own, which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team and I reckon you will too. Red Energy, that's real Aussie energy.
Your local bowls club is seeking competitive teams. You'll need your natural, whose sporting prowess is unmatched. Your technician to roll you in and out of the tightest spots. Your thinker to lead your game plan. Your enforcer to strike when needed. And Steve, he can get the drinks. Local legends wanted. Search Bowls Club near me to join a team or start one.
It's time to make the call and switch to Kogan Mobile, because right now you can get started with Kogan from just $4.90 for 30 days. Yep, just $4.90 for 30 days. Thousands of Aussies have already made the call and switched for unlimited calls and texts and a big 40 gig of data at award-winning prepaid prices. Get started now with Kogan Mobile from just $4.90 for the first 30 days at koganmobile.com.au/footy.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Greatly appreciate your company this evening, right around the country on the SEN network. The night sessions brought to you by Tyre Power, your trusted tyre expert. Sam Hargraves with you, and a few off the text. We're going to speak. We're going to hear from Sandy Blondello in just a moment after the Opals went down to Team USA today in the women's quarterfinals. So we'll hear from her in just a moment. Sandy Blondello, the coach of the Opals, will play her reaction to that loss. It was pretty comprehensive in the end, and an Olympics that really promised so much for our Opals, finishing. They were number 2 ranked in the world, just the one win, and it never really got going for them. 1300 736 736. Is Glenn for me there? Oh, beautiful. Glenn's in Sydney. G'day, Glenn.
G'day, mate. How are you?
Yeah, very well, thanks. What do you got for me?
Just a bit of a question for everybody. Do you think tomorrow's Boomers game, especially in men's Olympic basketball, is the biggest game in Australian basketball history? I know we've made fourth a couple of times before, but with the end of potentially the Paddy Mills, Ingles, Baines, Dellavedova kind of era, playing against USA in the semi-final, biggest game in basketball history for Australia?
I would say yes. Until hopefully the next week when we're playing off in a gold medal. But you're right, we've been here a couple of times before through our history. We've been to this stage. I think we got to this stage at Rio, if I'm not mistaken. We've been at this stage in 2000. There's been a couple of other times as well when we've got to semi-finals. We got to the bronze medal playoff at the World Championships recently and were beaten by France. So, yeah, I mean, it would seem like we are as well placed as we've ever been in our history, and we haven't had it all our own way. Ben Simmons pulling out and not being a part of it, losing Aaron Baines is a massive loss for us. But we couldn't have played any better than how we did against Argentina. And what this Olympics has shown is that you don't count out anybody on any given day. America will be incredibly cocky coming into this. They'll absolutely fancy themselves. They were pretty darn good against Spain. So they'll be absolutely up and about for this. But there's, I think this is our greatest chance. And there's another, I think Basil Zempilas said it in the when Ariane Titmus beat Katie Ledecky for the first time. To become a legend, you got to beat a legend. So we had to go through the US at some point. Might as well be now. And we might as well knock them off in the process. From talent alone, nobody's got a more talented team than the US. But are they the best team in the competition? Probably not.
Absolutely. I think look for Paddy Mills to show Pop what he's losing when he's going to Brooklyn. Watch Jock to show Pop what he's getting.
Yes.
And watch Ingles to come back and have a big comeback game.
It's a great call, Glenn. I really appreciate it. What about for you? I mean, you've asked me what I think. Do you think it's the biggest moment in Australian basketball history?
In men's Olympics, yeah.
Sorry, in the men's, because the Opals have played off for medals before and won medals, so I mean no disrespect. But you're right. For men's basketball, is it the biggest?
I think it's obviously the biggest. You know, obviously it would have been good in 2000 for Andrew Gaze to go out with a medal, but they didn't play USA either. So I think just for expectation alone, just playing USA, medals on the line with this group potentially, you know, the core group having their last hurrah, last big tournament. I think biggest game in men's Olympic history for sure.
Yeah,
until the gold medal game, as you said.
Glenn, you're 100% right. So we've been to the semi-finals in Rio, in 2000, in 1996 and in 1998. So, yeah, this is the biggest moment in Australian men's basketball history. Thanks for the call. And there's a few coming in off the text as well about the basketball. Evening, Sammy. What great news for Big Jock Landale. Got his dream. What he's worked so hard for to get to the NBA. NBL is a clear pathway to the NBA now. You're 100% right, Kane. It's a great text that you've sent through. Jock Landale's got a 2-year deal with the San Antonio Spurs, so where Paddy Mills is leaving, where Aaron Baines also won a championship with Paddy Mills back in 2012. Coach Popovich, Greg Popovich coaches Team USA and has had a decent look at Jock Landale, and he was the NBL Finals MVP. And you're 100% right. The NBL is, you know, if not the second, then not easily, but if it's not the second, then it's the third best, and really is being recognised now as the second best league outside the NBA. So when you look at guys like Jay Sean Tate, who have won, first team All-NBL, not this season, but last, and now playing an important role as, I think, top 3 in the Rookie of the Year votes for the Houston Rockets. Cam Oliver gets taken from the Cairns Taipans back to the US. Kiefer Sykes, who played for the Southeast Melbourne Phoenix this year, has signed a deal with the Indiana Pacers, from what we're hearing today as well. We've just had Josh Giddey taken at pick 6 to the Oklahoma City Thunder. And now Paddy Mills leaving San Antonio, a team that he's won a championship with, and heading to the Brooklyn Nets for a couple of years, and ironically coming up against Kevin Durant tomorrow. So, I fully concur with that. How are you going to watch tomorrow's game? That's coming through off the text. Sean, who did say he was going to start at 5 and knock off at 1:30, after Lou came up and just said that he's going to tell his bosses he's just not feeling well enough to come in and he'll work from home. He said, old mate Lou just stole the cake. I feel stupid now starting at 5. Why not just pull the most Aussie thing and take a sickie? That's Sean. It is important to know that Lou is going to keep working, but he's just going to do it from home. And off the text, can't wait for tomorrow's game. Might have to call in sick to watch the Mighty Boomers. Also, massive mention to Jock Landale, who landed a 2-year deal with San Antonio. And when you think about it, Landale will be playing against his new coach in Greg Popovich, who is coaching the US. That's from Dylan in Bacchus Marsh. Ando from Gordon, Victoria, says we'll be watching it on our 5-metre wide LED screen in our studio. Nicely done. And this off the text about the per capita medals. Roscoe in Geelong says at San Remo have got 1 medal, and that's per 55,000 people. We had Greg from Blackburn just point out that per capita, Australia has a medal for every, it's around 720 or 730,000 members of the population. America has a medal for every 4 million of their population. So we're going quite nicely, batting well above our averages. We have done at many Olympics over history. So athletes going at the moment before we head to the team pursuit, and it may have just gone there, but my TV decided to change itself. Oh, come on. This is what happens when we bounce around stations. And we should be getting ready for the men's team pursuit in just a moment. So I'm hoping we haven't missed that. Apologies if we have. We haven't missed that. Good. So we will get there in just a moment as soon as they're ready to go. So Australia competing against New Zealand in the bronze medal match, or in the bronze medal race, I should say. And then Ralph Dubell, as I mentioned, 1968 Mexico City, our last Aussie into an 800-metre men's final. Peter Bold tonight, just after 10 o'clock. He won gold, did Ralph Dubell. He's going to join us. So let's get to the velodrome now. Australia taking on New Zealand in the bronze medal race.
We have a competition here between the Oceania champions, really, of Australia and New Zealand, and a remarkable story too. One of the Kiwis is the Australian Jordan Kirby.
He's the man in the start gate. You see there's Kel O'Brien, Lucas Platt, Sam Welsford and Lee Howard taking over the position as starter for Alex Porter. And he was locked in stone, Alex Porter, as the start position. So it's a challenge for Lee to do that job now for the Australians. It'll be Kirby that leads them out of the blocks. I think it's Kirby for New Zealand. It's a cracking story. Australia versus New Zealand. This is for Olympic bronze. And we're underway. Lee Howard on the right-hand side. Full pressure on those pedals. New Zealand were incredibly close to the world record in the last round, just getting beaten by Italy. So they are super quick, 2.5 seconds faster in that round compared to Australia. But the Australians trying to come back after that disastrous first day with the equipment malfunction. Can they come back and get the better of the Kiwis?
Kiwis were only 900ths of a second behind the Italians who set that world record. So the mark has been set here. The favourites going in is New Zealand, but Australia have gone out hard early. They lead the Kiwis, but it is so close. This is going to be a seesawing battle, Scott.
Well, we saw it last night in that race with New Zealand. They swapped the lead 7 times with Italy. And Italy came home only in the last 3 laps to just get in front of them, put themselves into the gold medal race. Now Australia still just out in front. Oh, and it's now gone the other way. So New Zealand now take over the lead. So here we go. The seesaw starts. Fast start from Lee Howard. They're up to full speed. Can they hold on and stay in contention against New Zealand?
Well, the Kiwi bird doesn't fly, but these Kiwis truly are. They've got Aaron Gate with them. He's the silver medalist from the London Olympic Games. They are the squad who won the silver at the World Championships last year. Australia were 5th at those World Championships, but they do have a lot of heart, do our Aussie boys. They've got the green and gold on their shoulders and they're ready for a battle tonight.
We mentioned Jordan Kirby riding in the New Zealand team. He was a part of the Australian program. He won a world championship in the individual pursuit for Australia. He was let go before the last Commonwealth Games. He then went to New Zealand to ride for them. They are the favourites. So it could be the boy from Brisbane riding for New Zealand getting the better of the Aussies. This is an incredibly tight race.
48 hundredths of a second is all that separates them at the halfway mark after 2 kilometres. Jordan Kirby was stated in the media this week saying he looks forward to beating his former teammates with his now New Zealand partners. And goodness me, we're in for a cracking one tonight. New Zealand just stretching it out now, 0.2 of a second. Tim Decker there, the coach for Australia. Oh! The drama continues.
New Zealand, that is a disaster. 3 riders left on the track. The 4th rider struggling to try and get up to the 2 in front. They were slightly in front. Now it's starting to change with that catastrophe for New Zealand. Tim Decker, coach of Australia, telling the riders just to keep going. So they're down to 3. This cycling program, it has been mind-boggling. 3rd day of competition and more catastrophes continue.
There's more drama at the Izu Velodrome than on home and away at the moment. My goodness me, Australia knows exactly what New Zealand is experiencing at the moment. They have had drama from the get-go. This is painful to watch for our Kiwi counterparts, but great for our Australian boys after the drama they experienced. Can they bring this bronze medal home? It will be the story of the Games for track cycling.
Well, they're going to do it now, regardless of what the time, and they'll go as fast as they can to try and post a really quick time now. We saw what happened yesterday with Denmark running into the back of the Great Britain team. The gunner's fired, so that signals the end of the race. The win goes to Australia. They don't need to go on for a time now. They've taken the bronze medal. Unfortunately, though, it was at the expense of one of the New Zealand riders crashing to the ground. You don't want to win it that way. That was an incredible race to that point.
So bronze to Australia, not in the manner which they would have really wanted, but it is ironic that what put them so far back in the race to the medal positions, they weren't able to finish top 4 after Alex Porter crashed on the first night of competition in the men's team pursuit. So that is irony in all its, that is the true definition of it, that New Zealand, a rider crashing with not long to go in that race. Just the wheel looked like it buckled under the rider there. And so Australia will get a bronze medal. So that's our 3rd medal today after a bronze in the marathon swim to Karina Lee, gold to Matt Belcher and Will Ryan in the 470 sailing. And not ideal circumstances, but a bronze nonetheless to Australia. We're going to take a break and come back. Just quickly, Melissa Wu has qualified 4th through the preliminary rounds of the women's 10-metre platform. Unfortunately, Nikita Haynes finished outside the top 18 and has been eliminated, but Melissa Wu is still alive in the 10-metre platform. And our sport climber, Oceana McKenzie, finished the speed section of the climb in 13th position overall, with the bouldering to come. Athletics at 7:30, the high jump part of the men's decathlon, Cedric Dubler and Ashley Maloney in action there. But on the other side of this, we're going to go speak to a gold medalist at the 1968 Olympics. Ralph Dubell won, and our last Aussie bloke to get through to an 800-metre men's final. We'll speak to him about what awaits Peter Bowl tonight as he looks to become our next medalist in that event. You're listening to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games, a night session for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre expert.
A start. That's all it takes. It doesn't matter when or where or how. Just start. With the biggest range and the best brands, sporting dreams start at Rebel. Sport is calling.
Invoices.
Hooray.
But sent instantly.
Hooray.
Keeping track of payments.
What?
But managing them online instead.
What?
With Xero, it's business but better. Start your free 30-day trial at xero.com.
Your local bowls club is seeking competitive teams. You'll need your natural, whose sporting prowess is unmatched. Your technician to roll you in and out of the tightest spots. Your thinker to lead your game plan. Your enforcer to strike when needed. And Steve, he can get the drinks. Local legends wanted. Search Bowls Club near me to join a team or start one.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and a bonus title music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Zero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Zero free for 30 days. Search Zero, Xero.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back to SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games, the night sessions for Tyre Power. If you're just joining us coming from Sports Day in Tasmania, you would have just crashed into us when we were taking the men's team pursuit in the cycling at the Velodrome, and it was good news, Australia getting a bronze medal. Unfortunately, a crash to one of the Kiwi riders. Unfortunately, that's pretty ironic too, given Alex Porter, who crashed on night one of the team pursuits in their heat, and they were able to scrape through, finish fifth, but were unable to. Once you finish outside the top four, it's almost impossible to make the gold medal races. But they did brilliantly, our men's team pursuit, and well done to Sam Welsford, who was silver in Rio in this event, has a bronze medal now to his name. But let's talk gold, and let's talk gold medalist. We're hoping that Peter Bowl might just be able to pull one of the greatest rabbits out of a hat, become one of the most incredible stories that we've seen in an Olympic Games in a long time. A man born in Sudan, left at a very young age to flee the civil war and the unrest in that country. He went to a refugee camp for 4 years and then found himself in Australia and then found himself on the athletics track, and now finds himself at an Olympics where he broke an Australian record to get through to the semi-finals and then performed so brilliantly to make the final. And he will be in action tonight just after 10 o'clock. The last man to be in a final of the 800 metres for Australia is a man that won our last gold medal in the 800 metres in Australia. It's an absolute honour to be joined by Ralph Dubell, who is Order of Australia medalist, Queen's Birthday Honours, Sports Australia Hall of Fame. So we are in illustrious company this evening. Ralph, hello to you, sir.
Good evening. Good evening.
Thank you so much for joining us. Your name's been coming up a lot from the moment that Peter Bowl broke an Australian record to get through to the semis and now through to the final. How have you been tracking his progress?
Well, I think he's run very, very well, and I think tonight's got to be a real challenge. If he succeeds, I think all of Australia will rejoice a lot.
Were you aware of Peter? Have you had anything to do with him, or were you familiar with him before these games?
I knew. I met Joseph Deng after he beat my record, and I invited him to a party to celebrate the 50th anniversary of me holding the record and my daughter swimming the English Channel. And so Joseph came down. Peter, unfortunately, couldn't make it. So I was very much aware of Peter and Joseph, who were trained by the same coach. And, yeah, they've been around for 4 or 5 years and have been succeeding very well.
Where's the main danger for him, do you think? And what do you think are his, based on what you've seen, what are his realistic chances to your eye tonight of medaling?
Well, I think emotionally I'd love to see him win. If you look at the numbers, you see that the numbers are challenging. There are 9 people in the final. One person has run 141, 3 have won 142, 2 have won, and 3 have won 144. And Joseph is 144.
We're just losing you a little bit there, Ralph, with the phone there.
Let me repeat that.
Go for it. Thank you.
In the final, there are 9 finalists. One person has won 141, 3 have won 142, 2 have won 143, and 3 have won 144. And Joseph is one of the people who have won 144. So I think the winning time will be probably 141, 142. So to win, Joseph has to improve his time by 2 to 3 seconds. Now, that's a heck of a challenge. I think what he's shown to date, he could be up to that challenge, but it is a major challenge. When I ran between I improved my time by 1.4 seconds, I think. But we're asking Joseph to improve by 2 to 3 seconds if my estimate of the winning time is 1:41 to 1:42. So, let's not... let's be realistic that it's a big challenge.
So in racing, as you know, Ralph, that sometimes if you can have an off day, there might be a second there, and if you can have your best day, there can be a second there, and sometimes in the middle, they all shall meet. And is that what you feel might need to happen for Peter to get in and onto that podium?
Well, I think that's right. Everything's got to be aligned. The moon, the sun, the whatever else, everything's got to go right. And, he hasn't been in this level of competition before, but I'd never been in that level of competition before, so it happened for me, so it can happen. So let's see what happens tonight at 10 o'clock tonight.
Let's go down memory lane with you, Ralph, because your performance in Mexico is one of the all-time performances, and it's made even more incredible by the fact that you'd been severely hampered in the build-up to that Olympics by an Achilles injury and hadn't been able to run for about 6 months leading up to those Olympic Games. Take us through your Olympic experience.
For the record, I had been able to run, but I hadn't been able to run in spikes. I had an Achilles injury. I was running in flat shoes, so I couldn't do much speed work, and that was for a period of 6 months. 6 weeks before the Games, I could run in spikes and ran quite well. And but I was being treated 3 times a day by the physiotherapist to try and improve that. When I arrived in Mexico, everything went smoothly. I was running well, and I did one final training session, which was 10 300s, and they were very, very fast. A French journalist timed me. He said, "Yeah, that is very good." The Australian journalist didn't bother to check whether I was running or not. So we got to the heat, and this is the first time that you had to run the first 110 metres in lanes. The guy from El Salvador, Alfredo Cubius, didn't know that, and he immediately cut in front of me. And my Australian rules football skills came into work, and so I encouraged him to go back to his lane. And I managed to win the heat. And then the semi-final was... I ran against Kiprigat, who at that stage was the clear favourite. He was second in Tokyo in 64, and he'd won most races and he'd run the fastest time in the heat. And I ran against him in the semi-final, and I beat him in the semi-final. Nobody sort of noticed that, but yeah, I felt that by beating him, I established a psychological barrier over him, which would be useful for the next day. And in those days, the heat semi-finals and finals were on 3 consecutive days, as opposed to these days, it's heat and semi-final on consecutive days and 3 days rest and before the final. So going into the final, I thought I had a good chance. Kiprigat was probably still favourite in the press's view, but I'd beaten him the day before, so I felt I had a good chance. There was a false start at the start of the final. I was accused of braking. It wasn't me, it was the guy in the lane next to me, but when the judge came up to me and said, "You broke, if you break again, you'll be disqualified," I said, "Well, you're wrong, but I'm not going to dispute it. Let's concentrate on..."
That's extraordinary, isn't it, Ralph? Because now we have the benefit of instant replay, so those things can go and be reviewed. But in 1968, there's no Hawkeye, there's no Snicko, there's no, there's none of that stuff. So you really have to be taken on your word, and there's no, and is there anything that you can do when the official says, "Oh no, I think it was you"?
Well, the start of an 800 is not all that important. And so you just, one of the issues in running an Olympic final is that you need to control your emotions. And the start of an 800 metres is not going to determine the win or lose. And so you've got to make sure that you control your emotions, control what you can, and have a race plan which you stick to. And I don't know what Peter's race plan is. Hopefully he's got one. But in my race plan, I said, stick around for the first 400 metres, but at the bell, after 400 metres, make sure you're third or fourth, but on the outside of the bunch, and keep in contact with the leader. And the leader was always going to be Wilson Kiprigot, because he ran one type of race. He'd run flat out, he'd run fast for the first 400 and then try to run you into the ground. And my strategy was always sit and then kick with 100 metres to go. And after 400 metres, Kiprigot went through in 50.98 seconds. And I was fourth on the outside in the next bunch, exactly where I wanted to be. Moved up to third, then moved up to second out with 300 metres to go. And at that stage, I felt that, okay, Pally, it's between you and me. And then for the next 200 metres, I kept hanging back, sitting 2 to 3 metres behind Kiprigot. But when we came into the straight, I kicked, and that was exactly what I wanted to do, which I'd done the day beforehand. And in the straight, it took me 50 metres to pass him, but about 50 metres to go, the elastic band broke, and I felt that I'd broken contact with him. And then the last 50 metres, I was yelling to myself, I won it, and across the line. I said, well, I won it, and I wonder what happens next. And you've got to. The difference between winning and losing is basically mental. All 9 people in that race have probably very close, same physical capacity, and you've got to keep your cool and make sure that you understand what your strengths are, what your weaknesses are, and what your competitors' strengths and weaknesses are, and how you can exploit your strengths to win the race. And Peter's got to employ that. He can do. If he does it, it'd be fantastic. I think all of Australia will celebrate. But it's a tough challenge.
So what would be your advice tactically, given what you've seen from the other runners and what you're seeing from him? Would it be similar to how you approached it?
I think it would be. He may not have the same kick as I did, but he ran very, very well in the semi-final. I think there's no one in the final who was sort of still the same capacity as Kiprigot to go out and run flat out, hard in the first lap. Someone may choose to do that, and if that's the case, then Peter's got to be in touch with the leading pack with 400 metres to go, and then make sure that he's got enough to kick off the bend. So I don't know the tactics of all the runners.
Yep.
But I think that the two most competitive runs are Rotich from Kenya and Amos from Botswana. Amos from Botswana has got a 1:41 time, came second in London. And he's also got a slight advantage in that in the semi-final he only ran 700 metres. He was tripped or tripped himself and didn't finish, so he didn't have to run a 1:44 in the semi-final. So he's got a slight competitive physical advantage, and he's also got the fastest time in the field. So I would put Amos and Rotich, who came, I think, 5th in Rio, as the 2 people who Peter's got to make sure he's in contact with 400 metres to go.
Ralph, it's been wonderful to go down memory lane with you to get your thoughts on this evening. I know you'll be sending all the positive energies to Peter in the world, and you never know, we might have somebody who's come just even close to what you were able to achieve in 1968. But thanks for your time tonight. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. I hope Peter performs well.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much, Ralph Dubelt, who was the gold medalist in 1968 at the Mexico Olympics. Hey, we've got some track events starting very soon. Cedric Dubler and Ashley Maloney are in action in the high jump section of the men's decathlon. It's the fourth of the disciplines for them to compete in. We'll take a break, come back. Ryan Gregson, two-time Olympian, is going to join us to take us through these athletics events at the track and field this evening on SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games.
For many businesses, the stats don't lie. Coach Nick's strategies for business growth are getting results. Turnover of 500k plus, right up to 20 million. Coach Nick is steering businesses to the next frontier.
Business owners, get in touch today. I have ready to share with you 3 exclusive options and business growth packages. There is a suitable program for your business. Your first consultation is free. Together, let's take your business to the next level.
Visit coachnick.com.au.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Temper. If you're not sleeping on a Temper mattress yet, well, that means you're not sleeping on a NASA-certified mattress. NASA-certified, if you don't mind. Temper's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body, so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Did I mention NASA-certified? Visit the Temper range and Temper athlete stories at temper.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
Your local bowls club is seeking competitive teams. You'll need your natural, whose sporting prowess is unmatched. Your technician to roll you in and out of the tightest spots. Your thinker to lead your game plan. Your enforcer to strike when needed. And Steve, he can get the drinks. Local legends wanted. Search Bowls Club near me to join a team or start one.
The all-new Hyundai Tucson is here, and it's as futuristic as it looks. The Tucson is packed with advanced technology.
This is a priority message from the future. All Hyundai Tucsons are the property of 2045. Several pieces of technology contained within the Tucson are banned at any time before 2032. Any all-new Hyundai Tucsons
will be confiscated. All-new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow, wants its car back.
Oh, we've been there for every game, the 4 and 20 pie.
Purchase any 4 and 20 product from anywhere 4 and 20 is sold for an opportunity to win 4 PS5s. One for you and your 3 best mates. Together you'll go head-to-head in a game of Fortnite with your AFL Dream Team. Plus a 4 and 20 branded Sharon footy to be won daily. T&Cs apply. See FNTAFLGameOn.com.au. It's 31/8/21. Retain receipts or wrappers. And get them all there hot.
Oh, well, lovely piney mates of 4 and 20 pie.
Your local bowls club is seeking competitive teams. You'll need your natural, whose sporting prowess is unmatched. Your technician to roll you in and out of the tightest spots. Your thinker to lead your game plan. Your enforcer to strike when needed. And Steve, he can get the drinks. Local legends wanted. Search Bowls Club near me to join a team or start one.
How's your latest energy bill looking? It's time to flip the switch and experience the amazing value at Kogan Energy. Want proof? Just upload your electricity bill on koganenergy.com.au and find out how much you could be saving on Kogan's incredible energy rates. See why thousands of Aussies are already saving with Kogan Energy. Visit koganenergy.com.au. Kogan Energy, powered by PowerShop and does not operate in all areas.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Welcome back. SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games, the night sessions for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. Thanks to Channel 7 too, who our broadcast partners. The Voice, the world's biggest show, has a new home on 7 with Guy Sebastian, Keith Urban, Rita Ora and Jessica Mauboy. The Voice starts after the Olympic Games on 7. So a bronze medal tonight. So that's our third medal of the day. We got bronze in the 10K swim, Karina Lee, and then gold that we knew that we just had to get through unscathed, that medal race. And Matt Belcher and Will Ryan would get gold in the men's dinghy 470. It's the second gold for Belcher after he got it with Mal Page back in London in 2012. And these two were silver medalists in Rio. They've been a long time together. Since after the London Games, they came together as a partnership, and they've been able to taste the ultimate success with gold. And it was our 15th gold medal in these Olympics. So we're fourth in the Olympic medal tally at the moment. And that was a team that you knew you could count on coming into today. For one classic lager, a beer you can count on. One classic lager. It's one standard drink in a big 500ml can, available at Dan Murphy's and BWS. So a couple of our Aussie men in action in just a moment in the decathlon. So 3 events already today. Cedric Dubler and Ash Maloney. So they started with the 100 metres, 13th for Dubler and 2nd for Maloney. In the long jump, 10th for Cedric and 2nd for Ash. He ran a PB in that. In the shot put, 22nd for Cedric and 15th for Ash. So with 3 events down, Ash Maloney is currently sitting in 3rd. And if you're wondering just what kind of prospects we've got in the decathlon, I spoke to Glenys Nunn, who was the heptathlon gold medal winner. The first time the heptathlon's been run at Olympics for women. She won it back in 1984. And this is what she had to say about Ash Maloney when I spoke to her just before the Olympics.
And Ashley Marnie is the brightest talent that Australia has in the multi-events. He's just amazing. I think we're going to see a lot more of Ash and what he's capable of doing in the future. But, you never look in a multi-event, you never know. Someone can make a mistake, particularly in decathlon. You can no height in the pole vault, and then you're gone. It's all down to, how you go in 10 different events, and every event leads on to the next, and it's how you put it together that ultimately tells what the athletes are all about.
So that's high praise indeed coming from an Olympic gold medalist. So we will absolutely trust the judgment of Glenys Nunn when it comes to all things Ash Maloney and Cedric Dubler. And she spoke a little bit more detail about Cedric as well when I asked her about our hopes for these Olympics.
They're both totally different athletes. Cedric, very confident, is a master of what he's done for many, many years. Ashley is the new boy on the block. He won World Juniors, and he's just a real talent. So he's still developing in a lot of the events. And, you just don't know what he's doing. He's very fast. He can run a damn good 400, which is the last event on the first day. And he starts with a really good event, which is 100. So, he starts and finishes the first day on speed events. And if he can put it together, you never know what he's going to do.
So there we go. That's the inside word from a woman in the know, Glenys Nunn, 1984 gold medalist in the heptathlon, speaking about the decathlon prospects of both Cedric and Ash. So the moment that their events come up, we will head back to Tokyo Stadium. Just in the meantime, in the women's sports climbing, so Oceana McKenzie was in 13th position after the speed event, which is 15-metre wall. Just get up there as quickly as you can and tap the pad and down you fall. The bouldering is a more meticulous sort of event and discipline where they set certain obstacles along a path on the wall, and you've got to navigate through all of those and across all of those and then reach the top point of that sort of set course. So the bouldering is considered her best event, and after her first run, she's currently sitting 2nd in the bouldering. So Oceana McKenzie going very nicely, sport climbing at the Olympics for the first time. Tom O'Halloran, unfortunately, 19th in last night's events. but Oceana McKenzie is nicely placed there. So not great news apart from the bronze we got in the men's team pursuit at the Velodrome. In the cycling, Nathan Hart and Matthew Richardson have been eliminated from the men's sprint. So our cycling updates tonight for City Venue Management, Camino Apparel. Apparel for the modern athlete. Camino Apparel is creative and sustainable cycling and triathlon apparel for the modern athlete. So they're still sticking with the Velodrome at the moment in the men's sprint, so they mustn't be ready for us yet to head back to Tokyo Stadium. But as I mentioned before, fourth on the Olympic medal tally at the moment for Rebel Sports. Sporting dreams start at Rebel Sport, rebelsport.com. Get involved with us all throughout the course of the night. 0433 98 11 16 off the text. Boomers, a great possible best outfit we've had, and Jock Landale's been an absolute standout from the bench, but as Clarkson and Bellamy lauded in their sport, hats off to Brian Goorjian, the GOAT of Aussie basketball coaches. It's very hard to argue with any of that. Does he understand the game or what? That's from Steve Earle. Steve Earle, is that the singer of Evie? I have to double check that. 0433 98 11 16. Get involved with me throughout the course of the night on the Temper text. Temper, a mattress like no other. So speaking of the Boomers tomorrow, after their win against Argentina last night, Joe Ingles had a chat to Channel 7 after the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think the score is probably, obviously, we're happy with the win. Obviously, got out there a little bit at the end, but they're a hell of a team and coach, and we've been battling these guys for feels like for too many years, and respect, obviously, for Scola for what he's done for the game. And, yeah, we obviously knew we were up for a good challenge and battle tonight, and we played them in Vegas, and it was a tight one, and so we knew what we were up for, and I mean, I think the guys are ready, focused. The score, I mean, it is what it is. Obviously, we're just happy to get the win and rest up, recover now, and get ready for the next one.
One more win, and you got a guaranteed medal. What do you have to do on Thursday to beat the Americans? Yeah, we're not thinking too far ahead. Obviously, we like I said, we'll watch the film and see some good stuff, some bad stuff of what was happening tonight, and then prepare for that game. It's we've had one mind and one goal on our mind, and that's to win a gold medal. And obviously, there's another step involved in that, but we'll be ready. We'll get ourselves prepared and be ready for a couple of days' time. The family will be watching this. You want to say good day?
Yeah, Renee's, I think it was 6 a.m. in Utah, this one, which was a bit better than 2:30. So Jacob, Miller and Jack were up watching, obviously Renee and family back home as well. So shout out to them, and yeah, hopefully a couple more games to go.
Joe Ingles, after Australia comprehensively 38-point winners over Argentina in the quarterfinals. So the US await tomorrow in the semi-finals. Then we had a text before asking who Australia would play if they get through. I sort of don't want to jinx it, but I do want to answer every question that comes through. The other semi-final tomorrow night, which we'll bring you the action for, is France and Slovenia. So if Australia do beat the US, they'd go into the gold medal match against either France or Slovenia. So that's who would await them. So they actually have started the high jump portion of the decathlon, just not being shown on the main channel. So courtesy of 7+, when we see one of our Aussies, either Cedric or Ash, get ready to attempt, I'll take you to that action as well. Let's get a breakaway and come back on the other side of this. Our coverage brought to you by Made Internet and Mobile, Australia's most satisfied customers, NBN from $59 and for $0 online accounting help to help you do business but better. I'll update you on some of the other Aussie results throughout the course of the day. The Aussies haven't jumped yet in the high jump, so let's get a breakaway before they do. Hannah Green, Minjee Lee, round one of the women's golf has been concluded throughout the course of the day. Day two tomorrow, obviously. That's how days work, 1, 2. We'll hear from them after this as well.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here in Melbourne, so you can speak with a local who understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Werribee Kia is Australia's #1 selling Kia dealership. They make buying cars easy. Get the MY22 Sonic from $23,490 drive away, or the all-new Kia Niro Hybrid and Electric from $41,990 drive away. There's also over 200 used cars and utes in stock with their biggest clearance sale ever on all makes and models. Plus, they pay top dollar for trade-ins, any make and model. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing, or werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
The all-new Hyundai Tucson is here, and it's as futuristic as it looks. The Tucson is packed with advanced technology.
This is a priority message from the future. All Hyundai Tucsons are the property of 2045. Several pieces of technology contained within the Tucson are banned at any time before 2032. Any all-new Hyundai Tucsons will be confiscated.
All new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back.
Sportscraft are the official formal uniform supply for the Australian Olympic team in Tokyo as they go for gold. For your own podium finish style, discover the latest Sportscraft collection of men's clothing, including relaxed shirting, classic jackets, warm coats and chinos. All perfectly curated to bring quality, style and versatility to your wardrobe. Sportscraft, we are Team Australia. Discover the latest menswear collection online at sportscraft.com.au.
I'm Charlie from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here in Melbourne, so you can speak with a local who understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Tempur. If you're like me and you experience ongoing back concerns, Tempur mattresses assist in alleviating your pain. Made in Denmark, the Tempur geniuses over there have included on their bed system an easy-to-use wireless remote and massage function, all at the touch of a button. Once you own a Tempur mattress and base, you are on an absolute winner. View the Tempur range and Tempur athlete stories at tempur.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
The Kogan Money credit card is full of value with no annual fees, amazing rewards and a complimentary Kogan First membership giving you cheaper deals and free shipping at Kogan.com. And right now you can earn up to $400 Kogan.com credit when you meet the spend requirements. Plus earn up to 2 cents worth of Kogan.com credit for every $1 of eligible spend. So make the switch to a better value credit card today at koganmoney.com.au/footy.
Offer ends September 30th, 2021. T's and C's credit criteria apply.
Product issuer and credit provider Citigroup Pty Ltd.
Your local bowls club is seeking competitive teams. You'll need your natural, whose sporting prowess is unmatched. Your technician to roll you in and out of the tightest spots. Your thinker to lead your game plan. Your enforcer to strike when needed. And Steve, he can get the drinks. Local legends wanted. Search Bowls Club near me to join a team or start one.
SEN's night session coverage of the Olympic Games 2020 for Tyre Power. Get a grip on tyre safety. Book your 5-minute tyre safety check at Tyre Power now.
Our Aussies should just be about to have their attempts at the high jump. This is the fourth discipline of the men's decathlon. Cedric Dubler and Ash Maloney, our Aussie representative. Ash Maloney currently sitting in third position after 3 events, the 100 metres, the long jump and the shot put. So the moment that they head back off the stream that I'm having a look at, we will take in those jumps. Oceana McKenzie, as we spoke about a little earlier, has just been going through nicely in the sports climbing. Her couple of runs at the bouldering, she was 13th after the speed and has now dropped down to 15th in the bouldering, but it's still more attempts to come for her as we continue to sort of bounce around all over the place. Love to hear from you throughout the course of the evening. 0433 98 11 16. Thank you to Steve, the Traralgon Tiger, mate. I appreciate it. I used to work at a station that played both Steve Earle and Steve Wright at least 3 or 4 times a day. And how did I get Steve Earle and Steve Wright mixed up? But yeah, Steve Earle was Copperhead Road. Steve Wright wrote Evie 1, 2 and 3. Hello to the beautiful Evie at home, by the way, listening intently. So how I got that wrong, I'm not sure, because I had to hear those. I heard those great songs several times a day for many, many years. So the big events that we're keeping an eye on tonight, obviously Peter Bowles, the big story, after 10 o'clock into the 800-metre final, looking to emulate a man we just spoke to in Ralph Dubell, who won gold in 1968 in that event. So the women's 1,500-metre semi-finals are up after 8 o'clock as well, with Lyndon Hall and Jessica Hull. And then the women's steeplechase. So we are going to speak to Ryan Gregson. His wife, Genevieve, is in the final of the women's steeple. So we'll be looking forward to catching up with him after 8 o'clock. The men's 200-metre final is on just before 11. So we will bring you that as well. I'm just trying to keep an eye on when our Aussie high jumpers, I thought they were next after the Americans, and now some other bloke from the ROC's coming up. So they're not, are they not sticking to the schedule that I've got in front of me, or have they actually jumped and we've missed it? Yep. They've jumped and we've missed it. So we're trying to take this off the online stream, and it's sort of cutting out on us and jumping around all over the place. So Dubler cleared 1.96. So, yeah, we'll get ourselves sorted out on that one, and we'll come back and bring you that through on the other side. And so apologies about that. Which they're not showing it on the main stations at the moment. We're trying to take it off an online stream, and we're having a bit of trouble there with the continuity of that stream. So we'll take a break and come back to you on the other side of this, and we'll give you those results of how our blokes are travelling in that men's decathlon.
Werribee Kia is Australia's #1 selling Kia dealership. They make buying cars easy. Get the MY22 Stonic from $23,490 drive away, or the all-new Kia Niro Hybrid and Electric from $41,990 drive away. There's also over 200 used cars and utes in stock with their biggest clearance sale ever on all makes and models. Plus, they pay top dollar for trade-ins, any make and model. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing, or werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
Your local bowls club is seeking competitive teams. You'll need your natural, whose sporting prowess is unmatched. Your technician to roll you in and out of the tightest spots. Your thinker to lead your game plan. Your enforcer to strike when needed. And Steve, he can get the drinks. Local legends wanted. Search Bowls Club near me to join a team or start one.
From badminton to basketball, all the way to backstroke. Sporting dreams start at Rebel. Shop the biggest range with the best brands in-store or at rebelsport.com today. Rebel. Sport is calling.
To celebrate 50 years of Macca's, we're introducing the Mac family. And with every medium or large, Mac Junior, Big Mac or Grand Big Mac meal, you'll get one of 6 free Macca's glasses, but only for a limited time. Available after 10:30am while stocks last.
Red Energy recently won the 2021 CanStar Blue Award for Most Trusted Energy Provider. Being trusted by our customers means the world to us, because at Red Energy, we're 100% Australian owned and based right here in Victoria. You'll deal one-on-one with a local who fully understands your needs and, what's more, knows where Melbourne is. So call 131 806 and find out why being a customer of ours means there's no place like Red.
Your local bowls club is seeking competitive teams. You'll need your natural, whose sporting prowess is unmatched. Your technician to roll you in and out of the tightest spots. Your thinker to lead your game plan. Your enforcer to strike when needed. And Steve, he can get the drinks. Local legends wanted. Search Bowls Club near me to join a team or start one.
The all-new Hyundai Tucson is here, and it's as futuristic as it looks. The Tucson is packed with advanced technology.
This is a priority message from the future. All Hyundai Tucsons are the property of 2045. Several pieces of technology contained within the Tucson are banned at any time before 2032. Any all-new Hyundai Tucsons will be confiscated.
All new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back.
Welcome to SEN's coverage of the Olympic Games 2020. For Mate Communications, award-winning Aussie service and a bonus title music subscription included on selected mobile plans. And Xero, invoicing but instantly, receipts but organised, cash flow but clearer. Try Xero free for 30 days. Search Xero, Xero.
Welcome back to the night sessions. SEN's coverage of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre expert. We'd love your engagement and your involvement. You can call at any time, 1300 736 736 or 0433 98 11 16 is the Temper text line. Temper, a mattress like no other. Big fella, thank you for your text. Greatly appreciate the kind words. Michael, really enjoying the coverage, SEN. Thank you. Great to have you on board, Michael, and appreciate your text. And then when are the regular hosts back? No disrespect, but really miss the regular crew on my drive home from work. Absolutely understand that. Just put your name and where you're listening to us from, because we are going nationally around the country, and I can give you the details on when your regular hosts are back. But throughout, for the rest of this week, anyway, we're really proud to be bringing you the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. And tonight on the agenda, Peter Bowl after 10 o'clock. In the men's 800-metre final, we've got Genevieve Gregson. In the women's steeplechase final at 9 o'clock. The men's 200 final is tonight as well. We've got women's semi-finals after 8 in the 1,500 metres, Lyndon Hall and Jessica Hull. So we've got the men's decathlon going at the moment. The high jump discipline is currently underway. That's the fourth event in this decathlon, and Cedric Dubler and Ash Maloney doing us proud there. Ash Maloney was sitting third, currently coming into the high jump stage. So in the cycling, we've had a bronze tonight in the men's team pursuit, beating New Zealand. Unfortunately, one of the New Zealand riders crashed about 2/3 of the way through. And that was quite ironic, given that Australia's first heat, when Alex Porter came a cropper with his handlebar snapping, meant that we ended up finishing in 5th in qualifying and had to go the long way, and weren't able to get up into that top 4 to get straight into competing for the gold medals. But we got ourselves up into a gold medal race, in a bronze medal race, and were able to beat New Zealand. Probably not in the most ideal circumstances, given that you want your best against their best, but an unlucky crash for them meant that the bronze was ours. Gold today in the men's dinghy, 470 class, Matt Belcher, Will Ryan, and a bronze to Karina Lee in the women's 10K swim. So sports currently going on around the place. Melissa Wu completed the preliminary rounds of the 10-metre board in the diving, a 10-metre platform in the diving, so she's got through to the next stage in 4th position, so going along very nicely. And the sports climbing currently underway as well into the bouldering section of it. And Oceana McKenzie, who was 13th after the speed climb, is currently 15th at this stage with a couple of goes on the wall still to come. Let's get to Hayden Johnson. Hayden's covering these Olympic Games for News Corp. He's the cycling journalist. He's in Tokyo at the moment. You can read his stuff on tokyonews.com.au. He's been good enough to jump on the phone after a bronze medal evening for Australia. Hayden, hello to you.
G'day, Sam.
I just made the point before that this is the definition of irony, I suppose, tonight with our men's team pursuit winning after a New Zealand rider fell, when our gold medal chances were probably cruelled by Alex Porter's fall on the first night of competition.
Mate, you're absolutely right. It's been incredible to see how far the riders have come from Monday when, like you mentioned, they had one of their riders, Alex Porter, sliding along the timber at 65 kilometres an hour. And, just 3 days later, they're standing on the bronze step of the podium with medals around their neck. So it's pretty incredible. And you're right, it was a nail-biting race through about three-quarters of the bronze team pursuit race. And then, tragically, Aaron Gate, the Kiwi, fell. And that sort of opened the door. It shifted the momentum to Australia, and they were able to get up, which has been an incredible story. It's an amazing narrative. Talk about Aussie fight back. This is pretty much as good as it gets.
It hasn't. It's been a mixed day for us, which we'll get to in just a moment. But from your expectations for our men's team pursuit, obviously silver in Rio and Sam Wellsford, the only carryover member of that team. Where did you have them finishing with the team that they'd brought to Tokyo in this event?
Yeah, look, Sam, coming into this, we really thought that they'd be a significant challenger for gold. But the difficult thing was, though, and the riders have acknowledged this, is that we didn't know where everybody was placed around the world. Because COVID has put a halt to competition, no one knew how fast each other was. So we thought there'd be a gold medal chance, and you do sense that disappointment in the voice of the Australian riders. They're happy with bronze, but I think there is a bit of an element there of what could have been. The pace was on. We definitely had them as a gold medal contender, but in saying that, the pace here at Isuzu Velodrome has been incredible. The Italians just broke the world record in their final for gold. So, I mean, it's easy to look at hindsight, but we really thought the Aussies would be there, but I don't think anybody's disappointed with bronze, considering what they overcome.
It wasn't a great day or night for Nathan Hart and Matty Richardson, unfortunately eliminated from the men's sprint. A couple of opportunities that just sort of went begging, some windows that opened up, and I love that event for the cat and mouse of it all. How did you see their performance?
Yeah, look, you're dead right, Sam. They were both disappointed. I spoke to Matt and Nathan after the race, and you could sense the disappointment in their voice. They said that they executed the race strategy quite well, but they were just outgunned. They were just outlegged. So it is disappointing. I mean, the individual sprint race is one that traditionally does well for Australia. We were supposed to have Matty Glazer in there today, but he was unwell, the team told us, so he didn't race, just leaving Nathan and Matt, who came in to replace him. But tough day for them, but I think the whole team is sort of on a new wave of positivity after the bronze medal today.
And what about in the women's, Kieran? What did you make of the performance of Carly McCulloch?
Carly McCulloch, that's right. So you remember, Sam, she had to really shift her preparation in November when her teammate Steph Moore.
Live across Australia on SEN and New Zealand on SENZ. Welcome to SEN Test Cricket. For the Henley Everyday Advantage, up to $90,000 premium inclusions. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability.
Good morning. Welcome to the UK for SEN Test Cricket, where we are thrilled to be bringing you the 5-match marquee series between England and India. I'm Adam Collins, your host throughout, and joining me in the expert chair to begin our coverage is former Middlesex captain and cricket journalist on the Daily Telegraph here in the UK, Isabel Westbury. Izzy, news from the middle is that Joe Root has won the toss. England will be batting, but the real news has been at the selection table.
It has indeed. There have been changes galore for both sides, and England, maybe as a sign of their slightly fragile batting lineup, have packed the batters in. Johnny Bairstow is making his 75th Test appearance for England, and they've got, well, you can call it a strong batting lineup. We might reverse those words in a few moments, because they've chosen to bat, and they've gone for seam, batters whatever they can against India, really.
Well, they've gone for a relatively conventional setup with 6 batters, a wicket-keeper and 4 bowlers, albeit without Jack Leach, the spinner. So the third consecutive Test match where England are going in without a frontline spinner.
And that makes it the last home Test that Jack Leach has played for England in England was the final Ashes Test in 2019. So it's been quite a while for poor old Jack Leach. They've gone for full seam England and a few changes in the India lineup as well. And I think probably the big call there is again the absence of the spinner in that Ravichandran Ashwin is out.
So Ashwin's out. Jadeja keeps his spot in the side. I mean, Ashwin has an extraordinary record over the last couple of years, especially in excess of 400 Test wickets. It's a bold call to omit him. I understand what they're thinking in terms of a seam-heavy attack at Trent Bridge, which is a ground that favours seam, but Ashwin bowled outstandingly well in this corresponding match 3 years ago at Nottingham. It's a big call.
It is a big call, and also he's got championship cricket under his belt, or proper first-class cricket. He played in one match for Surrey earlier in this season. He picked up 6 wickets in the second innings against Somerset, and it felt as though he was being primed for this big occasion. But I think with the history of Trent Bridge, with the way in which England have opted for their seam attack as well, it seems as though it's not the spinners' day. Of course, we'll see them later in the series. But yes, I think as all Australians know as well, there's a good history of seam attacks at Trent Bridge.
So Jadeja will bat at number 7. India also are playing 4 seamers, although not necessarily the combination that we thought. So Shardul Thakur gets his opportunity. He was quite outstanding at Brisbane in the 4th and final Test match of the Border Gavaskar series back in January. Bowled really nicely in the one-day series against England in India through February and March, and has won the final spot in this side. He'll be there alongside Jasprit Bumrah, Mohammad Shami and Mohammad Siraj, another player from the Gabba Miracle back in January.
And I think the big news there really is that Ishant Sharma has been edged out of the attack. He's also got a wonderful record both in England and at Trent Bridge. He's the most prolific bowler really in Indian history on English soil. He likes these conditions. I personally, going into this morning, didn't even think that Ishant Sharma would not be playing just because of the way his experience, the way in which he uses the conditions, and the fact that Trent Bridge is your classical English pitch. But yes, some bold moves from both sides and a lot to look forward to.
Well, Jerusalem is playing over the PA system at Trent Bridge, which signals it's the start of a fresh Test match in England. To run through the teams in full for India, Rohit Sharma and KL Rahul opening the batting. Rahul there in the absence of Mark Agarwal, who copped a whack to the head in training a couple of days ago. Then into the engine room, Cheteshwar Pujara at 3, the captain Virat Kohli 4, Ajinkya Rahane at number 5, and Rishabh Pant, the explosive wicketkeeper batsman, at 6. Jadeja at 7, Thakur at 8, then Jasprit Bumrah, Mohammad Shami and Mohammad Siraj. For England, the opening batsmen of Rory Burns and Dominic Sibley are in the middle now. Zach Crawley at 3 retains his spot, the captain Joe Root at 4. Johnny Bairstow back into the Test side for the first time since February. A somewhat controversial inclusion. Daniel Lawrence keeps his spot at 6. Josh Butler, the wicketkeeper, is back at number 7. The all-rounder, Sam Curran, at 8. Then 3 outright seamers in Ollie Robinson, Stuart Broad and James Anderson, the latter 2 who enjoy bowling at Trent Bridge more than any ground in the world. Jasprit Bumrah will be taking the first over of the Test match. All is ready at Nottingham on a gloomy day. Rain will be part of the conversation. Let's start with 3 slips and a gully. Rory Burns into that familiar crouch before addressing the first delivery.
When is rain not part of the conversation in an English Test match? Very rarely, I would suggest. Even in the height of summer.
Umpire Richard Kettlebrook calls them to attention, officiating in his 71st Test match. And we're away. Outside the off stump, through to the wicketkeeper. So Burns, of course, made a century against New Zealand to start his summer. He was in prolific form for Surrey through the early rounds of the county championship. Made a half century on the first morning, the second Test at Edgbaston, which of course we were at. Izzy for SENZ. As Bumrah turns from the pavilion end. The idiocratic approach. Bowls here and Burns pushes out to the offside, so bat on ball for the first time in the Test match.
This is the kind of batter I put him in the class with sort of Dean Elgar of looking very crab-like in their stances. You associate left-handed batters with elegance. Some of the Sri Lankans down the years. Think of Smriti Mandana, the Indian women's batter, that lovely elegant left-hander, but Burns is certainly not of the elegant class.
No one would accuse me of that.
Pragmatic.
Kohli, Rohit Sharma, KL Rahul, the three slips in position. As Bumrah makes his way and bowls, and Burns again defends out to the offside, no run.
A lot of hopes, though, or English hopes at the very least, on Burns' shoulders. If you think about the fragility of the top three, Burns, Sibley, Crawley, the dearth of runs that they've had, Burns is the most experienced, the oldest of those three. He's 30 years old, 25 tests now under his belt. A few more runs of late.
So Bumrah again on the approach. Jerky arrives, bowls, and Burns beaten outside the off stump. Not far away at all. The first we've seen really hit the seam and jag away. It's always a lovely place to bowl seam at Trent Bridge. Mentioned already that Broad and Anderson have enjoyed a phenomenal record at this ground over their long and distinguished careers. But going back to 2018, this was the one test match that India won, built principally on the back of the work their seamers did.
Well, India actually have a relatively good record at Trent Bridge when you think that their overall record in England is not great. Trent Bridge has not been too bad for them. Offered.
Oh, big shout for leg before. Got to be close. And it's given. Burns gone for naught. Bumrah back towards the left-hander. It's straightened nicely. A decision to make for the left-hander. Will he send it upstairs? He will.
I think the only question there is to the left-hander. Was it pitching down leg? It looked pretty straight to me, reasonably full. Burns just slightly toppling over onto the offside. I think India picked up their first wicket.
So watching it back, Bumrah over the wicket. Has it pitched in line? It's certainly straightened well enough.
Oh, that looks absolutely plumb from the replay. I don't know what we're saving here. It doesn't look as though there's any bat on it as well. You're just seeing the ultra edge, passes the bat, so no spike until it hits the pad.
So it's all about whether it's pitched in line with leg stump.
I mean, that to me has got everything lit up as far as I'm concerned. Having a look at replay.
Yep.
Pitching in line, impact in line.
Red, umpire's call. India have an immediate breakthrough. Rory Burns is gone for a duck. The first wicket falling before there is a run on the board. The perfect start for India.
And the worst possible one for England, really. No runs on the board. Rory Burns, the most experienced of those top three. We were starting to give the introduction, really, to the horrid summer so far of first-class cricket that England's top batting order altogether have really had. Burns the only one with the runs. He scored a century against New Zealand in the first test, and a few runs as well in first-class cricket. More experienced of the lot, but that is not a good sign for England, especially at Trent Bridge, and especially having chosen to bat.
Yes, that inherent vulnerability of England's top order. How often have we seen Zach Crawley walking out to the middle as he does now, with not enough runs on the board, and now he's out of form. A double failure at Lords and another one that followed at Edgbaston. A lucky man to be playing in this test match.
A lucky man to be playing in this test match, and it's one of those where how much do you look at red ball form, how much do you look at white ball form. He hasn't had that much opportunity to play red ball cricket. He's had one championship innings since that rather calamitous New Zealand test, where in 4 innings he made 21 runs, and I hate to say that in his one red ball innings since then, thanks to James Anderson playing for Lancashire against Kent, Zach Crawley made a 6-ball duck. That said, that is his red ball form. He did get a call up, and the only reason he played only 1 innings in that first class match is because he was called up to the white ball squad, the COVID squad that was called up to replace England's one-day side. That there were a couple of COVID cases amongst the players and the staff. he was one of the late call-ups. He made a half-century, an unbeaten half-century in his first innings, so there is some batting there.
So here's Bumrah, first ball, Crawley, over the wicket, Crawley leaves outside the off-stump, through safely to the gloves of Wishart punt. The end of a wicket made in the start of the Test match, Jasprit Bumrah. He's been the most consistent fast bowler in the world over the last couple of years and gets his name in the book straight away.
It's a dream over, really, for India to start things off. Seeing a lovely shape of the ball, glinting in a murky Trent Bridge. And a replay of that Rory Burns wicket. The only question really in the end was height. That was the thing that ended up being umpire's call. Just clipping the bells in the end, but hitting middle, pitching in line. And that's actually as well it. There are a few question marks coming into this test around Jasprit Bumrah. It almost feels ridiculous to say that because he's been, as you say, such a consistent performer for India over the last 3 or 4 years. But recently he struggled a little bit. He struggled in the World Test Championship final against New Zealand. Didn't pick up a wicket in both innings, and considering the way in which the ball was seaming around under really tricky conditions to bat in, that was quite surprising. Then only picked up 1 wicket in the recent warm-up against an England county 11.
Mohammad Shami, all that experience, bowls here, simply able to leave the first ball go well outside the off-stump. Nice shape, though, into the gloves of punt.
But Shami, on the other hand, he didn't play in the warm-up match, but he bowled beautifully, didn't he, in that first innings, especially against New Zealand in the World Test Championship final. Again, the conditions were in his favour, but he used them. And there's similar conditions at Trent Bridge, not quite as much rain. I mean, that 6-day match in the end was disrupted by 2 days washed out due to rain. But it is overcast, it is swinging, it's a green pitch, and Shami, he's a skillful man.
Pavilion end, delivers here, Sibley, bat on ball, back down the strip, no run. Up to 83 miles an hour with his second delivery.
Deceptive, isn't he, Shami? You think he's a sort of shorter, stockier bowler, and he skids it on. It's not just the tall, fast ones that come down from height with bounce. Shami there as well. Playing in his 52nd test.
Yeah, really good record. 184 wickets at 28. On the approach, bowls here to Sibley, who's beaten outside the off stump. That really took off. Punt taking it with his fingers in the air above his head. There's a lot made of Mohammad Shami and how often he beats the outside edge. Certainly during that World Test Championship final, there was criticism of his length not being full enough. Well, he came back in the second innings and really did bowl the house down, certainly early on. Or the second portion of New Zealand's first innings, rather. Where he did pitch it up noticeably fuller.
Well, I think that the thing about Shami is, with his experience, he's somebody that can adapt in the moment.
He delivers here to Sibley. 3 slips in position. He's able to leave again. Quite a distance outside the off stump.
He's not a stubborn character. He's quietly spoken. And if he realises that he needs to, as you say, either pitch a little bit fuller or draw it back, he's very quick to adapt and understand the situation at hand. And that's almost a surprise. You know, that's why I thought leaving out Ishant Sharma was quite a surprise, because he's also somebody with experience. The duo, Shami and Sharma, offering something completely different. And they've gone for the less experience, but the thrill of Shardul Thakur as well.
Shami to the crease and bowls, and again it's got Sibley just reaching for it, albeit with soft hands on this occasion. Now towards backward point, no run. So Sibley a half century in the second innings against New Zealand at Lords, and a half century in the first innings at Edgbaston. But a player who, despite having been moderately successful so far in his international journey, doesn't quite yet look set. Yet to score here, no run on the board. Shami bowls and Sibley again leaves outside the off stump. 2 overs gone. England have lost their first wicket. They're 1 for none.
The Henley Everyday Advantage with up to $90,000 of premium inclusions, plus up to $25,000 in free upgrades and existing zone discounts. Visit Henley World of Homes and get more of what you want.
To celebrate 50 years of Macca's, we're bringing back the custard pie and introducing a new birthday McFlurry. Creamy custard pie pieces mixed in with caramel fudge and sprinkles, but only for a limited time. Available after 10:30am.
So 2 overs gone. England won the toss and batted. They've already lost Rory Burns for a duck to Jasprit Bumrah. It's that man Bumrah, who's been so effective since bursting onto the international scene in 2017. Here to Zach Crawley, England's number 3. They're too early. 3 slips in position. He passes up by Kettlebreton and delivers, and Crawley defends out to point no run. Bumrah now into his 21st Test match, 84 wickets at better than 23. Against England, 5 Test matches, 18 wickets at 27. Of course, they lost here in England in 2018. It was Bumrah's first chance to play Test cricket against them, and he was so impressive, albeit in a losing cause. India losing that series 4-1. That jerky approach. Bowls here, all outside the off stump. Crawley leaves at the last possible moment. A good leave in the end, roll forward before shouldering arms.
So as we were saying before, that burned wicket, the one win for India, in what I think is right in saying was a much more closely fought contest than the 4-1 scoreline in the end would suggest, especially considering England. I think they won pretty much all of the tosses as well, which played a huge part in the way that series went. But no, India winning by 203 runs in the Trent Bridge Test. So the one win in that series. But in fact, got a good record here.
Bumrah bowls. Oh, and there's a shout, half a shout from behind the wicket for leg before, but they haven't seen that Crawley's come down with the inside edge just in the nick of time. So one's moved away and one's jagged back so far in this over at England number 3. Good bowling from Bumrah, probing.
So in the 7 tests that they played at Trent Bridge, India have won 2, lost 2, drawn 3. And for a team that is notoriously quite bad at touring in England, it's not bad at all.
So Bumrah returns. Delivering here at Crawley. And a good leave. Through to the gloves of Rishabh Pant, not tempted in that corridor outside the off stump, which has been an issue for Crawley in recent times, both at international level and domestic as well. He was part of that clutter of wickets that contributed to James Anderson picking up his 1000th in first-class cricket up at Old Trafford a couple of weeks ago. Anderson taking extraordinary figures of 7 for 18 as he went past 1000 in first-class cricket. Bumrah operating with 3 slips. Crawley gets England off the mark. A gentle prod just past the stumps at the non-strikers then. Shardul Thakur does the tidying up. A loud roar at Trent Bridge. An appreciative crowd. England 1 for 1.
I was going to say, there's the English crowd for you. Never too early to get out the ironic cheers. But a run on the board and in the right column this time. England winning the toss, deciding to bat, losing a wicket before they'd got to any runs at all.
So last ball of Bumrah's over from the Radcliffe Road end, the northern end of the ground, Nottingham. Gets his first look at Dom Sibley, and he'll fancy this. Good match-up for him with the ball coming back towards the right-hander. He arrives and bowls. And Sibley leaves safely through to the gloves of Punt. The end of 3 overs at Trent Bridge. England are 1 for 1.
Yes, you consider that the New Zealand Test series ended early June, I think it was. He's got 2 first-class matches under his belt since then, so far more than pretty much anybody else in the England squad. A duck in his first match against Durham, just the one innings, but then he shared a 220-run stand for Warwickshire last month, where he scored 80 runs at the top of the order when they were playing against Surrey. So a little bit of form for a man that, well, I guess his equivalent, isn't it, is Pujara in terms of strike rates. Bit of a wall when he gets going, Sibley.
Yeah, he certainly divides opinion.
Yes, he does. Even for the test match purists, he divides opinion.
Shami starting his second set on the way to Crawley. Wide of the crease bowls, and Crawley leaves outside the off stump. I mean, you look at the raw numbers, 985 runs for Tom Sibley at 31.
Yeah.
A couple of centuries, one of those last year against the West Indies, where he faced in excess of 300 deliveries, and one at Port Elizabeth in the previous winter. 5 half centuries. There's a sense that he can absorb a lot of dot balls early on, and he makes it easier for the players that come later. But that's contested space as well, isn't it?
It's so difficult for Sibley, the young man, 25 years old, is that in the era before him under Trevor Bailey.
Inside edge here. Not far away there from Shami. Took it back off the seam towards Crawley and spat out towards the onside. No damage done.
Bayliss, sorry.
That's your World Cup winning coach,
yes.
Trevor Bayliss. Australia's own.
Of course, Australia's own, and did wonders for the white ball side. But I think there was a bit of a sense that it was have a dash kind of batting in. This is the way we play was often what we saw in press conferences afterwards in test matches where batting capitulated for England. A very dynamic batting approach.
Shami to the crease, yet to concede a run. Won't concede one here. That's a beauty. Just on the line of the off stump to Crawley. He had to play at that one. It went beyond his edge. The second time we've seen him beat the England number 3 all ends up.
And there's been a bit of a concerted effort since that, I guess, that World Cup win, the departure of Bayliss as head coach, to a more solid stickability. They wanted batters that could stick around, that could absorb balls. And Sibley is certainly of that frame. A few people feel as though it's just gone a little bit too far that way.
Shami, pavilion end, bowls here. Crawley gets his second run. That's a cover, a gentle push, well timed. Crawley 2. Now, we're going to have a decision to make here. Are we going to go with 2 for 1 or 1 for 2? You see, this is the predicament. We're calling the game in England, which would suggest you put the runs first. But we are calling back to Australia and New Zealand. That's also a division, because in New Zealand, they do it the English way. In Australia, they are...
Oh, it's surely 2 against 1 then.
It might
the
be.
New Zealanders and the English against the Aussies.
Might be. There is a reason for this. We dug around recently and found out why it's wickets first in Australia. It was to do with the very first scoreboards in Australia were set up that way, and they just went with it.
Everything's upside down in Australia. It's not my fault.
But not in New Zealand, surprisingly, as far as the score is concerned. Shami for Sibley, who pushes into the onside no run.
Sensible chaps down there.
But it is remarkable to think that only one country went the other way, that being Australia, and no one followed suit. I mean, this was a, when you go back to the early 1900s, there was far from a consensus on these matters.
The cricket world is against them. I feel like there's something to say for that, in that you almost stay with your approach if everybody is against you. Even more so, stand out.
Yeah, I think on the basis that we're also into New Zealand and we're calling the game from England.
And I'd get terribly confused if you
get terribly confused, and I'd be the only Australian on the broadcast calling. We'll go with runs first. Shami to complete is over. Lovely shot for none from John Sibley. For a moment there, I thought he nailed a well-executed on drive. Not to be. So 4 overs gone at Trent Bridge. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. England 2 for 1.
The Doc Shop makes space to make the world a better place.
Is your office overrun with documents? Make space with the Doc Shop. We'll store your documents and data, protecting them from the elements. Our purpose-built, environmentally compliant facility is clean, secure, dry, pest-free and fire-protected. The Doc Shop, unashamedly green. Just look at our trucks.
The Doc Shop makes space to make the world a better place.
thedocshop.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. You can also get in touch with us from New Zealand on the SMS line, on the text line. 8833, that's all you need to do. If you text in from New Zealand, 8833, we will be able to pick up where you're listening from. Let us know. And of course, in Australia, you can do likewise. 0433 98 11 16. Bumrah starts his fresh set. Big off cutter to begin at Crawley, who leaves outside the off stump on length, and rightly so. So to repeat those numbers, you can text us on 8833. So 8833. Quite straightforward in New Zealand. In Australia, 0433 98 11 16.
Just going back to the discussion we were having about the ability of Dom Sibley to eat up balls. Since his debut, no one other than Joe Root has played more deliveries than Sibley. I think that's a plus in his corner.
Bumrah to Crawley, bowls, and Crawley gets him away through mid-wicket, bisecting the two fielders on the onside. Doesn't quite have the gas to reach the rope. Shardul Thacker does the fielding. They come back for a third. Crawley moves to 5. He has all of England's runs, 5 for 1.
Yeah, in theory, these two act as quite nice counterbalances to each other. You've got Sibley, who's there defending. It's a bit full, he'll capitalise, whereas Crawley, he does like to play a little bit around his legs sometimes. That has proven his downfall in the past, but he's a prolific white ball player as well. He's playing in the 100, which I'm sure we will talk about at some point in more depth over the course of this 5 days. This wonderful new tournament, depending on which side of the fence you fall down upon. But he was the first batter to get a half century in the 100. It's got that to his name. Will be the answer to an obscure pub quiz somewhere.
Don't know what pubs you're going to. Bumrah, the man with the wicket so far. He bowls to Sibley, who's yet to get off the mark from 10 deliveries, leaving again through to the gloves of punts.
One day it'll be a question, I'm sure. But he's a good white ball player as well, Crawley. Definitely has ambitions to get into... he wants to be an all-format player.
Well, he was good in those one-dayers, wasn't he?
He played in those one-dayers.
So he was part of that Ben Stokes replacements team. Felt like it could be a movie, couldn't it? The Ben Stokes replacements. It wasn't even the B team, it was the C team.
Pretty much the third team for England, considering they had an 18-man squad that was sidelined through COVID pings and positive tests.
So Bumrah to Sibley, yet to get off the mark, and won't do so here either. Solid in his forward defensive. 5 for 1 the score. We're in the 5th over at Trent Bridge. And
he went in and made in, Chris Crawley made an unbeaten 58 in his ODI debut against Pakistan, a series in which England's third string in the end ran out 3-0 winners. Quite remarkable, really.
One of the stranger moments of the summer, wasn't it? We were working together that day, Izzy, and we received a message saying the entire England team are wiped out from close contact track and trace. Not just the players, but the whole squad. Last ball of Bumrah's over. Driven nicely down the ground by Sibley. That'll get him off the mark. It'll only be a single because Jadeja is on the case. 6 for 1. Sibley has one of those.
Similar looking shot, isn't it, to the final ball, the previous over against Shami, just slightly overpitched. And Sibley's good at that, leaning onto it, not putting any impetus into it, but using just the timing and a slight fuller length to lean onto it. Didn't get any runs previous over, but now he is. He's off the mark. 1 from 12.
Last ball from Bumrah. Radcliffe Road end. Arrives and delivers at Crawley, who plays him soundly through the onside, just in front of the square leg umpire. He'll retain the strike. Crawley is 6 at the end of the over. England 7 for 1. 5 gone after England won the toss and batted. Adam Collins and Isabel Westbury with you on the call of this first test match between England and India. The first of 5 in the next 7 weeks. Of course, they did play 4 test matches back in February and March, where England won the first in Chennai, but India spun them into oblivion in the next 3 at Chennai and then at Ahmedabad. Akshar Patel and Ravichandran Ashwin taking 59 wickets between them in that series at 12. Neither of them playing today. Big call leaving out Ashwin. All his experience, especially against England, but Jadeja got the nod as the sole spinner on a track that will do plenty for the seamers. Both sides have 4 of them on their team sheet. Shami here wants to go, but he's pulled up by umpire Goff. There must have been something behind the bowler's arm. It doesn't matter where we watch cricket around the world is, or the first day of a test match, the first session, you can guarantee there will be issues behind the bowler's arm.
I was actually expecting more of this in the new 100 competition, that there would be more movement behind the bowler's arm, because the very reason for the existence of the 100 was to engage new cricket fans, and you'd imagine that the etiquette about not moving behind the bowler's arm might have been broken.
Shami short, first bouncer we've seen, and Crawley a little bit uncomfortable, but gets his noggin out of the way.
But as with all things cricket, it doesn't often materialise in the way you think it should. And that quite often it is, in fact, at test grounds that you find men and women unwittingly walking behind the bowler's arm. The worst of all sins, apart from spinners and front foot nobles, I reckon.
So the short ball, previous delivery, we've got a deep backward square out on the eastern side of the ground. So 2 out for the hook. Shami here to Crawley, short of a length, left through to the gloves of Punts.
Crawley just getting a few sights. Tall man at the crease. That's a big stride as well.
Of course, they're playing for the Patowdy Trophy, named after the great Nawab Patowdy, who's the only man to play for both England and India. Of course, he played for England in the Bodyline series of 1932-33. And then his son, Tiger Patowdy, who was the captain of India through the 60s and 70s, went up against Bill Lawry on a number of occasions. India trying to win that in England for the first time since 2007. Shami arrives and bowls, and Crawley leaves. That was an off-cutter though, so this is Shami's point of difference. It's 89 miles an hour, by the way, the quickest ball we've seen so far today.
So deceptive, isn't he? You just don't think he has that. You don't think he has that in him. Creeps up on him.
Well, a couple of points about that ball. First of all, it's quicker, and second of all, it did jag back off the seam. And when Shami's at his best, he's threatening both edges of the bat. Quality start from the right armour, and he conceded 1 run halfway through his third over.
Lovely murmur around the crowd, very expectant test match crowd.
Shami arrives at the crease, and Crawley leaves outside the off stump. There's been a number of distractions before this series, haven't there? There's been the Euros, of course, which captivated the nation.
Goodness gracious me, the football tournament that I've almost forgotten existed.
There was of course, there was Wimbledon running alongside the Euros, which a number of the Indian touring squad were at.
Congratulations, Ash Barty, for those listening down under.
Barty, absolutely. Marvellous win.
Superb.
The Olympics for the last 11 days, or 12 days, whatever it is now.
Now, we're still behind you in the table, I think, the medals table, England and Australia.
I think you might stay there. GB, not
GB.
Olympics context. Picked up there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great conversion rate for Australia with golds to silvers this time. Off the hip, Crawley takes a single. Might be leg bias. I'll look towards umpire Goff and find out. No, it's credited as a single. England moving on to 8 for 1.
There's been a lot going on this summer, a lot of sport, a lot of sort of delayed sport that didn't happen last year as well, that of course has been pumped up the schedule this time round. For rugby fans out there, the Lions tour is currently poised at 1-1 against South Africa.
Yeah.
And that's got a bit of off-field controversy as well.
There'll be plenty of rugby fans listening in New Zealand, as is Michael
Rugby
in Wellington.
Union, I should
Michael
say.
in Wellington listening on 711 AM. Great to have cricket on SENZ again. Well, great to be with you, Michael. Last ball of the Shami over. Left outside the off stump. 6 overs gone at Trent Bridge. England after winning the toss. They're 8 for 1.
The Henley Everyday Advantage with up to $90,000 of premium inclusions, plus up to $25,000 in free upgrades and existing zone discounts. Visit Henley World of Homes and get more of what you want.
We all know how hard it is to find the right mattress. BedMatch at 40 Winks takes the confusion out of buying a bed by finding the best sleep solution for you. Try BedMatch only at 40 Winks. Serious about sleep.
Welcome back to the SEN coverage here. The first test between England and India. England getting a wicket early. India getting a wicket early. England 8 for 1.
It's Bumrah to continue here, and Crawley just puts this one down to mid-on. There's no run. 8 for 1 England. Nikesh Ragani here alongside Isabel Westbury. early stages of the first day of this much anticipated first test match at Trent Bridge. Well, the Indians, as they'll be pretty happy with this.
Yeah, I think any team that gets a wicket before you've got runs on the board, and England deciding to opt for the extra batter to kind of solidify what has been quite a fragile batting lineup of late.
And to Crawley again, who just defends this one gently into the offside. I think an observation from this morning as well, it's so good to see from an Indian point of view, Mohammad Shami opening the bowling. He doesn't often get that opportunity when Ishant Sharma is in the side. The seniority sort of takes precedence. The 100 test matches odd that Ishant has played. He's been around forever, hasn't he? And we all know Bumrah's qualities as well. But with this Duke's ball, he's got it to talk early on.
Yeah, well, Ishant's sort of classical fast bowler, opening bowler that you think, yeah, of course he's going to take the new ball.
This time, Crawley just pushes it gently. Good bit of fielding down there at mid-on. Shardul Thakur into the side. Another big swinger of the ball as well, Shardul Thakur, a workhorse cricketer in the side today in place of Ravichandran Ashwin, the bat at number 8. Of course, everybody in Australia will remember his batting heroics at the Gabba for India in that famous series earlier on this year. He made 67 there. He was in the wickets as well. Had this partnership with Washington Sundar. We'll see him in action with the ball, no doubt, at some point later on today. For the moment, it's Bumrah, the wicket taker so far, and this one is beautifully driven through the covers. It's going to head up all the way to the boundary, is it? The chase is on, and the ball wins. Boundary to Zach Crawley. It was Jadeja there with the chase, best fielder in the Indian side, but a quickish outfield there at Trent Bridge. Lovely looking shot there from Crawley, who moves on to 11, England 12 for 1.
Yeah, that's one thing that Trent Bridge will give you. It's got a really fast outfield. We've seen it in the white ball cricket that we've seen played over the last few weeks, months at Trent Bridge. I think there was a 100 match not too long ago, only a couple of days ago, in fact. Different pitch, of course, but a fast outfield. And the first boundary there as well. Crowd welcomes it. Nice deep roar.
The sun has just poked out as well as Bumrah beats the outside edge of Crawley this time. He wasn't sure whether he should quite come forward to that. It was a good length from Jasprit Bumrah, just sort of nagging in between test match length. Not sure whether to play back, play forward. It's pretty close, that one.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to watching Bumrah get in full flow, so to speak, because he's had a few difficult months with the ball. Hasn't really been found in rhythm. As we said, wicketless in that Test Championship final against New Zealand earlier in the summer.
This one is just wide of off stump, left alone by Zach Crawley. End of the over. So 7 gone so far this morning at Trent Bridge. England 12 for 1.
But it's funny, Nikesh, because you were talking about how this is a much anticipated Test series, and as it should be. I mean, any series between some of the top ranked nations, England, Australia, and New Zealand, England, India. Especially considering there's a big Indian diaspora here in England, often at test matches, or especially the one days, you get crowds that have more Indian supporters than you do England. But Adam and I were talking before that actually there's been so much other stuff going on. Actually, we ended on talking about the Rugby Union, the Lions Tour. Of course, the Rugby League World Cup is happening really soon, I think, despite the absence of Australia and New Zealand coming over for that. The Men's Rugby League World Cup. There's been a lot going on that has snuck up on us a bit.
Shami continuing, he wraps Sibley on the pads, heading down the leg side, no run.
I mean, even if you were to be around Trent Bridge where this first test is happening, in just the few days before this match, I mean, you'd pretty much have seen advertising hoardings for the 100, and we know that this is a big marketing push from the ECB for this new competition. But it's the first series that I really can remember in England, certainly a 5-match series, where there's been so little build-up.
Yeah, it's been very different in India, though. They've kind of built this as India's final frontier.
Right.
Having won 2 back-to-back series down under in Australia, and they see this as the big one, the one they want to tick off under Virat Kohli's captaincy, as Shami just Again, pushes this one wide of the off stump. Sibley leaves it nicely alone. England 12 for 1. So yeah, it's very much different in India, and of course, there has been a lot of focus on the Olympics in India. The hockey team, both the men's and the women's hockey teams, doing quite well over there. They had a weightlifter win silver medal. They had PV Sindhu in the badminton winning her second bronze as well. So there has been a lot of hype around the Olympics. But when it comes to cricket is king in India, and this is the big one. This is the one they want.
And that's the talk we heard in the build-up to this series as well from the Indian camp.
Continues, and Sibley flicks this one down towards fine leg. It's going to beat the fielder, who's quite wide down there. 4 more runs to England. Just straying in his line there, Mohammed Shami, perhaps looking for that big booming swinger. And the ball just heading onto the pads, and flicked nicely by Sibley for 4 more runs. 16 for 1.
For this partnership really between the coach Ravi Shastri, took over in 2017 I think it was, and Virat Kohli's captaincy, this winning a series in England is kind of the holy grail now that they've ticked every other box almost going into this.
Yep, last win in England for India, 2007. Sibley just pushes this one gently into the offside, no run. Yeah, 2007, that sort of golden generation of Indian cricketers, I suppose, certainly as far as the batting was concerned. Sachin Tendulkar, Rahul Dravid, Sourav Ganguly, Virender Sehwag, VVS Lakshman was around then as well. Anil Kumble with the ball, Zahir Khan. I mean, star-studded side. And they won that series in 2007. It's been pretty disappointing since. I mean, they were whitewashed in 11, in 14. They showed hope. They took a 1-0 lead and then ended up losing 3-1, last time 4-1. As Shami just pushes this again outside the off stump, left alone, no run.
And there's a real sense, isn't there, that the 2018 one was almost the one that got away, the 4-1 scoreline flattering England. I mean, Virat Kohli was the dominant batter in that series. He scored 593 runs across the 10 innings, which was, I think that was 200 runs more than the next highest batter, which was Josh Buttler for England. So absolutely dominated, but the problem was that nobody else could come and support him.
No, and when they did, it was for the odd match, like Pujara at Trent Bridge, and there was the odd decent performance. The bowlers certainly played their part, let down by the rest of the batting lineup. Shami into Sibley once again left outside the off stump. That brings a close to the 8th over, with England 16 for 1. England winning the toss at Trent Bridge this morning and choosing to have a bat first. If you're just joining us, I'll take you through some of the team news. England going in quite heavy with their batting. They're not playing a spinner in the absence of Ben Stokes in that middle order. They've gone with the extra batsmen. So England 16 for 1 after 8.
Coach Nick's strategies for business growth are proven.
If you run a business and have grown quicker than you expected, creating the right infrastructure is critical. The business may well have outgrown you. You don't need to do this alone.
For more guidance, advice and direction on where to now in business, get on to Coach Nick.
Business owners, if you're ready to take advantage of the current incredible opportunities, then let's take your business to the next level. Your first consultation is free. Visit coachnick.com.au.
Here at Trent Bridge, England 16 for 1, winning the toss, choosing to have a bat first. Rory Burns, the man out for a duck, 5-ball duck, just 5 balls into the England innings. Jasprit Bumrah trapping him LBW. It was a good delivery from over the wicket, pitching on leg, nipping back into the left-hander, and DRS showing it to be just clipping the top of the bails, in line with middle stump. Dom Sibley and Zach Crawley out there right now. Bumrah in to Crawley, who just defends this out towards point for no run. It's quite a humid day here in England today, isn't it? I suppose good conditions on a ground like Trent Bridge for the ball just to do a little bit throughout the day, especially with some cloud expected later.
Yeah, we saw that in the first few overs from Bumrah, from Shami. like to get a lot of movement on the ball early on. But the sun has come out since.
To Crawley, who just leaves this outside the off stump to think about having a little prod at that one. Just pulling his bat away at the last moment. Virat Kohli, one of 3 men in the slips at the moment. Good crowd in at Trent Bridge as well today. Lots of Indian fans, as expected, as normally is the case wherever they travel in the world. But it has to be said, in Test cricket in England in recent tours, it hasn't quite been the case. They have been outnumbered by the English, but it looks to be pretty 50-50 from what I can see.
I think it's a great crowd, half and half.
This one is beautifully driven by Crawley through the covers. No need to run for that. The chase is on, but the ball wins once again on this quick outfield. Second boundary there for Zach Crawley. It was full, it was outside the off stump, asking to be hit. England 20 for 1.
Yeah, this is what we'd expect. Crawley, the man, going up a few gears once he's got in. Sibley, the foil at the other end, eating up balls, staying at the crease. Sibley 5 from 19, Crawley 15 from 28. England, having won the toss, decided to bat. Got a point to prove. Their last win at Trent Bridge was that Ashes win a few years back.
Indeed, yes. And India winning on their last visit in a test match to Trent Bridge as Bumrah beats the outside edge of Crawley. Good comeback from the Indian spearhead. So as you said earlier, Izzy, there was a lot of talk about Jasprit Bumrah in the build-up to this test match. You know, there were concerns about, does he play too much? You know, he's an all-format cricketer. Is he just playing too much? Is he suffering from burnout? Especially in this sort of COVID era, I suppose, where they're in and out of bubbles and there's a lot more restrictions on the players. And it's just cricket. But, you know, he certainly started this one well. There was even suggestion that, you know, he may have been found out as a red ball cricketer. This one, inside edge from Crawley onto his front toe into the offside, no run. And that is the end of the 9th over with England 20 for 1. We'll continue this conversation in a moment as we have a change here in the commentary box. Isabel Westbury making way for the moment. Moments, Jeremy Coney will be joining me. Looks as though there's a conversation taking place between Mohammad Siraj, Mohammad Shami, Virat Kohli, the captain, as well. Looks as though he's instructing Shami on the exact channel he wants him to bowl. Looks as though there was a discussion about length as well with regards to the field setting. There has been a suggestion that Mohammad Shami's length is slightly shorter than he needs to be, particularly when bowling in these conditions here in England. So England winning the toss, 20 for 1. They seem to have settled down after that early loss of Rory Burns. In comes Shami, steaming in once again, and Sibley is again beaten outside the off stump. Just looking to push forward to that one. Into the 10th over this morning, and good morning, Jeremy Coney.
Hello, Nikesh. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad.
Good.
Thank you.
Now, see, you can see straight away that Sibley has squared up a lot more from when he played New Zealand. Very open to New Zealand with the, you know, so you see a lot of his chest. Now, just a little bit of tinkering going on. He's straightened up those shoulders a lot more. The back lift is therefore a bit straighter, and the right eye is much more over the off stump than he was against New Zealand. So it opens up for him a judgment issue. He can leave the ball a little bit easier and easily, and also it opens up the odd little shot and through the offside. Before, he was kind of only using one half of the ground to play on and score. Here he's getting a little bit more that he can play into the offside. So just doing a wee bit of tinkering. It's slow going.
Yep.
There's a bit of movement. Bumrah's bowled very nicely.
Shami has beaten the bat a couple of times as well as Sibley takes strike 5 from 20 so far. And this one's way down the leg side. A really good take by Rishabh Pant behind the stumps, diving away towards his left. Shami perhaps looking for that extra bit of swing and just angling it down the leg side. No run, 20 for 1 still.
Yeah, if anything, Shami has found it a little bit more difficult to swing the ball from the stumps. Whereas Bumrah has that very nice seam that he was able to dismiss. You know, the opener Burns early on today, just a lovely setup.
Shami this time.
You see, there's a bit there, but it's coming very early from the arm, rather than a little bit later from Bumrah. Bumrah's a difficult customer, Nikesh, because he bowls wide on the crease. So you're always worried as a right-hander, this one's coming to threaten my off stump, angling back in. And if he gets movement from there, you know, it can deceive you and you end up playing at balls you don't really want to. And if you're a left-hander, you know, away they go as he did to Burns, and then suddenly one came back with the seam just changed to be an in-swinger. That brought about the dismissal of Rory Burns.
Shami charges in once more to Sibley, who has a little prod outside the off stump and whizzes past the outside edge.
Yeah, well, sometimes Sibley as well, the hands just move too far away from the body. He's got that rather strange grip, which is kind of the hands are in a different postcode, if you know what I mean. And it makes it very awkward for him to drive. So you should see that, really, that's going to move away.
Yeah, and his front foot wasn't really forward either as well, so the balance not quite there for Sibley. Just starting to crank up the pace a little bit. 88 miles an hour, 87 in this over, that last delivery as well. And this one is straighter and flicked off his pads by Sibley out towards deep mid-wicket. There's a chase on for the sweeper Shardul Thakur. And there's another couple of runs onto the total, 22 for 1.
There's that lack of swing, you see. He wants it to get to start on the stumps and then move away. It's not doing that, so it's carrying really into Sibley's strength, if you like, which is the leg side. So he's most comfortable there. You know, Shami wants that ball to just move away, and it's not quite doing it for him at the moment. Maybe that's an issue with the bowling, in the sense that he's not coming across himself quite enough to get that last minute movement away.
This time outside off stump again, does get a slight bit of movement, but it started very wide, as you say, Jeremy. So that brings to the end the 10th over with England 22 for 1.
It's time to make the call and switch to Kogan Mobile, because right now you can get started with Kogan from just $4.90 for 30 days. Yep, just $4.90 for 30 days. Thousands of Aussies have already made the call and switched for unlimited calls and texts and a big 40 gig of data at award-winning prepaid prices. Get started now with Kogan Mobile from just $4.90 for the first 30 days at koganmobile.com.au/footy.
Welcome back to Trent Bridge. It's the first test match between England and India. First of the 5-match series. Nikesh Ragani alongside Jeremy Coney here, with England winning the toss, having a bat first, and they are 22 for 1. As Zach Crawley unbeaten on 15. Dom Sibley on 7. Jasprit Bumrah to continue, the wicket taker this morning. He's in here to Crawley, who just flicks this out towards mid-wicket. There's a run-out opportunity at the non-strikers end. The throw is wide from Shardul Thakur. I think Crawley may have just made his ground, even if there was connection with the stumps. He moves on to 16. England 23 for 1.
Any thoughts you had about the Indian 11? I mean, they lost a few players, didn't they?
Yes.
I mean, Shubman Gill, you would have expected, would have been in this side.
Yep.
He's gone home, has he, at this stage?
Yes, yeah. I mean, he's not going to be fit to play in the series at all, so he has travelled home. Mayank Agarwal, of course, was going to be the replacement. He was hit on the head in the nets by Mohammad Siraj, who does play here, the fast bowler, in place of Ishant Sharma. I think that's a brave selection, a good selection. I think Ishant maybe slightly not in the best of form of late. We saw a little bit of him in the England series over in India, and then in the World Test Championship final against New Zealand as well, as Bumrah this time pushes outside the off stump.
And Rahane didn't. There was talk of him having a little issue with, was it a thigh or a leg
hamstring,
problem?
I think.
Yeah. Okay.
So there was, initially the thought process was that if he's not fit, KL Rahul could slot into the middle order.
Yes,
KL Rahul
I noticed he batted
open
in the middle order and the county match, didn't he? And got 100
right. At Durham. Yes. And he made 100 there, and batted quite fabulously. But he's going to have to open the innings today, which is fortunate from an India point of view that Rahane is fit to take his place at number 5. As the other question is always around the Indian spinners, as Bumrah just beats the outside edge, I'd say, of Sibley, who just moves his bat away towards the leg side at the last minute. Just looked to have a little prod at that one, half forward, 23 for 1. Yeah, the spinners are interesting, because normally India's thought process has been wherever they play in the world, they play their strongest 11, their best cricketers, and 2 of their best cricketers are Jadeja and Ashwin. And both of them are not playing today. Ashwin is the one to miss out. Jadeja offers a little bit more with the bat, a lot more in the field, of course. He's been given the nod to bat at number 7 to bowl a bit of his left arm orthodox. And with the conditions at Trent Bridge, I think it's a brave call to play 4 quicks here, as Bumrah wraps Sibley on the pads. There's a half shout for LBW, but angling down the leg side, and there's no run, 23 for 1. I think it's a good call to bring in Shardul Thakur as well, another big swinger of the ball, a good cricketer. We saw what he could do with the bat in Australia. He can certainly bat well at number 8, and he's done well in white ball cricket of late, done well in the 2 test matches he's played to date with the ball. And it's a brave call, and India finally selecting based on the conditions, I feel.
Well, we'll wait and see on that, won't we? But yes, rain has been forecast on, 3 days?
Yes, indeed, as Bumrah's in this time very full to Sibley, just prods it into the covers, and they're through for a quick single, 24 for 1. Yes, certainly tomorrow afternoon, I think it's forecast to rain, and then over the weekend it's kind of on and off as well. There'll be plenty of cloud cover in between those times. When they do get on, it's going to be quite humid. We are expecting the ball to swing, and you've just got to look at, I suppose, Stuart Broad and Jimmy Anderson's records at this particular ground, and it kind of shows you what kind of conditions you normally face.
Well, spinners don't really thrive here, do they? No. And if there is going to be rain, you can understand that there's I don't know, they're just not really that comfortable in having 2 spinners there.
Well, he takes his guard, and he's beaten outside the off stump. He's looking to flick this one from outside the off stump out towards mid-wicket. It just straightened a touch, that one from Bumrah off the seam. Beat him all ends up, really, and that brings to the end the 11th over. England 24 for 1.
That's that angle back in, you see. He also leans, and as soon as he gets movement associated, that one wasn't in the air, that movement was from the surface of the pitch. So really the angle was such you had to look to play it. Whether you would play it through to the leg side or you want to defend that, you see he's played it with half a bat basically, but it's moved away as well from the surface. That's a beauty. You know, you do well to nick those.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what you were saying earlier. That is what he offers. You're always expecting that angle to come into you, and then just the odd one hits the seam and nips the other way.
I mean, you know, not many of the English have played, have they? They haven't been playing red ball.
Shami, this one just left alone outside the off stump by Sibley, no run.
Cricket at all, virtually. I mean, Sibley has, and Burns have been playing a bit of county cricket, but other than that, players have played a lot of white ball cricket. They go back to the New Zealand, the test matches in June, early June, but not much other in some cases like Curran. Goodness me, I don't know when he played. When was his last test match? Was that against Sri Lanka?
Could have been, yeah.
I don't know, did Curran play any tests against India? I don't know whether he did.
I think he played 1.
Did he?
From memory.
But that was a long time ago. That would be his last, I would think.
Shami into Sibley once again, who just defends into the leg side. No run. Yeah, there's been a lot of white ball cricket, and obviously the 100 competition, and then before that the Pakistan and Sri Lanka.
That's right, the ODIs
white ball series, the ODIs,
yes.
the T20s, which were all after that New Zealand Test series. So yeah, that certainly seems like a long time ago. India, on the other hand, had the World Test Championship slightly after that series, and have had that warm-up match against the county.
And an intra-squad thing.
Intra-squad games as well. They've been practicing with red balls.
So they've actually, that's the second series in a row now that the visitors.
This one, a short delivery, just ducks out of the way Sibley, no run, 24 for 1.
Visitors have actually had more practice with the red ball than, the home side. It's absurd, really, when you think about it.
It is,
playing in English conditions.
I mean, gone are the days where you'd see overseas sides coming and going on a full tour, a full county tour of England. All these different first-class matches they would play on a tour. Especially from an Indian point of view, they rarely have time, I think, in the calendar to go anywhere and have any significant amount of practice. So for them, this is certainly a lot different on this tour, as this one is just flicked into the leg side again. No run, fielded at short mid-wicket by KL Rahul, 24 for 1 England. Yeah, I mean, I think the World Test Championship obviously helped. I know you don't want to class it as a warm-up match, but it's a test match in this country, in these conditions, against, the best side in the world champions, who is quite a close-fought contest for a bit. India played their part. New Zealand were too good in the end, and India perhaps ran out of steam by the end of it. But a good test for them in these conditions, and they've acclimatised over the next couple of months as well. Shami this time outside the off stump, left alone by Sibley, just nipping back in that one outside the off stump. No run.
If India do have some vulnerabilities, where do you see those?
I think the swinging ball. I think at the top of the order there are question marks over Rohit Sharma, who has almost like a Bradman-esque record in India in Test matches. Hasn't really opened that much outside of India in his short Test match career so far, 30-odd matches that he's played, but hasn't got a very good record with the bat overseas. KL Rahul, he's more comfortable in the middle order, I would say, as this one is defended in the end by Sibley. He made hard work of that. And that is the end of the 12th over. We'll come back to that point after this, but England 24 for 1.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. It's the same with your super. Because if you're with Host Plus, you're the super fund with a history of long-term top performance. Host Plus, we go with you.
This is general advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS available at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Back here at Trent Bridge, Nikesh Ragani alongside Jeremy Coney with England at 24 for 1, batting first on day one of the first Test match against India. And Jeremy, we're going to see our first look at Mohammad Siraj into the attack.
Well, he hasn't been playing Test cricket very long, has he? Boy, look at that, 6 matches for 16 wickets, a 5-wicket bag already. Okay, he's taking about 10 overs for every wicket, but I was very impressed at the way he bowled in Australia. He seemed to be, he wasn't overawed at all, I didn't think. And he performed the role that you'd want. At the moment, the run rate of sort of just 2 and over. England haven't got away.
And there's Siraj, who puts this one outside the off stumps, left alone by Crawley.
Doesn't look to be a fast wicket at all. The ball is sometimes going downwards as it gets through to punt. So you would have thought with a bit more grass on it, it might have carried through nicely to the slips. Slips will have to be very aware of the depth that they are fielding from the bat, that it doesn't die in front of them or get down very low. You can drop those edges quite comfortably. So just, especially as this ball just gets a little and ages a bit.
Siraj into Crawley again, who drives this one, but well fielded by Ravi Jadeja at extra cover there, going towards his left, no run.
We've mentioned Sibley's setup and so on. We'll come back to the Indian stuff in a moment. But looking at Crawley is batting out of his crease at the moment, quite deliberately. He's looking to counteract any swing and movement in the air. That's a fairly common type of approach for batsmen.
This one is full and driven beautifully through the covers there by Crawley. Sweetly timed, and 4 more runs. He moves on to 20. He's looked to cash in on anything full outside the off stump. He's done well so far, and England move on to 28 for 1.
Well, he's a shot player, isn't he? I mean, that's, the foot tends perhaps not quite to get across, so that gives you a chance as a bowler. That's a scrambled seam from Siraj that time. And if the ball can move away, then you don't mind attacking a player in his strength. Early on, it can become a weakness.
How does Siraj respond? A better length there, and defended into the offside for no run by Crawley. Interesting story as well, Mohammad Siraj. A lot of these Indian cricketers who have come through this sort of younger breed, a lot of great backstories. Mohammad Siraj, son of an auto rickshaw driver from Hyderabad.
What's an auto rickshaw?
Auto rickshaw, those little tuk-tuks?
Yes, I do.
That you get in India, that's an auto rickshaw.
Okay,
so very humble beginnings. He didn't actually pick up a leather cricket ball until 2015. 2 years later, he was signing a big money contract for the Royal Challengers Bangalore in the IPL, and here he is in Test match cricket. He's been whipped away though, and towards deep mid wicket, and it's just a single onto the England score. Crawley on to 21, England 29 for 1. So yeah, within 2 years of picking up his first red leather cricket ball or white ball, whatever it was, a proper cricket ball. He used to just play tape ball and tennis ball in the streets before that. He was signing an IPL contract, and here he is in his 6th Test match against England, having impressed so far, particularly in that series down under in Australia, in white ball cricket as well, and through the last few years of the IPL. It's been quite a rise for young Mohammad Siraj. This one is left alone outside the off stump by Sibley. England 29 for 1 after 13 overs. There's going to be a drinks break here. So England 29 for 1 after winning the toss. And Jeremy, you were asking about the vulnerabilities of this Indian side. I mentioned the swinging ball concerns, perhaps over Rohit Sharma. Yeah, I mean, it's been more of a case with India, I'd say, over the last couple of tours of England. Even the great side that they had, some of the great players, the likes of Tendulkar and Sehwag, and all these guys that were here in 2011. Rahul Dravid was part of that side. He was one of the few that did well on that tour, but VVS Lakshman struggled on that tour as well. There's perhaps a slight concern over that. Maybe KL Rahul batting at the top of the order as opposed to his preferred middle slot position of late. That might be a little bit of a concern. That wasn't something that India would have planned for. So they're going to have to get around that issue.
So who will bat 6?
So it's going to be Rishabh Pant to bat at 6, and then Ravi Jadeja 7.
Okay.
So maybe there's a slight concern about how deep they bat. When you look at the England side, you've got Josh Buttler at 7, and then
Curran.
Yeah,
and then Robinson.
Curran and Robinson.
It really is overkill, to be honest. In my way of thinking, it almost says to me, we just don't know quite how our batsmen will play. And that's a bit of a concern. I mean, personally, I would have put Hamid at number 3. I'd rather have 3 openers than 1.5 openers, and then no number 3. I mean, Crawley's doing very well today, and don't get me wrong. I mean, he can hit a ball. There's no doubt a good timer of the ball, likes to drive and so on, but not really has the experience of a number 3. And then I think, Buttler could easily have been at best. I'm quite happy with having him at 5 and Buttler at 6, and then perhaps playing Curran at 7. And then that allows you to have another kind of bowler there as well. I think you either go with Wood for the extra pace for England, because otherwise you're left with players all of similar pace, and that can be an issue, I think, sometimes. Or if you want to play a spinner, the more questions you ask in your bowling resources of the opposition batsman, the chances are you're going to have more opportunities to dismiss those batsmen because you're asking more questions. And so I do feel that there are a couple of things that this England side have missed out on there. However, Crawley's done okay, and they haven't got the new man. And we've got a new man in here, though.
While you were issuing your eloquent summation of the England team, I replaced Nikesh Regani.
Oh, well, that's fine.
To begin the second hour of play. 13 overs in the first hour.
I think I'm...
No, you're going to stay put. We'll have a little frolic together for about 10 minutes or so. How's that sound?
No, well, that's fine. As soon as I noticed the irons come on my ankles, I knew I was staying on.
So 29 for 1. Jasprit Bumrah picked up a wicket in the first over. That of Rory Burns for naught. It's been Crawley and Sibley thereafter.
I mean, this is a case, to me, Adam, of because of conditions, new ball, let's just limit damage in the first session, and let's see how we're looking at that point, and then let's go from there. So there has to be some caution about playing, I think, in this first session.
Shami starting his 7th over outside the off-stump, Crawley leaving alone.
It's been dominated really by Shami and Bumrah. Have bowled the bulk of these overs. Bumrah obviously at this stage looked more dangerous than Shami. Hasn't been able to quite get the movement and the accuracy that he would have liked. He's now going into what is I don't know how many overs he's had.
He's bowled 6.1 overs.
Has he? Yeah, and he hasn't quite threatened enough. As I say, that movement from the stumps has been absent this morning.
Shami again, past the outside edge. Oh, that's quick. Hit the seam. Crawley had no chance of getting bat on ball because it moved prodigiously away from the right-hander, and Punt took it above his left shoulder. Such was the bounce on the delivery. Beautiful bit of cricket there from Shami.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, isn't it? He does that such a lot, Shami. I remember in the last series that, I mean, England beat India quite convincingly on the scorecard, but on the grass it seemed rather different to me. It could easily have been sort of 3-1-2, 3-2, something like that.
Shami to the crease again and bowls, and Crawley pulls out towards deep backward square. And he gets himself a single.
They don't like him out of that crease. They want to push him back, and particularly Shami, who tends to be the enforcer, if you like. And other players will tidy things up, but you can see he didn't quite get that in the middle, Crawley. That was a controlled stroke, but there was an element of top edge to it. It just needs a wee bit more pace on the surface. It looks as though it could be kind of slightly slow. You mentioned one that sort of carried through nicely in this over. Others have been dying.
Shami to Sibley delivers. And again, working into the onside, albeit just off the thigh pad on this occasion. I suspect that'll be confirmed by umpire Goff, and it is a leg by. 31 for 1's the score.
Shami won't like it, though. He wants to keep away from that area. And it has to be round about that off stump and just outside. He's got a wee area to operate from, especially with Sibley. You think that Crawley, he will think, will attack me a bit more. He will attack off the front foot a bit more, and he's forcing me to alter my length, and it's always a battle for length.
Shami.
See, there's another shorty.
Oh, again, it's short of a length. No, it's one ball to come in this over, rather. We talked a lot about Shami's length at the World Test Championship final, didn't we? About he was criticised on the television broadcast for bowling
just a wee bit short.
Well, they call it the pretty length, don't they? The idea that you can beat the edge but don't really threaten the stumps. That was shorter again then, it must be said. It did go past the blade, but banged in a little bit to try and work him out on the back foot. Yeah, the question as to whether he attacks the stumps enough.
Well, and Crawley's just got a bit square on, hasn't he? The backlift is gone out into the cordon a bit, and so he's played across that one, sort of trying to let go at the same time.
Last ball of Shami's over to Crawley, and again past the edge, just in that fourth stump corridor. End of 14 overs on SEN Test Cricket. The Henley Holmes, England, 31 for 1.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Tempur. If you're like me and you experience ongoing back concerns, Tempur mattresses assist in alleviating your pain. Made in Denmark, the Tempur geniuses over there have included on their bed system an easy-to-use wireless remote and massage function, all at the touch of a button. Once you own a Tempur mattress and base, you are on an absolute winner. View the Tempur range and Tempur athlete stories at tempur.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
31-1 England after winning the toss and batting. We're going to see Mohammad Siraj continue from the Radcliffe Road end. He's bowled 1 over, none for 5 so far. An exciting young bowler who came through the Indian Premier League, got his opportunity to play white ball cricket for India back in the Australian summer of 2018-19. Got his way into the Test side in Australia on their most recent tour and bowled outstandingly well, leading a young, inexperienced attack, a depleted attack. Siraj, the quality operator, first ball here outside the off stump, simply able to shoulder arms. But it feels as though Siraj has the right combination, pace, height, bit of movement away from the right-hander to really exploit English conditions.
Yeah, let's wait and see how he goes. He's started, he's just trying to find that line at the moment. They've got problems with length a wee bit from Shami. He's bowling just that tad short, and so when he does bowl a good ball, he gets it right.
Oh, big shout! Going down the leg side is the assessment of umpire Kettleborough. So we'll see leg by signal. I don't think Virat Kohli will refer it. I mean, Siraj was most enthusiastic in his appeal, but on first look it felt like it was sliding.
Well, I'll have a look at and see the angle, because as soon as you get sort of wideish mid on the crease, he might be just, and he tends, if anything, to lean to the offside as he delivers. Sibley is beaten because of movement from the surface of the pitch, beats the inside edge into the pad, so it's hitting the outside of the front pad, probably missing.
Siraj bowls and leaving outside the off stump. This time is Crawley,
and that's a delivery a little bit like Bumrah, really, but not enough angle into the off stump to really draw a forward defence from Sibley. That's missing. Yes, it's just.
Yes, the right call not to send that upstairs. Yeah. We're seeing on our monitor. That wouldn't have hit a fourth stump.
I wonder whether Kohli is the he I'm talking about, would actually think about Jadeja.
Siraj arrives and bowls and strikes Crawley on the thigh pad, spills into the onside, no run.
Especially to Sibley. I think in this first session is worth a couple of overs. You've got nothing to lose. Even if he goes for 8 runs, who cares? You've had a look to see. Sometimes you'll find with the newish ball you get a bit more bounce, and often with a pitch that's a wee bit green as this one is, you might get a little bit of grip. You get it to turn damp. And it's worth attacking Sibley like that because he doesn't like it.
Siraj bowls and soft hands there from Crawley behind point. On the ground for 1. Well played. Crawley moves to 23. England 33 for 1.
I mean, Sibley again is doing the sorts of things that England expect him to do. Very good temperament, great determination, no shots. And that's the issue with him, isn't it?
Yeah.
That a lot of pressure goes on to the man who's batting at the other end. Crawley's doing quite nicely, 23 off 40 odd. So he's doing the job nicely.
Siraj, last ball of his over, and it's a bouncer, simply underneath it. End of his over, 1 run coming from it. 15 gone, England, after winning the toss and batting a 33 for 1.
But you can certainly control Sibley. You know, you can prevent him from scoring. If you keep away from the leg stump, middle and leg, and keep getting it right, he'll just let you go all day. He won't play any shots. He might try a drive which goes through sort of backward point, you know, and might skip away occasionally to the boundary. He'll push for a single. That's why you cover and you cover point and your mid-off have got to be in close, because he's not going to drive the ball generally through the covers, as Crawley will. So you can control Sibley, and if you bowl most of the deliveries to him, set your field a little bit deeper to Crawley, perhaps. If he gets going, you can bowl most of the ball at someone like, Sibley. So that looks like the end of Shami at this stage, bowling sort of 7 overs, something like that.
Yeah, bowled 7 of the 15 we've had so far today. So 15 overs in 76 minutes, so they're already way behind the over rate. Shardul Thakur gets his first opportunity. He's played 3 test matches, already his 3rd test match, I should say. The second of those was the Gabba Miracle, and he played a big role in that. Picked up wickets in the first innings, then runs as well. A crucial partnership with Washington Sundar. His first delivery, plenty of swing as well, past the outside edge of Crawley. That's a lovely way to start.
Outswing from the stumps, which Shami was unable to achieve this morning. So you try and draw the batsman forward then. Not quite the same pace, you'd have to say. So everyone comes up from behind the stumps, taken down below the knees by Punt. Don't want to be too far back because he'll force the other slip cordon back a wee bit too deep occasionally, unless he's playing an attacking shot.
Thakur bowls, and it's on off stump and defended safely by Crawley. You spent the vast majority of your career catching in the cordon, Jeremy. When there is a change of bowler who is a fraction slower, who sets the stagger? Is it where the wicketkeeper stands and then you follow suit, or is there a bit of a collaborative exercise between?
Yes, I think that's true. I think that's a starting point, isn't it? But as soon as you see a batsman, particularly like Sibley, who is going to be playing defensive shots, that's the preponderance of his shots.
Thakur bowls, and Crawley again is able to leave.
You're going to come up. The edge isn't going to carry quite as far as someone who's playing like a Crawley, for example, who'll play his big off drive. That's going to carry a lot further. And obviously, as soon as you get bowlers who are into the 2nd or 3rd spell of their day, they haven't quite got the juice and the gas in the tank. So what happens is you go forward. As the ball gets a bit older and doesn't bounce so much, you go forward. So you've always got to be constantly, I think, adjusting your position in the slips.
Thakur bowls. That's well wide of the off stump. Crawley again leaving, but Punt, it did die a bit, and he didn't quite get to it with his right mitt.
Now, if he nicks one of those, you've got to be up there. You cannot allow a nick to drop short. You've got to feel, I think, as a cordon, you've failed, in your mission, if you like. If a nick falls short of you from a defensive shot, you've got to be there for that. The drive is just going to come to you a bit fast, and put up with that. That's your job.
Second last ball rather, of Thacker's over, and Crawley shimmying forward as the ball was bowled before letting it go. That was your observation before, that Crawley likes to be well outside of his ground.
He's trying to negate that movement, force the bowler to bowl slightly wide of him, and then he can let go. He won't like it if the ball starts on leg stump and then moves from there. If Thakur can get the ball to move from leg stump, he's really in this game. But you can see here he's batting outside of his crease again, looking to press forward.
Last ball, Thacker's over. Left outside the off stump again by Crawley. 16 overs gone, a maiden from Thakur to start England after batting first to 33 for 1.
The Henley Everyday Advantage with up to $90,000 of premium inclusions, plus up to $25,000 in free upgrades and existing zone discounts. Visit Henley World of Homes and get more of what you want.
Australia, meet your new McCafe blend. Smoother, richer and expertly roasted in Melbourne for Aussies who love great coffee. You know, like you. The new McCafe blend. Now that's coffee fit for an Aussie. Available at participating restaurants.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. Adam Collins and Jeremy Coney in the commentary position. Mohammad Siraj starting his 3rd over. On the way to Sibley, bowls an inside edge. Spits out into the onside, but can't beat the man at mid-wicket. 4 on the leg side at the moment to account for the fact that that's where Sibley likes to score. His straight drive goes through mid-wicket, doesn't it?
Yeah, it tends to do. That one's actually nipped back, and you see the bat going well outside of the pads. Just the hands of Sibley seem to want to follow the ball where it goes, and he gets a base and then just becomes a hand player. Sometimes if the ball nips back, of course, that took an inside edge. That's why it ends up on the leg side. That can actually nip in between. So he's just got to be a wee bit careful.
Siraj bowls and played...
That's comfort.
Yeah, played more straightforwardly by Sibley towards mid-wicket, off the hip. So we often see, don't we, men around the corner when Sibley is in, that they like to set up with maybe a leg slip, a leg gully. We haven't seen that so far this morning, but 4 on the leg side, hoping that they'll be able to force an error or maybe find an inside edge.
Not enough bounce, I don't think, to get that. To get that catch in that area. You can attack a batsman in his strength. Nothing wrong with doing that. It's a good idea sometimes.
So Siraj just held before starting his long and fluent approach. Arrives at the crease and bowls, and this time Sibley's able to get it out behind square on the leg side for at least 1. They come back for 2. Good running. Good assertive running there by the opener, who moves into double figures from his 43rd delivery. England 35 for 1.
It's been obviously a watchful start from England. There's no doubt they have a few question marks over parts of their batting. They were pretty meek, I'd have to say, against New Zealand in their series. But here they've only lost 1 wicket. That's a bonus tick. But and India will definitely, in the next 40 minutes to lunch, would love to get another 1 wicket. I mean, otherwise they'll feel they've missed an opportunity here, so they've got to start bowling just in the corridor and bring the edge into play.
Siraj got a couple of men in the cordon, but it's towards Sibley's middle stump again, and that's played with a bit of ease behind square. He moves to 11, 36 for 1. They are bowling to a plan, but as you say, Jeremy Coney, it's not looking overly potent at the moment. But what did you make, before I lose you in a moment, what did you make of India leaving out Ravichandran Ashwin, who has been a phenom in the last couple of years especially?
Yeah, well, they've decided, I guess, 1 spinner was enough.
But which spinner? I mean, I know that Jadeja balances them out, but it's not as though Ashwin isn't a fine player as well as a batsman. Made a Test century against England just 4 months ago.
Well, you look at all the right-handers. In the
Siraj bowls. Oh, shout for leg before, although it's an inside edge before hitting Crawley's pad. They scamper through for a quick single as well. Crawley to 24, 37 for 1.
I don't think there's any doubt that you want the ball turning away from the outside edge. It's much more dangerous. And I think if you look at the batting line, you'd know straight away. I can't off the top of my head tell you how many right-handers and left-handers. I know Curran's there, but the rest... It probably Rory Burns. Well, he didn't last long, as it happens today. Didn't really need the spinner to him. So not many other left-handers, I think. And so the ball turning away. Pat's a bit more at the bat.
Siraj, last ball over, defended by Sibley, into the onside. So 17 overs gone. England 37 for 1. I'll bid farewell to Jeremy Coney for the time being.
G'day, Australia, and hello home.
Hello home. You know what? Yeah. As you make way for Jared Kimber, I'll alert our listeners to the fact that if you are in New Zealand, you can send us a text. You can let us know where you're listening, where are you tuning in to the cricket this evening, by 8833. That's it. That'll do the job. 8833, and that message will get through to us here in the UK. If you're in Australia, you can send a text in on 0433 98 11 16 in the usual way. Broadcasting this Test series between England and India on SEN, SENZ, live throughout the next 7 weeks as Shardul Thakur prepares to start his second over. So 3 slips in position. Started with a maiden to Crawley. Bowls here, and Crawley defends. For a moment, he looks for a quick single into the offside, but thinks better of it. 37 for 1. As I welcome to the broadcast on SEN for the first time today, perhaps the first time we've had this man on SEN since the World Cup final in 2019. It's prolific writer and author, the co-creator of the award-winning Netflix documentary Death of a Gentleman, Jared Kimber. Welcome.
I thought you were going to touch me then. You were so excited. Yeah, I'm happy to be on. I'm happy I managed to plug all these wires in. It's great to be here.
It takes some doing. Here is Thakur. He bowls, and driving is Crawley, albeit straight to cover, no run. What have you made of the first 85 minutes of play?
They've moved the ball both ways, most of their bowlers, haven't they? I think that's quite interesting. It was interesting hearing Jeremy then talk about the left-handers. We do have Jimmy Anderson, of course, later on.
His highest test score was at Trent Bridge. You would have been there in 2014?
I was. It might be the worst test match of my career, that. Mohamed Shami made a 50 as well. It was absolutely a dire pitch. Until, I think, Alistair Cook got Ishant Sharma out, imitating Bob Willis at the end. Everyone was quite happy with that.
Thank you. Yet to consider run. Bowles here and past the outside edge of Crawley. He was playing, then he was leaving, then he was playing again, and it ended up in the gloves of Richard Punt.
Yeah, but I think it's quite interesting that their bowlers have managed to move the ball both ways. They've looked a lot more dangerous with the new ball than they did against New Zealand. They've got more seam movement, obviously different pitch, but against New Zealand they looked at just a little bit one-dimensional. I thought most of their seamers bowled well, still a low-scoring test match, but they've just looked a little bit more dangerous here, and this is what you expect from England. Crawley can score, but quite often doesn't, and Sibley does not score. He just doesn't score, Colin.
It's a ongoing debate, isn't it? Thacker bowls and Crawley's able to leave this 2.5 feet outside the off stump. There is a perception that Sibley serves a purpose. He's faced 45 balls for 11, but the point that Phil Walker raised when he was on our SENZ coverage at Edgbaston was that he doesn't actually do this an awful lot. You look at his career, he gets out quite early, or he soaks up a lot of balls, often for not a lot of runs. I mean, you're asking a lot. You're asking a lot of him, and it doesn't happen an awful lot in practice.
Also, I get the theory, and in Australia or New Zealand, it makes a lot of sense. You take the lacquer off the ball and it stops swinging.
Yeah.
It doesn't stop swinging in England anymore.
Back here to the crease, wide of the crease, bowls and Crawley leaves.
Do you want a fun fact?
Please.
Jimmy Anderson is a better bowler in between overs 20 and 40 than he is between overs 0 and 20 in England.
Right.
And that's because the ball can swing even more in those overs. Now, if Sibley takes up 25 overs and you've still got your number 4 and number 5 coming in and the ball's wanging around everywhere, it's going to cause carnage, isn't it? And we saw both all three of the New Zealand tests in England so far, the ball just did not stop swinging.
Yeah.
They didn't even. Neil Wagner wasn't even bowling bounces. That's how much the ball was not swinging.
Thacker to complete his second set, delivers here. And past the outside edge of Crawley again. He saves his best ball for last. Thacker has bowled 2 overs, 2 maidens. England ended the over, 37 for 1.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Temper. If you're not sleeping on a Temper mattress yet, well, that means you're not sleeping on a NASA certified mattress. NASA certified, if you don't mind. Temper's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body, so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Did I mention NASA certified? Visit the Temper range and Temper athlete stories at temper.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. Adam Collins and Jared Kimber with you on the call. England 37 for 1. They won the toss, batted first and lost to Rory Burns in the first over of the Test match. Siraj starts his new over in at Dom Sibley, who defends into the offside, no run. 85 mile an hour there, building up there nicely, Siraj.
Yeah, but just on Sibley, I think he is the slowest scorer in the last 5 years of Test cricket. And there's this theory going around that there's a lot of T20 cricket's changed the way that people bat. There's a lot of boring batters out there. I don't know if you've seen much of Craig Brathwaite. Oh my God, is he a boring player to watch? And then you've got sort of middle range guys like Karunaratne and Sri Lanka. There's a lot of slower scorers out there.
Siraj bowls to Sibley, who ducks a bouncer,
and Sibley is far slower. I think his strike rate's around 36 or 37, and he cannot score on the offside. When he scores on the offside, Colo, it is because he's got an outside edge. He's either dropped the ball to short cover or he's got an outside edge. He just likes scoring on the leg side, and he's taken away one whole side of his game. So I respect the hustle. I respect the ability to be able to do that, but it is quite clear with the way that he plays that he's never going to get away from you. And if the ball continues to move as it has today, that's when it causes problems for England.
Yeah, it's quite the grift, only playing on one side of the ground. Siraj bowling here to that man Sibley, and predictably it's pushed into the onside. No run, a short mid-wicket now in position. It said a fair bit to me that when he did play a cover drive, I promise you, at Edgbaston,
it has happened
on the first morning, the crowd went up as one. It was as though it was Richards bringing up his double hundred at Edgbaston in 1976, but it wasn't. It was Dom Sibley simply stroking a ball through cover point.
I think quite early on in his career, I was at the Oval watching him make a double century. And it was just remarkable even then, even when the bowling was not quite of this quality, how single-minded he was as a player.
Siraj to Sibley on 11. Oh, that nearly squeezed through. Sibley down on it late, but the ball still ended up at mid-wicket, no run.
But I think they've got the field wrong for him here. They had a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a square leg. I really think for Sibley what you want is a backward square leg, almost a leg gully, like a strong leg gully. That's where he gets caught a lot. Sometimes he goes off the hip and you can get him at leg slip, but I think that other position, it actually changes the way he plays, having almost like a sort of slightly deeper leg gully or a slightly backward square leg, and they haven't quite gone for that yet.
Sibley's facing up to Siraj, and that's come back off the seam towards his off stump. His shoulders were raised. He didn't want anything to do with it, but it was not far away from being a bit problematic for the England opener with one ball to come in the 19th over. Good bowling.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a quality bowling attack, isn't it, to be able to bring Siraj into this team. I mean, Ishant Sharma's, since 2018, he's averaging 19 in Test cricket. That's a player to leave out. And I know he's seen almost as a specialist to left-handers, but that's only because none of them seem to face more than 3 or 4 balls from him.
Yeah, to think that Ishant and Ashwin have been left out of this 11. Two of the match winners at Trent Bridge 3 years ago in this corresponding fixture. Siraj to finish his over, bowls, and Sibley again pushing into the onside. It's the end of the over, 19 gone, England 37 for 1. We're going to have a change in the commentary position after a few further thoughts from my friend Jared Kimber. Replacing me will be Nikesh Regan.
I mean, we do know the extraordinary depth that Indian cricket has. Australian fans probably don't need a reminder of what happened to us at the Gabba against, what was that, India Light, we'll call that team. Yeah, certainly an Indian team without its sugar, if nothing else. And they do have incredible depth. And most of that depth, though, is probably to be seen in the white ball game, where we saw them play against Sri Lanka recently. But there's a lot of very good players, like Washington Sundar, out there who haven't played a lot of first-class cricket, but in another era probably would be very, very strong first-class cricketers coming through the system. So, and the bowling depth, me and Darren Goff went through the Indian lineup. There's about 10 first-choice seamers available to them at the moment.
This is Shardul Thakur. It's full to Crawley and driven into the covers for no run. Yeah, I mean, it's been a real sort of gear changer in Indian cricket, the way they kind of approach developing their fast bowlers in the last decade or so. I know they tried it very early on, didn't they, with the MRF Pace Academy. Ramanis Lilly in Madras, now known as Chennai. I mean, that way it went way back to the 1980s, and it's taken a little while for the results to be shown. This one is short and pulled away beautifully by Crawley. It's going to beat the fielder out there on the mid-wicket boundary. Jasprit Bumrah timed that beautifully, did Crawley. He was quick onto the back foot, just slightly short there from Thakur, and punished. 41 for 1 England.
Well, you've got Umesh Yadav, who's had success over the last few years, so he's no longer even close to first choice, realistically. You've got Bhuveshwar Kumar, who I still think is one of the most skillful bowlers in the world, and probably would be taking the new ball for England at the moment, and for quite a few other countries. A little bit slower, but incredibly skillful, and can bat a little bit as well.
Thakur this time beats Crawley, who's looking to shuffle down the wicket there. And it was just a little bit of a way swing, well wide of the off stump. 41 for 1 England.
So those two would be ranked 6th and 7th on the current depth charts of Indian seamers. You've then got Natarajan, the left-hander. There's another tall seamer, and they've got the young guy that played against England who swings it away. Played in the limited overs games. There's a lot of just incredible seam talent coming through India at the moment.
Crawley takes his guard. Thakur steams him once again, and this one is just defended into the offside for no run. Yeah, I mean, gone are the days where you'd get somebody to open the bowling in overseas conditions, rough up the ball for the 3 or 4 spinners to come in. It is really incredible, and I think having those role models now, and particularly with global tournaments like the IPL, and the fact that these young fast bowlers are able to talk to the likes of Del Steyn and all these great guys over the years and get advice, get tips. It's a smaller world now, and the Indians are certainly benefiting. Again, defended down the track by Crawley for no run. 1 ball remaining in this 20th over. England 41 for 1.
I think little things have happened too, like sports science. So if you remember back to when we were younger, I'm not going to age you at all here, but back when we were younger, there was a lot of talk that you couldn't be a fast bowler and be a vegetarian. And it was Pakistani bowlers were quicker because they ate meat, and Indian bowlers weren't. Well, Ishant Sharma seems to be okay with his lack of meat, except for that one time he was locked out of the Gabba because he went to get a restaurant meal and wasn't allowed back in.
Tucker this time into Crawley again, who just defends out to point. No run once again. Crawley 27, Sibley 11, 20 overs gone. England 41 for 1.
Werribee Kia is Australia's #1 selling Kia dealership. They make buying cars easy. Get the MY22 Stonic from $23,490 drive away, or the all-new Kia Niro Hybrid and Electric from $41,990 drive away. There's also over 200 used cars and utes in stock with their biggest clearance sale ever on all makes and models. Plus, they pay top dollar for trade-ins, any make and model. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing, or werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
Back with us on SEN Test Cricket here, with England batting first in the first test at Trent Bridge against India. 41 for 1 as Siraj continues, and this one's left alone by Sibley outside the off stump. Rory Burns, the only man out so far. 5-ball duck. Jasprit Bumrah just getting one from over the wicket to come back into the left-hander who's trapped LBW. Went upstairs for the review, but DRS showing that pitched on line with leg stump was just clipping the top of the bails, so good enough to stay with the umpire's on-field decision, which was out. Got Mohammad Siraj and Shardul Thakur bowling in tandem at the moment. Siraj this time just strays a little bit leg-sidish. It's flicked out towards fine leg by Sibley for a single. Siraj and Thakur, of course, into the side today in place of Ravichandran Ashwin and Ishant Sharma. Big call there from Virat Kohli and Ravi Shastri, even the head coach. KL Rahul will open the batting for India as well, in the absence of Shubman Gill and Mayank Agarwal. Jadeja down to bat at 7. For England, Rory Burns, Dom Sibley, Zach Crawley, Joe Root, Johnny Bairstow back into the side. Dan Lawrence will bat at number 6, which means Butler, the keeper, moves down to 7, and they bat pretty deep with Curran and Ollie Robinson coming in next. Oh, that's a beauty, a big shout for a caught behind there. Crawley on strike, and they've gone upstairs for the review. It looked as though it may have just nipped back off the seam there and beat Crawley on his inside edge. But the Indians think he may have just got a little snick on this.
I think they've reviewed that because it's a really good ball. I'm not sure it's out. I think they're just so excited by that delivery. It's a wobble ball seam. It's angled in. It's flicked the back pad. It's missed his bat by 83 metres. And I think I might be selling that shot. It could not have missed the bat by much more. I'm not sure I'd call that a shot played. He missed that by so much. As I said, they reviewed it because it was a great ball. It was a great ball. Didn't we all want to see it again? Wasn't it lovely?
And Virat Kohli, he likes a review, doesn't he? He's often swayed by the exuberance.
It's not like him to get overly emotional with a review, is it? Look how good that ball was. He's still telling everyone.
Well, they're going to have a look at the LBW because it looked as though it flicked the thigh and impacts umpire's call outside the off-stump. Wicket's missing over the top of middle stump. It did nip back a long way. It was a lovely delivery there.
Oh, beautiful. I loved watching it. I loved the Hawkeye replay of it. Every part of it.
It was one of those, Jared, where it was just too good to edge.
It was not out in so many different ways. No, a beautiful ball, almost unplayable, I suppose, in many different ways. But it wasn't particularly close to being out. But it would look very good on a highlight reel. I'd be happy with that.
Indeed. So Crawley survives. 27 from 65. Siraj in once again. This one is defended. Big shout of no as Sibley was backing up there, looking perhaps for a quick single. There's always something happening when Mohammad Siraj is bowling. He's a bundle of energy, his run-up, his quick arm action, always making things happen. Often does bowl with that scrambled seam, and that previous delivery just landing on that seam and nipping back quite a long way.
What he's doing at the moment is coming very wide on the crease, like it's almost got an angle of a left arm around bowler is so wide as he coming on the crease.
This one again angled into Crawley, who defends nonchalantly into the offside. England 42 for 1. We're into the 21st over here. Siraj into his 5th over. Jasprit Bumrah with the only wicket so far, that of Rory Burns. 1 for 16 for him. Mohammad Shami, who opened the bowling. 7 overs, none for 9. Siraj none for 10 off his 4.5. And Shardul Thakur, 3 overs for him. 4 runs conceded so far. So they've all been pretty tight, not giving too much away. And this one again beaten on the inside edge was Crawley. There's another shout for a caught behind. Siraj maybe getting a little bit carried away. Kohli perhaps being persuaded here by the bowler to take a review. Maybe Rishabh Pant leading as well. Oh, he's gone for it.
I'm not
He's
sure.
gone for it.
I'm not sure that I think Rishabh Pant was saying, do not review this. I assume that had to have hit him outside the line again. It was a beautiful delivery. We're going to get another great look. And Virat Kohli already looks like he's decided that's not out.
I mean, even when he went up for the review, he didn't look very confident. It looked like, oh, go on, man.
Unless the stumps have suddenly grown 8 inches, I'm not sure it's going to be able to hit them. It's hit a very tall man well above his pads here. This is a terrible, terrible review. I'm not sure if he's hit it as well. I'm just having a closer look at that now. I'd love to, if we can get a stump. He has hit it as well. Oh, extraordinary.
He's edged it, inside edge, big spike on the ultra edge. The England fans were cheering when they saw the replay, hitting him at the top of his thigh. The Indian fans have piped up now because there is a spike on ultra edge. The catch was taken behind the wickets. Umpire is on the screen at the moment. And there we go, finger goes up. Well, either Rishabh Pant was pleading for him to take that review, or he was saying don't take it. Virat Kohli reluctantly took it. 3 seconds left on the DRS timer. And Kohli says, well, I always knew that was out anyway.
Well, at the minute he took the review, he looked like the most defeated man ever. He was laughing at the fact he'd given up on the review. That was an extraordinary thing. And I'm still not sure they were going for the caught behind. In fact, looking at his face, I think he was going for the LBW. They've got that wrong. Either way, Zach Crawley is gone. That's what I was talking about with the angle there. What he was doing, he was coming as wide as possible from the screen to Zach Crawley, right over the wicket, but on a really, really extraordinary angle that he creates with that wobble ball seam. And then when the ball does seam back in, he gives himself a chance to bowl LBW, and in this case, an inside edge, which probably only went through to the wicketkeeper because it took the hip on the way through, didn't it?
I've got a sneaky feeling that Rishabh Pant was saying, trust me, and he was probably the only man in the world who thought there was an inside edge on that, because you're right, I think Siraj was excited about the ball cannoning onto the thigh of Crawley, who again is a tall man, so to cannon into the thigh, how can it be going on to hit the stumps? But he does often get very excited. I think that's what the initial appeal was for, and Rishabh Pant, I feel, was saying, trust me, I think he's edged this one. I heard something before it hit the leg, and if that's what he said, ultimately he was right. Zach Crawley back in the hutch for 27. He was starting to look quite settled at the crease, and again, after a good start, he has been dismissed. So England's main man, the skipper, Joe Root, comes to the crease. 106th match for him. Brilliant average, 48. Dom Sibley at the other end, and it was the end of the over, so it's going to be Shardul Thakur into Sibley, who flicks this one beautifully out towards deep backward square leg. It's going to beat the dive from the fine leg fielder there, and it's 4 more runs. Again, Thakur just straying onto the pads there of Sibley, looking for that swing from sort of middle and leg stump, but there wasn't much on offer there, and he cashed in there, Sibley. England 46 for 2.
I think this is where Thakur is a long way behind the other Indian seamers. He does bowl I wouldn't say he bowls a loose ball every over, I think that would be unfair to him, but he probably bowls one every couple of overs. You can't get much looser than a leg side half volley to Dom Sibley as well. That's not where you should be aiming.
This time outside the off stump, and left alone by Sibley, and with that boundary, Sibley bringing up 1,000 runs in his short test career so far, his 21st match.
And you took him 10,000 balls to get there.
A steady start to his test career, to say the least. Average of 31. I'm just seeing a replay here of the DRS decision there from Virat Kohli to go upstairs, and the plea from Rishabh Pant perhaps. This one again left outside the off stump by Sibley, and again the ball just dying a touch by the time it got to Rishabh Pant. They might have to think about that as the game goes on, just stepping up a yard or two.
Just on Pant, that whole conversation is incredible watching them, because Pant is clearly having one conversation with Virat Kohli, while he's having, what I can tell, is two conversations. He's trying to talk to Point to see what height the ball was. He's also talking to the bowler. It takes Pant a long time to actually convince him that to listen to his point.
Again, this one straight and defended, this time by Sibley, down to mid-on, and there will be no run. Still 46 for 2. And the celebration as well, typical Virat Kohli, pumped up, giving it the double fist pump, the come on to the Indian fans. A little clap to his teammates to say, you know what, got that one right, and I'm pretty pleased. He's not got a great record, and he shook Rishabh Pant's hand, didn't he, after that? So I think Rishabh Pant did convince him to take that review. And this one is driven out towards cover point for no run once again. He's getting that sort of slow swing, isn't he, Shardul Thakur? He's not quite got the pace of a Mohammad Shami, who does a similar job with the moving ball. And his length, his line and length are not quite there. He's kind of too far wide of off stump. When he's trying to get it a bit straighter, it's not swinging for him when he's trying to start on that middle and leg stump. Hasn't quite got into his rhythm yet, as Shardul Thakur. Final ball of his fourth over. Sibley takes a guard once again and leaves this one comfortably outside the off stump again. So tidy over there. No real problems for the English batsman. And that is the end of the 22nd over, with England 46 for 2.
Your local bowls club is seeking competitive teams. You'll need your natural, whose sporting prowess is unmatched. Your technician to roll you in and out of the tightest spots. Your thinker to lead your game plan. Your enforcer to strike when needed. And Steve, he can get the drinks. Local legends wanted. Search Bowls Club near me to join a team or start one.
Back with SEN Test Cricket here. Live coverage of the Trent Bridge Test match, the first match of the series between England and India. England at 46 for 2 after winning the toss and batting first. The 2 men out so far. Rory Burns for a 5-ball duck. Zach Crawley, the last man out, for 27. Wicket each for Bumrah and Mohammad Siraj. And Siraj continues into Joe Root, the new batsman, who just leaves this one outside the off stump. The England skipper. Just over 10 minutes until the lunch interval. Jared Kimber alongside myself, Nikesh Ragani. And Jared, I suppose the game plan from Joe Root here is just to see things through for the next 10 minutes or go, and then start again after lunch.
Well, the way he bats is he tries to bat from the other end. It's really quite an Australian style of batting that Joe Root's always had. He's just brilliant at strike rotating. I'd say he's probably the best strike rotator there is in limited overs cricket.
Siraj in once again, and this one defended off the back foot out towards point. No run. Bit of an extra bounce there from Mohammad Siraj with that angle into the right-hander.
So that ball there, I think that's Jadeja at point. So he's not going to take the run there, and they'll try and keep Jadeja at point to Root, because that's basically where he steals all the run. And, I think Root will probably be keeping that in his mind, but that's what he'll try and do. He'll just try and tick it over so he's at the other end, and Sibley will leave everything outside off and flick everything else to the leg side.
Root with a fabulous record against India in Test cricket, leaves this one outside the off stump. It was pretty wide from Siraj on that occasion. Root averages 54 against India, nearly 1,800 runs in his career against this opposition so far. We saw how he started that series really well over in India earlier this year, and then pretty much everyone in the England side faded away by the end of that, succumbed to the spin twins, Akshar Patel in that series, and Ravichandran Ashwin, of course. Still fabulous numbers there for Joe Root, who just defends this one. A little bit of a thickish outside edge heading down towards the third man boundary for 4. It was past a diving Ajinkya Rahane there. in the cordon, but played with soft hands, so no real chance for a catch. And that's the 50 up for England, 50 for 2.
That's a perfect explanation of kind of what he does. Those sort of soft hands. I don't think he was particularly looking for the boundary here. He was looking for that gap, probably. Maybe on the other side of Ajinki Rahane. A little bit more outside edge than he was looking for. But he was in complete control of that, and he's picked up a boundary without really trying. And you can see the difference between the way that he scores and the way that Sibley at the other end. He just doesn't have that style to his game, and everyone has to combat the ball outside off stump in a different way. I think India have been a little wide to root so far, though.
This time a bit straighter edged again and past the gully fielder, and another boundary down to third man. Well, that was a much better delivery. Enticed Joe Root to play that drive. He was looking to smash that one through the covers, and that was a genuine edge. But another 4 runs to Joe Root. Back-to-back boundaries. England 54 for 2.
That's exactly what I was about to say. They should start to bowl to him. I think his biggest problem really has been the ball hitting the top of off stump, which sounds very, very obvious. But most players you can bowl a little bit wider to, but he's so good at handling the ball that's wider of off stump. Really what you want to be doing with Joe Root is keeping the top of off stump in play at all times. You have a chance then to nick him off, but also he can go out LBW and bowl. You really want to be very straight to him.
This one is too straight and it's flicked away out towards deep mid-wicket, in fact square leg in the end, and that is 3 boundaries in a row for Joe Root. That's probably the best of the bunch, but it was a bit of a gimme for Siraj. It was on the pads, and Joe Root will flick you there all day long. 58 for 2.
Looks like he's still in 100 mode. He's got a strike rate of 200. In fact, that's quicker than most people have been scoring in the 100 so far.
Yeah, it was just where Joe Root would have liked that particular one. Big gap on the leg side as well. Just the one fielder in saving the single. And there's a fine leg, but he wasn't going to get around to that one. Beautifully timed there by Root. 12 from 6. End of the over there from Mohammad Siraj. England 58 for 2, and Thakur is going to continue from the other end. If you were Virat Kohli, would you perhaps maybe just sneak another one in from Bumrah before lunch?
Yeah, I probably would have brought back one of my main strike bowlers at this point. I've got no problem with Thakur bowling, and it is swinging for him. Just don't really want him. Someone is actually warming up as we say that, but
it is going to be Thakur into Sibley, who just leaves this comfortably outside the off stump, and that's the thing. The only time that Thakur has, I suppose, found that real swing is when he starts on or just outside the off stump, and the batsmen are leaving it quite comfortably. And as I said before, when he tries to look for that one that swings from the stumps, he's not quite getting it right, and it's just a bit of a gimme shot, and they're able to flick those through mid-wicket.
He's just not quite in control of what he does, and I think that you could waste a couple of deliveries coming into lunch here. I think after lunch there'd be absolutely no problem with bowling.
This time again outside off stump and driven, not timed well at all by Sibley. Barely gets off the square, that one. But they are through for a couple of runs.
I think you have to celebrate every single cover drive that Dom Sibley plays, all 8 of them. In fact, I'm just checking, that was the 9th one he's ever played. That did sound like he hit that with an actual piece of celery rather than a cricket bat. The lack of timing there was phenomenal. But that's the one good thing about having Thakur just before lunch, is that he's more like... Sibley's probably not going to play that shot off Jasprit Bumrah or Mohammad Shami because they're incredible bowlers. Getting that half volley, he'll play that shot. He wasn't in control of it.
Thakur, similar line, bit shorter this time, and just punched towards the point fielder for no run. Sibley on to 18 from 62. Joe Root motoring at the other end, 12 from 6. England 60 for 2 after winning the toss this morning and choosing to have a bat first. The sun is shining at Trent Bridge. It's a warm day. We are expecting a bit of cloud, a bit of rain over the next 2 or 3 days. But a good day to bat so far, it seems. And this one just left alone outside the off stump by Sibley. Again, that gentle swing, 80 miles an hour from Shardul Thakur. But you're right, I suppose if Sibley is ever going to play those cover drives, it's going to be off somebody like Shardul Thakur, and if you can just get one to nip onto the outside edge, then the slip cordon will come into play.
Well, they got him playing 2 shots in a row. They got him playing that cover drive, which he clothed a little bit but got through the gut. And then the next ball, he's played a ball where his hands sort of chased it a little bit. Again, I just don't think he plays that shot off Jasprit Bumrah. And that's what Kohli is now miming this in the slips a little bit.
And this one, again, tried to tempt him outside the off stump, but left alone.
But the problem is that he's now left 2 balls in a row, and so I think they probably had their chance there. I just think that they want to keep both of these players under a lot more pressure here. I think India have bowled very, very well this morning, and they certainly have a chance of picking up a 3rd wicket here, and I think your better bowlers are the best bet, especially in a 5-man bowling attack. You can rest those guys later on. Jadeja can bowl all in the afternoon if the sun comes up.
Well, it's out at the moment. Sibley takes guard once again, and again leaves this one outside the off stump from Shardul Thakur. So the end of the 24th over. Sibley on to 18, Root on 12 at the other end. England 60 for 2.
Coach Nick's strategies for business growth are proven.
Communicating in a family business can be difficult, especially when it involves succession planning and future growth. I can help facilitate those discussions and take out the emotions.
For more guidance, advice and direction on where to now in business, get on to Coach Nick.
Business owners, if you're ready to take advantage of the current incredible opportunities, then let's take your business to the next level. Your first consultation is free. Visit coachnick.com.au.
Back with the action live from Trent Bridge, the first test match of the 5-test series between England and India. England 60 for 2 with 3 minutes left until the lunch interval, and as we perhaps predicted in the last over, Jasprit Bumrah back into the attack to have a little go here before lunch. He's going to be bowling to Joe Root, the England captain, who's unbeaten on 12 from 6, and he cuts this one away towards point. It's well fielded in the end. A bit of a loosener there from Bumrah. Hasn't bowled for a little while this morning. Of course, picked up the wicket of Rory Burns early on. Just going through his stretching routines before this delivery.
He's playing 2 shots a ball at this stage, Root. I mean, he did not need to play that shot. He absolutely timed it beautifully, straight to point. I think his 100 team was the Trent Rockets, wasn't it? So maybe no one's told him that we've changed formats.
He's at the right ground, isn't he, for the Trent Rockets? 12 from 7, those 3 boundaries in the previous over from Siraj. This time leaves this one outside the off stump from Bumrah. Bumrah does look a little bit stiff. He was down on pace, that delivery. Rishabh Pant taking that one again quite low down. 60 for 2 England, and it's maybe the last over before the lunch interval.
With his short run up, we should be able to get through.
Should. Into his 7th over here, Jasprit Bumrah. And once again, and pushes Root onto the back foot. He defends in front of him. No run. 85 miles an hour, so just getting back into his rhythm here, Jasprit Bumrah. It'll be interesting to see. We've seen from Shardul Thakur, from even Mohammad Shami as well earlier on, that the ball is just dying a little bit. It's day one. I mean, England with their bowling lineup haven't got any real great pace in there today, or in this test match with their selection. No Mark Wood, of course. It'll be interesting to see how they go and how their 4 seamers approach things when they get their opportunity. It might be a while yet, though. This time it's down the leg side from Bumrah, and a good half stop there from Rishabh Pant, but they are through for a bye. Just palmed it away with his left hand. Almost a collision with Virat Kohli, the skipper. Just getting his line wrong there, Bumrah.
Yeah, I mean, he angles the ball in naturally, doesn't he? One of the things with him, when you talk about his pace before, when you said 85 miles an hour, I think that might have just got pumped on the end of the finger as well. When you talk about his pace, it's only 85 miles an hour, but it feels quicker when you face him because he bowls from a closer release point than other bowlers, because he has this weird homemade bowling action.
2 balls remaining in this over, and Sibley thought about having a little poke at that outside the off stump, just about pulled his bat away in time, and I suppose we'll give him a bit of credit and say in the end that's a good leave. Sibley 18 from 66, England 61 for 2. One ball remaining in this 25th over. I think the clock has just ticked over to 1 o'clock in the afternoon, local time at Trent Bridge, so it may well be lunch after this delivery. Here comes Bumrah. He delivers and wraps him on the pad. Sibley, there's a big shout for LBW. Umpire not interested. Virat Kohli always interested, asking the right questions. 9 seconds, 8 seconds. He's still having a chat with Rishabh Pant.
Trying to work out if it's caught behind.
5 to go.
Might be run out.
There's a mini huddle and the clock ticks down and he's not having it.
Well, Jasprit Bumrah just walked away, hadn't he? He'd left the entire conversation. I'm not sure how many times in Indian life you could just leave a conversation with Virat Kohli, but Jasprit Bumrah's like, I thought this might be given out on the field. I thought it might have been overturned. I think it's very, very close because it beat him on the outside edge. And that's what Jasprit Bumrah would have seen. But he seemed the least keen in that. I mean, Virat Kohli looks the most keen in any situation. Jasprit Bumrah saying it's a bit high. I think that might have been umpire's call on height. I think he's probably made a good call here. Well, have a look. Angle's incredible. Umpire's call on height. So Jasprit Bumrah was right, but I thought that was going to get given out on the field. I'm a bit surprised the umpires didn't see it that way, but what a way to go to lunch.
It's one of those that looked out, didn't it, in sort of real time, but umpire deciding that it was a little bit high, and I suppose that's fair enough. The DRS, the Hawkeye rather, was showing that it was heading to just clip the top of the bails. We've had one of those given out today. One not out, so I suppose 50-50, and everyone's pretty happy with that at the end. So with that, we do have the lunch interval. England winning the toss, of course, this morning, Jared. 61 for 2. Who's going to be the happier of the two sides?
I would think India would be pretty happy with this. They said that both teams wanted to bat, so they were both thinking that there'd be a little bit of help in the first hour. I think the help has stayed, and England has not got away from India at all. We saw just then they almost took their third wicket right on the break. So I think India would be very happy with this. The other thing is that England have an extra batter in this team because they don't trust their batters, and they've already lost 2 of them. So for me, I think that I'd be happy with India. I think most of the seamers did well with the ball. They haven't even needed to use Ravi Jadeja yet. They can control the game a little bit with him later on. So certainly India would be happy with that.
Absolutely. So England winning the toss this morning, having a bat first. The sun is shining at Trent Bridge. India still managed to get the ball to talk a little bit early on. Rory Burns gone for a 5-ball duck. A brilliant bit of bowling from Jasprit Bumrah, just getting one to nip back in to the left-hander, trapping him in front of the stumps. And Zach Crawley, the other man to go, for 27 from 68, caught behind by Rishabh Pant off the bowling of Mohammad Siraj. England 61 for 2 at the lunch interval. Then we're going to take a break and we'll be back with you on the other side.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Hey, it's Jordan Lewis here. I was lucky enough to win 4 premierships, but I still remember my first game as a rookie. I needed all the advice I could get. So, if you're after an apprenticeship and need the same kind of expert help, you can't go past MEGT. MEGT is Australia's largest and only national apprenticeship network provider, making them your true local apprenticeship experts. With MEGT, a winning career could be yours. So check out their free job board today. Just go to megt.com.au or call 13MEGT.
Attention Melbourne! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Melbourne's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
And a big welcome back to our coverage of the test match between England and India. David Watson in the SEN studios. And it's going to be interesting to see how the teams will shape up in the second session. So certainly a lot happening as well on the cricketing front. Australia will be facing Bangladesh very shortly in the second of their T20 matches. And Australia currently none for 10 after 11 deliveries. Australia winning the toss and electing to bat. Of course, the Aussies very, very eager to atone for their first T20 international loss just a matter of hours ago, really, or within the last day or so. And at the moment, Josh Felipe is at the crease, 2 off 4 deliveries. Alex Carey is currently 8 runs off 7 deliveries, with 2 fours underpinning his innings so far. So Australia still in the early stages of their innings. They're none for 10 after 11 deliveries at this point in time. But just a reminder, England currently at the lunch break on day 1 of their test match against India. They're currently 2 for 61. Dom Sibley, 18 not out off 67. A very patient innings at this point in time, including 2 boundaries. And Joe Root has 12 off 10 deliveries, including 3 boundaries underpinning his innings at Trent Bridge at Nottingham. So there's certainly a lot happening from a cricketing perspective. Also, we've got the hundreds and everything else going on, so plenty happening in the Northern Hemisphere in particular. So Zach Crawley, the man out, 27 off 68 deliveries, and the other man out, Rory Burns, at the top of the order, is out for a duck off just 5 deliveries. We'll be aiming to get Andrew Menzel on very shortly with his thoughts from the Cricket Unfiltered podcast, and we'll see what's happening from a local and international perspective when it comes to cricket. Obviously, a lot of news around. George Bailey has been appointed as a new chairman of selectors following ultimately the departure of Trevor Hones, who's been in the role for a long period of time. We've got Andrew Menzel up now from the Cricket Unfiltered podcast. Andrew, thanks very much for your time.
Yeah, good evening, Damien. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. What have you made of the England v India match thus far? Obviously, England 2 for 61, a patient start. Dom Sibley and Joe Root at the crease, just getting their groove together at this point in time. Sibley's played a conservative innings thus far after the early loss of Rory Burns. Joe Root has only been at the crease for a short period of time, but he's already 12 off 10. How have you assessed the match so far?
I think we've seen probably what we predicted, that England's top order looks a little bit weak, and we know India have got a great pace attack, and they certainly have bowled well in the first session. So I think a pretty even start to the series. It's going to be a great test series with 5 matches to come, 2 very competitive sides, but we're seeing a strong Indian bowling lineup go up against a pretty fragile top order from England. And you mentioned Joe Root there. He looks in great form. He's the one player that can really win this test match for England. And, you know, when he's in top flight, he's a really pretty player to watch. So certainly worth staying up for.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of England's recovery, I mean, they lost Rory Burns very early on within the first over, a sensational start in that respect for India. In regards to at least gaining a conservative foothold on the state of the match and the tempo of the match so far, do you think England will continue in that vein of form, or will they step up the run rate a little bit in the second session?
I think it's a challenging pitch to bat on, so I think they'll do their best to get battle to a good score. We know India can be a little bit dubious on pitches that are a little bit green and seaming, so England will be looking to get that score up above 300 and then try and put the pressure on the Indian batters.
Yes, there's certainly a lot happening in the cricketing world, not only at Trent Bridge, but also we turn our attention to the Bangladesh v Australia T20 International, the second of the T20 Internationals, and already just in the last few moments, Australia have lost an early wicket. They're currently 1 for 13 against the Bangladeshis. Obviously, the Aussies keen to atone and very eager to atone for that first T20 International loss. The wickets not necessarily conducive to what they're accustomed to. The Aussies over there, obviously, a stark contrast to their home wicket
sets, but I think it's interesting the way that they've responded so far. 1 for 13 off effectively 17 deliveries. Still early days yet, but already they've got a man back in the pavilion in the form of Alex Carey, although he's been the dominant scorer so far, 11 off 11 deliveries with 2 boundaries. So there's still a long way to go, but the Aussies have a lot of work to do to try and atone for that first T20 international loss.
Yeah, most certainly. I think we're already off to a better start in this game. Matthew Wade winning the toss and electing to bat first. I think in the conditions that slow up as the match goes on, Australia are better suited to getting the runs on the board and trying to put pressure on the opposition. So I like that from Australia. But we saw in the first Test match that this Bangladeshi side in home conditions are going to be very difficult. They've got some great spinners. Shakib Al Hasan and Nazim Ahmed did very well in the first game. And they're going to trouble Australia's top order. It's a very inexperienced side, but a very good challenge for Australia. Of course, the T20 World Cup being played in the UAE in slow spinning conditions. So this can only help them.
Yeah, it's a decent point you make. It's interesting in terms of Australia's record against Bangladesh. I mean, whenever we think of Australian tour to Bangladesh, we think of 2006 in that Test match where Jason Gillespie scored a double 100. But in many respects, it is a very difficult form of condition to face when you're conditioned to certain pitches back home. There's a stark contrast there in Bangladesh as well, particularly with the T20 format. It'll be interesting to see how things fare as the series goes on. But, I mean, in regards to Australia v Bangladesh series of the past, that's probably become almost a bit of a winter stalemate when it obviously relates to certain series over the journey. Bangladesh have come here in our winter time from an Australian point of view over years past. You go back to 2003 where they played a 2-test match series and a 3-match one-day international series from memory. In the top end, they came here in 2008 as well. So it's interesting the history that these two sides have, particularly around this time of year. Just in relation to the threats from a Bangladesh batting and bowling perspective, who will really stand out for you over the coming T20 internationals?
I think Shakib Al Hasan is obviously one of their best players with the bat and ball, and he top scored in the first match. I really like Mustafiza. He's a very good fast bowler, so I think he'll be difficult in their conditions. He gets the ball to spin. But really, their spinners are the battle for us. We saw Nazim Ahmed, I think, took 4 wickets in the first match. So, yeah, it's up to Australia to counter that. I'm really looking forward to seeing if some of these young players can get something out of this tour. Felipe, McDermott, Enriquez, Ashton Turner. It's been a pretty bad tour for them, and they'll be looking to these last 4 games to try and go back to Australia, having got something out of a pretty disappointing tour so far.
Andrew Menzel joins us from the Cricket Unfiltered podcast. We're speaking off air before, Menners, about the fact that there's no TV coverage locally into Australia of the Australia v Bangladesh series, and I think it's just been announced as well that New Zealand are going to play Bangladesh in a T20 international series next month in September. Is there not the same appetite, particularly when there's a lot of sport around? We've got the Olympics going on as well. Is that the reason why the local networks, at least from an Australian point of view, have bucked the, I wouldn't say responsibility because it's not really incumbent upon them, but at the same time, have they bucked the desire to actually air the series or televise the series to an Australian audience because of a perceived lack of interest?
Yeah, it's a really interesting one why this tour of all tours wasn't picked up. It sort of goes into the notion that Australia doesn't really care about playing Bangladesh too much. We always seem to find a way to not go over there. Well, we've gone there this time, but we can't watch it. So it's the invisible tour, so to speak. But I think it's disappointing that Cricket Australia couldn't sort something out. But it's fraught with danger. These negotiations usually end up going right down to the wire, and I think Cricket Australia would probably be disappointed they couldn't have had more of a say and tried to get the rights to somebody. It hasn't been, I think it's been since the mid-90s the last time an Australian tour wasn't broadcast, when Australia went to Pakistan in 94. So it's almost 30 years. But you can't criticise the networks. The Olympics are on. I mean, while this T20 is going on, there's the England-India Test match, there's 100 all being covered. So I guess they just, thought, how much cricket content do we need?
We're talking before, Menners, as well about the series of years past, or various forms of series of years past which haven't been televised, and there have been some beauties over the G. You mentioned the last one that Australia had partaken in that wasn't televised back to the Australian audiences was against Pakistan in 1994, and that was a series where Damien Fleming took a hat-trick. Wasn't that also the series where we had that famous last wicket partnership for Pakistan, which I think went for about, it was around the 70 run mark, wasn't it, to win the game? And there were a number of chances the Aussies had. Ian Healy, I think, missed a stumping from memory. There was a famous test match in which that was the case, and also the famous Madras tied test match of 1986. That wasn't televised, and it was actually taped over, so there's very little remnants of footage that actually exist of that test match, because a lot of the networks used to tape over footage that they kept from overseas.
Yeah, it's incredible. Yeah, that's right. That test match in Pakistan, that's the one where Izamar Haq steered Pakistan to a famous victory, and they got 1-0 up in the series, and then Salim Malik just decided to bat for the rest of the series, and they got the 1-0 series result, Pakistan. Yeah, look, there's been some very curious things with Test cricket coverage, or cricket coverage in general. I think in the 1987 World Cup final that Australia won, Channel 9 showed a movie for one of the innings, so rather than show the World Cup final in its entirety, they showed a movie and then some of the cricket. So, yeah, very odd.
Yeah, that's right. Speaking of overseas tournaments, Matthew Wade has signed a county deal as well for next year across all three formats. It's interesting because Matty Wade does tend to be a player that is almost conducive to playing well on the UK wickets. I mean, we go back to that Ashes tour of 2019 where he was in very good form in England, and you think he just has this affinity with the English wickets more than anything else, and do you think that will continue as he progresses and tries to make a case himself locally in Australia in terms of his batting prowess?
Yeah, I think it actually probably points to the experience that Matty Wade has in Tasmania, in Hobart, where traditionally it's a bit of a green seaming wicket there, and he's done very well with the bat for Tasmania over the last 3 or 4 years at Sheffield Shield level, and he's just had a lot of practice on batting on those wickets where the ball's seaming and swinging around. So he's just adapted his game. He's a very disciplined player. He sort of defends quite staunchly, but when the ball's a little bit wide or a little bit short, he really throws the hands at it. So, but yeah, the experience down in Tasmania will stand him in good stead for Worcester, and it's a great signing for Worcestershire, and also just a very good signing for Australia, because the more players we get over in England playing in their conditions will make us a better touring side.
Yeah, that's a decent point that you make, and I think the more exposure you have to foreign wickets in general is very advantageous, because it's amazing, isn't it, when you think about it, the dominance that Australia had, and I guess in various instances where certain nations have had their period of dominance, they've played well in various conditions right around the world, around the cricketing world, and that can be very difficult, and probably more difficult than most fans realise, because the conditions are vastly different depending on the nation that you play in. And you're not really exposed. You have to be very adaptable, and you're not increasingly exposed to it. And all of a sudden, I know there are tour matches that often happen in the lead up to a series, but you have to be very adaptable, don't you? And some of the best players, as we've seen over the years, are those that adapt quickly to foreign conditions.
Well, it's an excellent point, Damien, and I think the point about the touring games, I think, is worth mentioning. You said that there are tour games, but now there's not many. So if you go on tour, well, and even before COVID, the cricket schedule was so tight. You were playing 1 or 2 games in foreign conditions, then you were into the internationals. It's not like the Ashes tours that we grew up watching, where there was 10, 15, 20 fixtures outside the test matches. So that's one element. But Greg Chappell has said a lot over the last couple of years that he thinks it's harder now than ever to be a top-flight batter, because there's 3 different formats. You're always changing. Your conditions are always changing. You really have limited time to get into rhythm. You play a T20 game, then it's a Shield game, then it's a first class, then it's back to a 50-over game. So I think we're seeing that sort of combination, and even the Australian tour of Bangladesh, they land in Bangladesh, a few training sessions, and then they're out there in the middle on a slow turning wicket.
Now, we have a number of New Zealand listeners obviously tuning in, and there's been notification that the New Zealand cricket chief, David White, has declared that the tour of Pakistan that New Zealand will partake in will only go ahead if security consultants rather are happy with the arrangements made, not only by the Pakistan Cricket Board and the government. Do you think we'll have greater instances where we have more and more teams touring Pakistan? Do you think that sense of hesitancy is starting to ease off a little bit?
Oh, most certainly. I think we're seeing the Pakistan Super League has been integral in helping international players feel comfortable going there. There's been some high-profile international players that have played in the PSL in Pakistan in the last couple of years, and pre-COVID, sorry, and therefore, I think people are feeling more comfortable about going there. But I think those concerns from New Zealand are warranted, and we saw it with Australia going to Bangladesh. You need ironclad assurances of how the tour is going to be run before you'll go.
Yeah, it's a decent point to make. And also there's going to be a likely clash with the IPL on that basis if the New Zealanders do tour Pakistan, because they're going to play 3 one-dayers and 3 T20s. It's going to be New Zealand's first tour of Pakistan in 18 years, but they're likely not going to have their best side. I mean, Kane Williamson, Trent Bolt, Lockie Ferguson, Kyle Jamieson, they're expected to be out of the series because of IPL commitments. I think it's becoming more and more increasingly difficult to try and separate certain series because there's so many forms of cricket now and so many tours going on. I mean, there's obviously going to be a conflict at some point throughout the calendar year for a lot of Test nations, or indeed any cricketing nation.
Oh, I think before COVID, the cricket calendar was a very much a challenging thing to put together. But I think we've seen with COVID, with tournaments and series being delayed and pushed off, that it's just always going to be a logjam. I can just see Josh Philippe has been dismissed, so Australia are 2 for 31. Mustafizur Rahman bowled him with a bit of a slower ball. So disappointing there for Australia. So yeah, I just think this is unfortunate. I think when COVID sort of would get to the other side and things smooth out, the IPL will get its window back where there's not much other cricket. But this year, the IPL, they were going to finish come what may. Too much money at stake.
I suppose it's a reasonable point to make. Just in relation to that, though, do you think something's eventually going to have to give, or will it continue to be like this where, I suppose the positive upshot about this is, when it comes to scheduling conflicts, it does give some of the lower tier players a chance to represent their country or at least play at a higher level because there's more and more tours on offer?
I think generally it's bad for the game when you don't have the best sides playing for their nation, and I think we've grown accustomed throughout COVID to just accept that this is going to happen. And we saw England's whole squad ruled out before a series against Pakistan a few weeks ago. We've seen India send 2 teams around the world at the moment. They were just in Sri Lanka and their test squads in England. We've got here in Bangladesh, Australia sending a team that's really without 8 to 10 of its top players. And I think that's not ideal on a long-term basis. I think in COVID times you accept it because of the challenges and you want the sport to continue, and whether that's with sort of half-strength sides or full-strength sides, but really international cricket should be the best going up against the best. And you have your IPL window, you let them play it, and then international cricket fits around it.
We're speaking with Andrew Menzel from the Cricket Unfiltered podcast. George Bailey, as I said before, has been named as the new chair of the Australian selection panel following the departure of Trevor Hohns. What do you make of this appointment?
Yeah, terrific appointment. If there's been some mild criticism of the selection panel over the last few years, it has been that they haven't been great communicators. Well, George Bailey is renowned for being a good leader and a good communicator. I read Ed Cowan's autobiography, In the Firing Line, and it does paint a pretty good picture of Bailey's leadership skills and his communication skills. So I think it's a great pick. As well as that, he retired 18 months ago, so he's got modern playing experience. He's played with and against a lot of the players he'll be selecting on. So a wonderful appointment. So he'll join Justin Langer. They're the 2 selectors at the moment. And then I guess, if Cricket Australia are looking for a non-playing selector, I'll put my hand up. I'm available. I'll consider it. But yeah, I think that's a great pick, George Bailey, and they've got a lot of big series ahead of them, and it's going to be really challenging with 2 T20 World Cups, the Ashes, and then that runs into a 50-over World Cup in a couple of years. George Bailey's got a lot on his hands.
Would you want that job, though, with the amount of scrutiny that you're under and everyone's got their own 2 cents worth to put in regards to who should play in the side? I mean, it's a hard job, I think, to face, even though obviously there's a sense of exaltation about it. It's still a pretty difficult job to encounter.
Damien, you're asking a hardcore Australian cricket fan if they'd want the job of selecting the national side. Of course I would. I'd turn off Twitter and Instagram and all my notifications and I'd be away, no problem.
Yeah, fair enough too. What we might do is we'll take a break, Manners, and if you're right, we'll talk to you on the other side with some further cricket news. You're listening to SEN's Test cricket coverage, the first Test match between England and India, and currently at the lunch break on day 1 at Trent Bridge. It's England 2 for 61.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability.
The Henley Everyday Advantage with up to $90,000 of premium inclusions, plus up to $25,000 in free upgrades and existing zone discounts. Visit Henley World of Homes and get more of what you want.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Tempur. If you're like me and you experience ongoing back concerns, Tempur mattresses assist in alleviating your pain. Made in Denmark, the Tempur geniuses over there have included on their bed system an easy-to-use wireless remote and massage function, all at the touch of a button. Once you own a Tempur mattress and base, you are on an absolute winner. View the Tempur range and Tempur athlete stories at tempur.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Werribee Kia is Australia's #1 selling Kia dealership. They make buying cars easy. Get the MY22 Stonic from $23,490 drive away, or the all-new Kia Niro Hybrid and Electric from $41,990 drive away. There's also over 200 used cars and utes in stock with their biggest clearance sale ever on all makes and models. Plus, they pay top dollar for trade-ins, any make and model. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing, or werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
Your local bowls club is seeking competitive teams. You'll need your natural, whose sporting prowess is unmatched. Your technician to roll you in and out of the tightest spots. Your thinker to lead your game plan. Your enforcer to strike when needed. And Steve, he can get the drinks. Local legends wanted. Search Bowls Club near me to join a team or start one.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a Mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
As we cheer on our athletes, there's a star of Australia you can always rely on, and that's Tyre Power. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned. When you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. And Tyre Power dealers love a podium finish, having recently won CanStar Blues prestigious events across customer service, value for money, plus the highly sought after overall satisfaction events. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts. Get the power of Australia's biggest independents.
The Doc Shop makes space to make the world a better place.
The Doc Shop is the future of document and data destruction. Where we can, we recycle. At our own secure facility, we destroy the page, but save the paper. Protecting your data from falling into the wrong hands and our environment from unnecessary waste. The Doc Shop, unashamedly green. Just look at our trucks.
The Doc Shop makes space to make the world a better place.
thedocshop.com.au.
To celebrate 50 years of Macca's, we're introducing the Mac family. And with every medium or large, Mac Junior, Big Mac or Grand Big Mac meal, you'll get one of 6 free Macca's glasses, but only for a limited time. Available after 10:30am while stocks last.
Welcome back. You are listening to SEN's Test cricket coverage of the first test between England and India at the lunch break on day one at Trent Bridge. England 2 for 61 against the Indians, and Australia currently 2 for 39 against Bangladesh in their second T20 international after 7.2 overs. Andrew Medsell joins us from the Cricket Unfiltered podcast. Just before we let you go, Medders, your tip for this first test?
I'm tipping the Poms to win the first test, but the Indians to win the series.
Oh, it'll be interesting. Hopefully it's a tight encounter as well, and there's a lot of unpredictability. Medders, thanks very much for your time.
No worries, cheers.
Andrew Medsell joining us from the Cricket Unfiltered podcast. We'll take a break and we'll be back with more on the other side. You're listening to SEN's Test cricket coverage of the first test between England and India.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability.
Attention! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Australia's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
Hi, Gerard Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch and we love supporting our own, which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team and I reckon you will too. Red Energy, that's real Aussie energy.
The Doc Shop makes space to make the world a better place.
Is your office overrun with documents? Make space with the Doc Shop. We'll store your documents and data, protecting them from the elements. Our purpose-built, environmentally compliant facility is clean, secure, dry, pest-free and fire-protected. The Doc Shop, unashamedly green. Just look at our trucks.
The Doc Shop makes space to make the world a better place.
thedocshop.com.au.
Hey, it's Jordan Lewis here. You don't get to play in 4 AFL Premiership teams without starting somewhere. And as a rookie, I was mentored by some of the best footy brains around. In business, it's easy to find your gun rookie just by calling MEGT. As Australia's largest and only national apprenticeship network provider, MEGT is your local apprenticeship expert. Whether you're an employer wanting an apprentice or you're looking to kickstart your career as one, MEGT's got you covered. Visit MEGT.com.au or call 13MEGT.
Your local bowls club is seeking competitive teams. You'll need your natural, whose sporting prowess is unmatched. Your technician to roll you in and out of the tightest spots. Your thinker to lead your game plan. Your enforcer to strike when needed. And Steve, he can get the drinks. Local legends wanted. Search Bowls Club near me to join a team or start one.
Werribee Kia is Australia's #1 selling Kia dealership. They make buying cars easy. Get the MY22 Stonic from $23,490 drive away, or the all-new Kia Niro Hybrid and Electric from $41,990 drive away. There's also over 200 used cars and utes in stock with their biggest clearance sale ever on all makes and models. Plus, they pay top dollar for trade-ins, any make and model. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing, or werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
Just really want customer support from someone close by.
True Blue award-winning Aussie support, you betcha. Mate has got your back. Mate serves up award-winning internet and mobile. Get unlimited talk and text, plus great data inclusions with data banking of unused data up to 100 gigabytes from only $20 a month. Plus, you get a Tidal Music subscription included free with selected plans. Mate, how good's that? What are you waiting for, mate? Choose a provider you can trust, like Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Hello, it's Gazy here. I'm forever grateful I got to carry the flag for Australia and proudly represent the Boomers at 5 different games. My secret? I had the best grip on my shoes to avoid slip-ups. And here's an extra tip. The grip on your tyres needs to be better. If you haven't been to Tyre Power for your free 5-minute tyre safety check, then book in now and get a grip on tyre safety. Tyre Power, Aussie owned and operated, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
Welcome back to our live coverage on SEN of the first test match between England and India at Trent Bridge. England at the lunch break on the first day are currently 2 for 61, recovering after losing an early wicket in the first over. Just a quick Olympic update from Tokyo. Australian Peter Bol has finished 0.53 of a second outside of a bronze medal in the 800-metre final. Kenya going 1-2 in that event. And just a quick medal tally update. China on top with 32 gold, 22 silver and 16 bronze, a total of 70 medals. Australia are currently 5th on the medal tally with 15 gold, 4 silver and 17 bronze. New Zealand at the present time are currently 12th on the medal tally with 6 gold, 4 silver and 5 bronze, a total of 15 medals. So the Olympics certainly pulling up a lot of stories and a lot of subplots. We'll take a break very, very shortly and come back with the resumption of play, the second session on day one of the test match between England and India. That's coming up right after this on SEN.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Temper. If you're not sleeping on a Temper mattress yet, well, that means you're not sleeping on a NASA-certified mattress. NASA-certified, if you don't mind. Temper's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body, so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Did I mention NASA-certified? Visit the Temper range and Temper athlete stories at temper.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
Hi, Gerard Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch and we love supporting our own, which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team and I reckon you will too. Red Energy, that's real Aussie energy.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. It's the same with your super. Because if you're with Host Plus, you're with a super fund with a history of long-term top performance. Host Plus, we go with you. This is general advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus BDS available at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Your local bowls club is seeking competitive teams. You'll need your natural, whose sporting prowess is unmatched. Your technician to roll you in and out of the tightest spots. Your thinker to lead your game plan. Your enforcer to strike when needed. And Steve, he can get the drinks. Local legends wanted. Search Bowls Club near me to join a team or start one.
The all-new Hyundai Tucson is here, and it's as futuristic as it looks. The Tucson is packed with advanced technology.
This is a priority message from the future. All Hyundai Tucsons are the property of 2045. Several pieces of technology contained within the Tucson are banned at any time before 2032. Any all-new Hyundai Tucsons will be confiscated.
All-new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back.
When playing for the Boomers, we loved Aussie sports fans cheering us on. Well, let me tell you this. Go get a free 5-minute tyre safety check from Tyre Power and we'll all cheer you on because it means you're tyre safe. Each Tyre Power store is independently Aussie owned, so when you visit your local Tyre Power, you're literally dealing directly with the local owner. So be tyre safe and be Aussie proud. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Tyre Power, your trusted local Aussie tyre experts.
Hey, it's Jordan Lewis here. I was lucky enough to win 4 premierships, but I still remember my first game as a rookie. I needed all the advice I could get. So, if you're after an apprenticeship but need the same kind of expert help, you can't go past MEGT. MEGT is Australia's largest and only national apprenticeship network provider, making them your true local apprenticeship experts. With MEGT, a winning career could be yours. So check out their free job board today. Just go to megT.com.au or call 13MEGT.
The AFL season is building. The huge moments are becoming huger. And the stars of the game continue to shine.
He plays on, he's put it through the middle, there's 2 points the difference.
Download the SEN app and listen live wherever you are. Join our AFL Nation commentary team for every memorable moment. AFL Season 2021. Hear it all on the SEN app. Download it now.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Adam Collins and Isabel Westbury as we ready ourselves for the second session at Trent Bridge, day one of the series. The home side won the toss and batted and made their way to 61 for 2 after 25 overs at the end of the first session of the series. The first wicket to fall was that of Rory Burns, leg before wicket to Jasprit Bumrah without scoring in the first over. And not long before lunch, the second wicket fell when the score was 42. That was Zach Crawley, caught inside edge onto thigh pad through to Rishabh Pant from the bowling of Mohammad Siraj. So Jasprit Bumrah 1 for 16 from 7 overs, the best of the bowlers for India. Mohammad Shami none for 9 from his 7. Mohammad Siraj, the other successful bowler, 1 for 22 from his 6. And Shardul Thakur 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 10. Isabel Westbury with me. Mohammad Shami has the ball in his hand, ready to set off to start the second session. Nicely placed.
Yeah, an absorbing first session really. Good solid 2 hours of Test cricket. We had something for everyone. Some probing bowling. England will be. I'm trying to work out where England will be, because on the strength and the record of their batting lineup, I almost feel as though 61 for 2 isn't that bad. But having lost a wicket at the front end and the back end of that session, so in the first over and then 21st, considering there were 25 overs only played in that session, that's disappointing for the home side. So a lot of work to do still for Joe Root and Dom Sibley out there.
So the captain, Root's on strike. First ball, second session. Shami, 3 slips in position. He bowls and Root drives, but only as far as the man of extra cover. No run. We have the Australian national team in action as well in a T20 international at Dhaka. They have made their way to 54 for 2 after 10.1 overs. Mitchell Marsh is still there on 28 alongside Moses Henriquez, the second of their 5 T20 internationals.
Got to make up for that first loss. First surprising loss?
Yeah, it could be said surprising loss, but on the other hand, those conditions in Bangladesh. I was there a couple of years ago covering a test series. Shami bowls and Root leaves well alone outside the off stump. Australia lost that first test as well in Dhaka, and it was written up as like it was this travesty. How did Australia lose to Bangladesh? Well, you look at the conditions. That's why it is and that's not to discount the capable players that play for Bangladesh, but it's such a different experience coming into it, and that's something that Australian cricketers have not been adept at finding a way to succeed in for a generation now, really. You've got to go back to 2004 for the last time that Australia won in India, for example. Shami on the way bowls and Joe Root defends into the offside.
So from an English perspective, we've just got to sit here and hope that the UAE replicates Bangladeshi conditions, right?
Yeah, something like that. Something like that. World Cup in the T20 format.
It all comes in November, quickly, doesn't it? Though?
Yeah.
So we finished this Test series. We've got 5 tests here, England, India, which don't finish until mid-end September. And then England are off to Pakistan, the men are. They've got a white ball series there, and then we've got the World Cup, and you've got the Ashes, and then brum.
Shami bowls here and Root defends from the middle stump. Yeah, and England have formally cancelled their trip to Bangladesh, which was going to be after this series and before the Pakistan T20s.
Pakistan, there are only 2 T20s they're playing in the middle of October, but that of course means that there is the IPL instead, and there'll be a number of players that I'm sure who want to go and play in the T20 World Cup will be playing in the IPL.
There was a suggestion yesterday that it does free up some time to rest, but Deirdre Chambers, what a coincidence. The IPL is also on in that window. I'd imagine that might be part of the reasoning. Here is Shami bowls and Root again defending from middle stump, no run.
But if you look at the bigger picture, it creates that relentless treadmill that we're seeing taking its toll on players, and notably in this series. Ben Stokes, of course, who is taking an indefinite break for cricket, both for mental health reasons, and also to rest up his index finger, his left index finger, that he badly broke actually in the first bit of the IPL, before it had to be cancelled because of COVID earlier this year. And actually, I think that finger, not to anything else away from mental health reasons, that finger does seem to be quite a worry for England as well, as we look towards the white ball end of this summer, this year.
Here's Shami bowling, and Root tucking away really nicely down to long leg for a single. The first run of this second session. England 62 for 2.
Someone like Joe Root, Virat Kohli, even Ben Stokes, the multi-format players for these different teams, Rohit Sharma, Johnny Bairstow, Josh Buttler. I think from here on in, it's a wall of cricket that they're up against, whether it be red or white ball. Good for us as fans. They do manage to get through it all. It'll be interesting to see how it all unfolds, especially with the Ashes. I think there is a lot of talk around whether families of the English players will come, restrictions that we put on press, spectators, the Barmy Army.
Yeah, it's going to be an ongoing conversation. So Jasprit Bumrah will bowl the first end from the Radcliffe Road end of the fresh session. In at Joe Root, who retained the strike with the single from the last ball of the previous set. Bumrah, first ball of a new spell from wide of the crease, and Root down on it late, pushing into the onside, no run. I appreciate the sentiment behind the statement that the ECB and the Professional Cricket Association put out a couple of days ago, which was largely saying that if the subtext was, if the families aren't able to get in, we'll have some problems around the Ashes series. But the other side of it, of course, being that there is a long time between now and when they're set to arrive in November. Cricket Australia was able to successfully get the Indian families in last year. Bumrah to the crease again, and Root leaves outside the off stump. Now, there is provision to get people into Australia what they call above cap, so with exemptions from the federal government. And I would be staggered if it took an exemption to get the families of the England players and support staff in to make this work. They will find a way. The federal government are not going to allow a situation where the Ashes are postponed on those grounds. So here's Bumrah just setting off again, stuttering to the crease. Again wide of the crease, and off the back foot, Root cutting but can't beat backward point. Jadesia's there, no run.
Well, Adam, you've been party to, or at least have watched from the outside as many of hotly contested negotiations have gone on, whether it be between international cricket boards or between players and their own cricket board. This seems to me to be quite a classic tool of negotiation, is let's put out a public statement and see whether it can force someone's hand.
Yes.
That's part of the process,
yes,
I feel.
All the fun of the fair, isn't it? Diplomacy via the public airwaves. Yes. So Bumrah again bowls, and Root in over the top of it, defending out to the offside.
And then you can add in one or two prominent or vocal former England cricketers, captains, dare I say, to add fuel to the fire, and that just makes it all the more interesting.
Yeah, it was a forcefully worded op-ed from former England captain Michael Vaughan to this effect.
When is it not forcefully worded by?
Yes, in your publication, The Telegraph, and it was syndicated through the 9 papers, The Age and the Sydney Morning Herald in Australia.
Esteemed publication.
Bumrah bowls, and Root drives nicely through cover. That's raced away to the rope. Shot of the day so far.
That was a really lovely drive, just leant on it, slightly too full there. And Root, he's got a decent record at Trent Bridge. Only Old Trafford being the English Test ground where he scored more runs, better average. But yes, that one just over pitched. And Root has many points to prove.
England moved to 66 for 2 with that stroke. Root's 4th boundary, he's 17. He's faced every ball since the resumption after lunch. Bumrah to him here, delivers, and Root defends off the off stump. They consider a quick single, but simply sent back by his skipper.
It's interesting, actually, apart from the LBW in that first couple of overs from Bumrah, I'm not saying he bowled badly, but I think he was the least threatening after that amongst the India bowlers. Just now and again he loses his line, and it's very easy to leave. Someone like Dom Sibley, who goes at a strike rate of hovers around 20. I think he's up at 25, 26 now, but he's very happy to leave anything wide of off stump.
So Sibley taking guard, prepares to face his first ball after lunch. Yes, that Michael Vaughan op-ed really got things going, didn't it? The idea that if no families, for a number of them, it'll be no start. Moving that conversation forward. Shammy to complete his over, wide of the crease, and Sibley's able to leave a ball that comes back a long way after passing the stumps. End of the 27th over, England 66 for 2.
On AFL Nation, our great game continues to deliver. We're enjoying amazing goals.
Bronson Pelly, can he get enough on the ball? Oh, yes, he can.
Celebrating the big moments.
Gary Rowan wins it after the siren with a dead-eye shot.
And the stars of the game continue to shine. Download the SEN app and listen live wherever you are. Join our AFL Nation commentary team for every memorable moment. AFL Season 2021. Hear it all on the SEN app. Download it now.
Shammy starts a fresh over, defended by the captain route into the offside. No run. Izzy, we were talking earlier about medal tallies and all alike, and I said no, there's no way that Team GB will overtake Australia. Well, they duly have since we last talked, so it's GB into fourth spot, 15 golds, 18 silver, 15 bronze for a tally of 48. Of course, you measure the tally based on golds first and total medals second. So Australia level on 15 golds, but only 4 silvers and 17 bronze for 36.
It's a great conversion rate, I won't lie.
Oh, it absolutely is. Shammy from the pavilion end. Oh, nearly a catch at mid-wicket, and it's gone! Oh, dear, how has that happened? All caught up around the front pad. A dismissal that Dom Sibley will be forced to look at and reflect on. His onside game has brought him down on 18. 66 for 3 becomes the score, but that is exactly what India were trying to do before lunch. Time up in knots. And Mohammad Shami, who's bringing the ball back towards the right-hander with that natural shape, has brought the downfall of Dom Sibley for 18.
That was a really sharp catch as well at mid-wicket. One of those that just a little bit high on the bat of Dom Sibley, hung in the air, it was low, it was going fast, but just reward for India, who have bowled well, who have bowled tightly, and that pattern unfortunately for England continues. A wicket at the sort of bookends of the sessions. We saw one in the first over of the morning, one in the last 5 of the morning session, and now just a couple of overs, the second over after lunch, and another England wicket fall. So ominous signs. Joe Root at least still out there, but that fragile 3 for England, all gone. And England find themselves 66 for 3.
And KL Rahul nicely taken low and to his left. So simply 70 deliveries for his 18. The national debate around his spot at the top of the England order will continue as Johnny Bairstow makes his way to the middle for England. Not a name that we necessarily expected to be on the team sheet here at Trent Bridge, but after not playing for England since the away tour in India earlier this year, where that didn't go particularly well at all when brought back, some excellent white ball form, some runs in the 100, into the test squad, primarily I suppose as the backup wicketkeeper initially at least. And now, by virtue of the fact that Ollie Pope missed with a thigh strain, in comes Jay Bairstow.
Yeah, it was one of those at the beginning of this week. He almost was third in line to come in this position as the sort of number 5 batter. You've got Ollie Pope, who's been suffering, you say, from that thigh strain, and then Dan Lawrence, who played in the last test series against New Zealand, didn't do particularly well. So he got 81 not out and then a duck. So, he didn't look as though he made it his own. And then there was this idea, I guess, that Bairstow, even though he had a sort of calamitous India tour, he only played in the last couple of matches, I think, and averaged, I don't think he got out of double figures.
No, he made 3 ducks in 4 innings.
Yeah, and then a 28, wasn't it, right at the end? to sort of redeem himself, so to speak. But he was, in theory, I guess, the man in possession of the shirt because he was rested, having played in the IPL for the New Zealand Test Series.
Okay, I can see that. Facing his first ball here from Shammy. A bit of a tempter, falling outside the off stump, and Bairstow wearing a short-sleeve jumper leaves it alone.
Put it this way, at no point was Johnny Bairstow formally dropped from the England starting 11. But there were others that you could argue, have put their hand up.
Yeah, well, I suppose it's how you interpret, because they were managing players in Sri Lanka as well.
The rotation policy.
That's right. So if you want to go back to when was England last at full strength, you probably have to go to the Test matches played against Pakistan last year.
Yeah, the start of the, or even the West Indies.
But at the end of that summer, they were at full strength or near enough. Shammy bowls, and defending is Bairstow off the mark, soft hands past points. 67 for 3 the score now. And Bairstow wasn't in that 11 last year. Got back in because he's seen as a fine player of spin, rightly so. Made runs in Sri Lanka in the first Test match. Was rested for the first 2 in India. Came back for the 3rd and 4th, and as we said, made 3 ducks and a 28 to finish the series. Left out on the basis that all IPL players weren't given the chance to be selected against New Zealand, seemingly in the wilderness, and here he is for the first Test against India. Quite the roller coaster for Bairstow. Root on strike, defending Shammy into the offside.
And I'll add to the mix, and I mean this, in one sense, seems sort of laughable, but he's had a really good white ball summer so far, and he's featured. He plays for the Welsh Fire in the 100. He's been going very well. He's one of the marquee signings, and I think there was certainly a lot of resentment for the idea that he was being drawn out of the 100 to go into the Test squad with the likelihood that he wouldn't have to be playing any Test matches, or probably be just around a squad player.
Yes.
And yet unable to feature and perform on the white ball stage, whatever kind of white ball format it may be. So there's been a lot of chat, a lot of talk around whether it was the right thing to do. But I mean, if he's playing, and the other thing for England is that he is a man of experience. We saw him at the beginning of this Test receive his 75th Test cap, a sort of little huddle commemorative cap he got for that. And I think in a fragile batting lineup that really does lack experience of scoring runs at important phases, Bairstow does have that, and I think Root really is feeling as well the loss of Ben Stokes, another very capable leader in the side. So I don't know how much you buy into that, this idea of experience and leadership qualities, but I think Root will be happier to have Bairstow walking in.
His teammate from Yorkshire, they've played a lot of cricket together. They're in the middle together now for England. Bairstow facing his first ball from Jasprit Bumrah. 67 for 3 the score. Bumrah arrives and bowls, and Bairstow on down the leg side. As he tickled that, no appeal. Might have clipped the thigh pad on the way through. In the end, well taken by Rishabh Pant, diving away to his left. Last night when the news broke, it was your newspaper, wasn't it? Nick Holt had the story that
Newshound
Nick Holt that Bairstow would play. We all assumed it would be for Dan Lawrence, who did make an unbeaten 81 at Edgbaston in the first innings, and a most accomplished 81 as well. We remember the collapse in the second innings, but Lawrence kept them fighting on that first day especially. Bumrah bowls, and Bairstow again down the leg side, gets enough on it for 4 runs. Might have been off the thigh pad. It is, that's confirmed by umpire Kettleborough, but 4 runs to the England tally. Bairstow stays on 1, England 71 for 3. And we thought that Butler would stay at 6 and maybe Sam Curran at 7. But the configuration instead is that Lawrence retains his spot at 6, and they go with what used to be the conventional 6 batters, wicketkeeper, 4 bowlers. It's just not the 4 bowlers we thought, and that changed everything.
Yeah, I'll be really interested to see actually how Jadeja goes. We haven't seen him yet, so left-arm spin on this deck. See whether either team ruse that opportunity to have played more spinners.
They're singing in the terraces at Trent Bridge. Bumrah bowls, and leaving outside the off-stump is Bairstow.
When are they not singing in the terraces of Trent Bridge? I mean, 11 o'clock is only an hour away from lunch. That's when they start, 100%.
Yes, this was the song that we heard all the way through the Euros, of course, and always at Edgbaston. Not usually quite as loud at Nottingham, but it's that kind of day.
They'll contest that.
It doesn't have the same reputation as Birmingham.
That's probably correct. Eric Holly stand at many an Australian know very well about it.
It's the newsstand, isn't it, here at Nottingham,
Yes.
where you get most of the noise. It's been there for about 13, 14 years. Bumrah bowls and defending his best day.
Yes, the irony of the newsstand having been opened about 15 years ago, but it's still favourably called the newsstand lining Bridgeford Road end.
It's had quite a bit. It's changed the way cricket's played at Nottingham, that stand, because it has meant that the whole playing field's been carved off in that corner. So in white ball cricket, often that's a 50-metre boundary, which can make for some gigantic scores. I was there when England made 481 against Australia back in 2018, for example. That's one of a number of 400-plus scores in 50-over cricket. Bumrah bowls, defending his best out to mid-on, no run.
It makes for a very sort of idiosyncratic non-oval of an outfield. You've got this broad stand and then a lovely old scoreboard as well beyond it, but it's where you get the fancy dress. I've seen a few of those in the crowd today, bathed in sunshine today, which may well be the best of the weather that we get. But what is it, a Wednesday afternoon, height of summer, schools are off. I think there's a lot of fans enjoying themselves out there.
Yes, of course, no restriction on fan numbers at the moment. Bumrah bowls and Bairstow again defends into the onside. End of the over, 29 bowled, England 71 for 3. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes delivering affordability. Adam Collins and Isabel Westbury on the call. England started this session at 61 for 2. They've lost 1 wicket since the break. That was Dom Sibley in the second over after the resumption. Caught at mid-wicket by KL Rahul from the bowling and Mohammad Shami for 18 from 70 deliveries. And since then it's been Joe Root and Johnny Bairstow, the captain on 17, the new man on 1, a partnership of 5. And the wicket taker Shami is going to go again from the pavilion end, the end where that new stand is situated, that corner of the ground. He has 1 for 11 from his 9 overs so far. More gold medals in the Olympics. Andre de Grassi's won the 200 for Canada. Shami bowls and defending his route into the offside. Won it in 19.62, so well outside the world mark, but still another marquee event, the men's 200-metre final. It was a fantastic women's final yesterday. Jamaica, another gold medal. It's been most exciting down at the stadium, watching that the last few days.
Well, we're very flattered with the timings, especially as far as the athletics goes. In the UK, you kind of wake up and you hear some of the more obscure events having happened overnight, and then the athletics warms you up as you get into your breakfast. As 8, 9 o'clock, that starts beginning. Then we have a nice test match to tune into at 11 a.m.
Shami bowls and Root works this off his pads, past the square leg umpire. Just a single sweeper in that direction. Chadul Thacker, 72 for 3 the score. Root has 18.
And then as far as our cricket coverage is concerned, throughout this bit of the summer at least, we're going for a very Australian model of the 100 running simultaneously to the test match.
Yes.
So this is the kind of thing that you see in the BBL when test series go on in Australia, is that you see, you tune into a day of cricket, 11 until, 6:30 in the evening, and then you switch straight over to a BBL match. Well, that's what they're trying to do in England with the 100. It doesn't quite work at the moment.
2 slips in a gully. Shami bowls and Bairstow defends out towards point with soft hands. No is the call. Yeah, that's right. At its best, it can work really well.
Yeah.
When you complete the test day, even with the extra half an hour, let's say, a bit of post-game wrap-up, and then, it's into the BBL. And I suppose...
Main meal followed by dessert.
Yeah. And when the BBL was receiving its biggest, say, crowd attendances, for example, it felt as though there was this drift of everyone would finish the test day and it would be the purple team against the green team.
Yeah.
It didn't really matter an awful lot. It was this. It was a rhythm. It was part of the rhythm of summer.
Very easy, and that's what I think they are trying to do with the ECB in the 100.
Shami delivers and finds the inside edge of Bairstow with a delivery that does come back a decent distance off the seam at 86 mile an hour. Ends up at mid-wicket, no harm done, but good bowling again from Shami.
Make it a very natural thing that you switch on the telly or the radio at the same time each evening, and there you go, it's on. But at the moment that the women's and the men's 100 are being played as double headers, it does leave the women's game at quite a disadvantage, because they tend to start around 2:30, 3 p.m. each day, and of course that's still with this test match going on, so there'll be a big overlap there, which is unfortunate. But the men's will start at 6:30 each evening.
Shami bowls to Bairstow, who leaves outside the off stump. Yeah, seeing those celebrations at the stadium with Degrassi. I like the idea there's a gold medalist from Canada called Degrassi. I think Jared Kimball will appreciate that at the back of the box. You might be just a couple of years too young to understand that
Far
reference.
too young, I'll have you know.
I mean, I'm not that much older than you, but I'm just old enough to...
Far older than me, 100%. Get out.
So it's Shammy to Bairstow. Racing away from the beautiful old pavilion at Trent Bridge. Delivers here. Bairstow off middle stump clipping. Does it well. Through mid-wicket. Thacker is the sweeper in that direction. Bairstow retains the strike. 30 overs gone. England 73 for 3.
Hi, Gerard Waitley here. Us Aussies, we're a patriotic bunch and we love supporting our own, which is why I'm with Red Energy. It feels good to support a 100% Australian-owned company and know I'll be looked after by a customer service team who are based right here. I love having Red Energy on my team, and I reckon you will too. Red Energy, that's real Aussie energy.
England 73 for 3 at Trent Bridge. Australia 88 for 3 at Dhaka. Some 14 and a half overs into their T20 international against Bangladesh after winning the toss and batting. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. Jasprit Bumrah, ball in hand. Has a catching mid-wicket, couple of slips in a gully. A man out at long leg on the hook in front of the newsstand. In from the Radlett Road end, delivers here to Bairstow on 2. He takes it off his front pad towards the more conventional of the 2 mid-wickets. No run on offer. You mentioned those medal tallies before. That strike rate, 15 golds for Australia and 4 silver. I mean, that is... That's what you want, isn't it? I mean, you don't want the other way around. I mean, you see, I note that both Australia and Team GB are ahead of not Russia. Not Russia. 14 golds, 21 silver. More medals, but got to get more of the gold stuff.
Russian Olympic Committee.
Yeah, that or not Russia, either work. Bairstow facing. Bumrah bowling. Delivers here, full in the block hole. Bairstow digs it out to point, no run.
I think we've, as an English person growing up with sort of Australia in many of the sports that I played, hockey, cricket being pretty dominant throughout my youth, I always put it down to the good weather and nice swimming pools. Just unfair natural advantage. Our outdoor Lidos don't have quite the same appeal. It's sort of -2 degrees on a cold grey morning in November.
You got to want it.
Yeah.
Here's Bumrah again. Well wide of the crease to Bairstow, who defends into the onside. Yes, they talk of that climactic advantage in a place like Barbados that has more cricketers per capita than any part of the world, more test cricketers rather, than anywhere in the world. A small country, so it's easy to get around. Beautiful climate.
Yeah. I mean, I'm more likely to go for a run, let's be honest, if it's nice and sunny outside on the beachfront than I am, anywhere in England at possibly any time of the year. I have a very good friend who's a swimmer. Not anymore. He moved to Australia, a doctor in Australia in Sydney.
Bumrah bowls to Bairstow. And Bairstow, up his through square leg. He'll get a boundary for it, but that's where the trap is set. The catching mid-wicket and a man not far away at a forward square leg, and that hung in the air before spinning away to the boundary.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot. It was one of those where, as a batter, your heart is slightly in the mouth because you've timed it nicely. We saw it race away to the boundary, but for that split second, it was aerial, and you see the field out of the corner of your eye. But he judged it well there, Bairstow. Big exhale there, a sigh of relief. He knows what a big innings this is for him, for England, in fact. At least he's avoided the duck, which I think is important in the scheme of the 3 ducks in the last 4 innings against India.
Yes, that's his first boundary. Bairstow 6, England 77 for 3. Bumrah, how will he respond? He delivers, Bairstow leaves. Yeah, it looked a nice shot when it skipped away to the rope, but I still think Bumrah would have been fairly interested in that, because that's the type of shot they want Bairstow playing. They know that he is a candidate to be bowled. He gets bowled. I mean, Jared Kimber will run through the numbers later, I'm sure, but his percentage of dismissals via bowled and leg before, far outstrips any player who consistently gets a run in the top 6 in international cricket. So they want to bowl at his stumps, thus the catching mid-wicket. Last delivery here. Bumrah to Bairstow. Bat and pad close together as he pushes down towards mid-on. End of the over, 77 for 3 after 31 overs. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. Root's on 18. Bairstow is on 6. Izzy Westbury, I'll leave it with you. And after a few further thoughts about the way that Johnny Bairstow is going about it, I'll pass over to Nikesh Regani.
You can see it from the line that India is bowling, that Bumrah is bowling. Tall figure, unorthodox action, of course, with his high right arm running in. But he's really bowling a straight line, angling into the right-hander, trying to get Bairstow to topple over his off stump, to lose his balance, possibly in with a chance of either an LBW bowled or even, as Adam was saying, that catcher there at mid-wicket, a misjudged flick of the wrists. He's been batting well in white ball cricket, Johnny Bairstow. Always a marker for Test form, as we know. We've already had a flurry with Jason Roy at the top of the English order after he'd been dominating in white ball cricket.
Here we go, Shami in to Root, who just pushes this one out towards point. The call is no. Joe Root, 18 from 26. Johnny Bairstow, 6 from 18. England, 77 for 3. The sun is still shining at Trent Bridge.
You say that was surprising, your voice,
yes. Well, it's, I mean, we were treated to some splendid weather earlier on in the English summer, sort of after a very wet May. June was pretty good, and then another couple of weeks of rain, and it's kind of been neither here nor there since. This one down the leg side. Joe Root unable to flick that one down towards fine leg, and it's straight through to Rishabh Pant, and there is no run.
Oh, well, enjoy it while it lasts. That's the way with the English weather. But talking about, yes, Bairstow's white ball form, so in the 100 he only played 2 innings for the Welsh Fire, or the Welsh Fire Men, which brings all sorts of images into my head. But he got 56 in 72 in quick time in those 2 matches before he departed for the England biosecure team environment.
Shami once again, and this is a thick outside edge to the gully fielder for no run.
And I say that rather pointedly because we're not allowed, or we've been asked not to call them bubbles anymore.
Right.
They're biosecure team environments. What the difference is, I'm yet to try to kind of work out, but it's all about managing the mental well-being of the players. And
sounds nicer, doesn't it?
It does. I don't know whether in practicality it is. And I think actually, I'm trying to think what I was reading the other day, but the difficulty with this English summer, as opposed to last, the sort of the height of the pandemic.
As Shami finds the inside edge of Joe Root, and it's to that short mid-wicket fielder, no damage done, at 77 for 3 still.
Is that while the players were in sort of pretty robust biosecure bubbles, most of the country was still under restrictions as well.
Yeah.
And I think the difficulty now is that they are restricted, the players, certainly. Like, it's, to get in and out of the team environment is pretty tough, and they, especially with the COVID infection level reasonably high still, it's the contrast between what's outside and what environment they're in.
Oh, and this one is a little in-ducker, and he's wrapped on the thigh there, Joe Root, into the leg side. No run once again. That seemed he may have just missed the thigh guard as well. Trying not to show his pain, but gritting his teeth there, Joe Root, still on 18.
And that's what really is difficult for the players, is when you're stuck in your hotel room, confined to your hotel, in the same sort of 15 faces as you work with day in, day out, when everything else has opened up. You've got no restrictions anymore, no social distancing, full crowds at these events.
Shami, final ball of this over. It's short, it's pulled away well by Joe Root, backward of square, but it's going to be fielded down at fine leg by Jasprit Bumrah. The England fans in the crowd boo, and they are through for a single. So 32 overs gone, England 78 for 3.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. It's the same with your super. Because if you're with Host Plus, you're the super fund with a history of long-term top performance. Host Plus, we go with you. This is general advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS available at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. We're back at Trent Bridge. England 78 for 3. Batting first. Mohammad Siraj back into the attack. He's taken a wicket himself so far. That of Zach Crawley, caught behind by Rishabh Pant for 27. That was the DRS call from Virat Kohli eventually, which came with a couple of seconds left on the clock after a bit of a plea from Rishabh Pant. In here comes Siraj. This one floated outside the off stump, left comfortably by Root.
I actually found that almost the most interesting narrative of the morning session, the way in which India handled those DRS reviews. That first one that was a review for, I think it was caught behind and there was sort of daylight, I think. Jared Kimber on mic then said it was 83 miles between the bat and the ball, which is roughly about right.
Metres, I think, but yeah,
okay, close.
Wouldn't be far off. There was a big old gap. And they had a look at the LBW as well on that one. This one is defended well by Root into the offside, no run. But that was going miles over the stumps as well. It's been a bit of a thing with Virat Kohli. He's not the best reviewer. No,
but right. So that was what's interesting, is they had that terrible review, and then possibly the following ball, we had another review for caught behind, and this one looked as though again it was pad all the way and there was nothing in it. But it was Rishabh Pant that went and convinced Virat Kohli to review.
Again, left outside the off stump by Root, no run.
I don't know if there are any other Indian players in it, but it was one that really he had to think about and had to really urge him to. And the fact that Virat Kohli did then review on the advice of Rishabh Pant, who, is quite an explosive, very emotive player, I thought that was quite a big moment, because Virat doesn't normally take that much advice from anybody.
I think what the situation was is that Siraj wanted the LBW. He wasn't appealing for a caught behind. That's why Kohli turned to the point fielder. The Siraj is in once again, and Root defends into the offside, no run. Virat Kohli was looking at the point fielder and asking about height.
Right.
Was it too high? It was way too high. I mean, It was like the top of the thigh. It's just that Siraj was overexcited, as he often gets, and we've seen him sort of tempt Virat Kohli into some questionable reviews over the past few months as well. And then Rishabh Pant was just saying, look, listen to me, I think he's edged it. And I think that was the conversation, and nobody else heard the edge or saw the edge apart from Rishabh Pant. This one is again defended into the offside by Root. Again, no run. England still 78 for 3. Yeah, I think that's what that conversation was. I would have loved to have had a mic on Rishabh Pant to hear exactly how he convinced Kohli. And Kohli obviously didn't hear it himself and had to go by the word of the keeper. But who's got a better view than the keeper?
Absolutely. But the fact that nobody else heard it was obviously everyone else was going for the LBW. I think that to me feels like quite a big moment in Pant. Still very early in his career, being able to have the ear of the captain like that and for him to trust him.
This is Fuller and driven beautifully by Joe Root through the covers. No need to run for that one. Straight off the middle of the bat. 4 more runs. Big cry of Root from the England supporters in the crowd. And a brilliant way for the England captain to end that over. 33 overs gone. England 82 for 3. SEN Test cricket for the Henley Everyday Advantage. Up to $90,000 premium inclusions. Izzy, what a shot that was.
Oh, it was lovely. And I think we actually have, for all the faults of England's batting lineup, one thing they've done really well today is capitalise on the full delivery, the one that's slightly overpitched. We saw it from Crawley earlier on, and Root there, a classical off drive, again just leaning onto it, doesn't need any impetus into it. It really was racing away across the Trent Bridge outfield, actually down towards the newsstand. He moves to 23. This little partnership, a rebuilding job of sorts between the more experienced duo at the crease. 75 tests now under Johnny Bairstow's belt.
Shami continues, and Bairstow leaves this one outside the off stump.
But not only did we have those two reviews in quick succession, but then it was a non-review that was also quite telling, in which I'm trying to think, I think it was Joe Root that was wrapped on the pads in fact, and there was everybody went up from Bumrah, and it was again Pant that said, no wait, calm down, I think it was missing, or height, it was too bouncy, and that's fair enough for someone like Bumrah who's coming in for quite high, but everybody else was quite animated, but it was Pant that was the one again saying calm down.
This time Bairstow's wrapped on the thigh guard, but the ball trickles back to Mohamed Shami, no run. And I think what's interesting is that immediately after he was wrapped on the pads, Bumrah's the one who didn't really appeal and signalled that it might be going over the top, but still Virat Kohli was interested.
Yeah.
And it was only Rishabh Pant that convinced him that, hang on,
yeah,
this is not the right one. So he's obviously a more respected member of the team now. He's got that experience. And they can trust that he knows what he's talking about. He's got a good view.
I think it's a change in Virat Kohli as well, in his leadership, certainly, if you think only a couple of years ago.
Again, slight inside edge onto pad there from Bairstow, who moves still on 6 rather. England still 82 for 3.
He sort of ruled with an iron fist almost, and not only were the players a little bit intimidated, but he would have gone straight away for the review. And I don't know if you heard, he had a quite an insightful interview between Dinesh Karthik, who is now commentating for Sky Sports Cricket here in the UK, and Virat Kohli, talking about becoming a father, and you can talk about all these wonderful holistic things, but he does seem to have mellowed or adapted a little bit and become a bit more less jumpy, uppity almost.
This is again full from Shami and defended straight back to him by Bairstow, no run. I still love that he hasn't lost any of that emotion, though. When it was eventually given out, that review, the caught behind off Crawley, the double fist pump, the aggression on his face towards the Indian supporters in the crowd, as if to say, I knew that was out all along.
And you never want to lose that from someone like Virat Kohli, who's such a very intense character, and he freely admits that. That's the way he approaches his cricket. This is his life in many respects, but again, that maturity, that kind of things happening off the cricket field, you feel as though he's still got the intensity, but he knows how to sort of channel it a bit more.
2 balls left in this Mohamed Shami over. It's full, it's driven, and it's fielded by Shami. He gets the left mitt onto it, can't hang on to it, and Bairstow is through for a quick single. 83 for 3. Shami looks as though he's got a lot of sweat dripping off his forehead. Warm day at Trent Bridge, as we mentioned. Certainly by English standards, anyway.
Say it's positively cool as far as the Indian players are surely concerned. Having said that, the Indian players have been up in there. So they've been here about 2 months already. We had the World Test Championship final against New Zealand, but then and a few weeks off. Then they went up to Durham for their training camp, which is very North England, and not always the best of weather. So perhaps they're.
Shami in and wraps Root on the thigh pad. And there is no run as the ball trickles into the offside. So 34 overs gone. England 83 for 3.
To celebrate 50 years of Macca's, we're bringing back the custard pie and introducing a new birthday McFlurry. Creamy custard pie pieces mixed in with caramel fudge and sprinkles, but only for a limited time. Available after 10:30 a.m.
It's time, Australia, to wake up to sleep, because it is incredible. It's scientifically proven to give us more energy, clearer judgment, and better memory. 40 Winks, serious about sleep.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability back at Trent Bridge here, with England batting first in the afternoon session on day 1 of the first Test against India at the lovely sunny Trent Bridge as it is today. Nikesh Raghani here alongside Jeremy Coney, with Joe Root 23 from 38, Johnny Bairstow 7 not out at the other end, a wicket each for Jasprit Bumrah, Mohamed Shami and Mohamed Siraj. And, Jeremy, I'm not sure if you agree with this, but just watching the sort of last passage of play since the lunch interval in particular, it looks as though batting is just a little bit easier as time has gone on in this innings. Siraj into Bairstow, just defends this into the offside. It's not quite doing as much as it was before.
I think that's fair, and I think the ball has stopped swinging. I mean, what was it at lunch? It was about 61 for 2, something like that. Both sides, I think, would feel they'd done okay at that point at lunch. England, because their batting lineup was a bit suspect, to not
defended into the onside, no run once again.
To not lose more than 2 wickets, they're probably quite happy with that. India happy that England haven't got away, that they have picked up those 2 wickets, and one of them is Burns. And Crawley, who was starting to look a little bit dangerous at times. I thought that was quite a good innings, actually, from what I've seen so far of Crawley, that he had been dismissed as well.
Sergeant Bairstow again, who defends again into the leg side. No run, still 83 for 3.
I think what we have seen, I mean, in India started the session 3 slips in the gully. So they clearly felt as if they were comfortable with the rate of scoring. They weren't being knocked around and just manipulated about Trent Bridge. So that indicated how they were feeling. Since then, though, since the ball has just stopped swinging, I think, as much as we saw prior to lunch.
Siraj charges in once again, but this is well wide of the off stump and left alone by Bairstow.
What we've now starting to see is 5-4 fields, so 5 on the offside, 4 on the onside, and bowling a bit more straight and bringing the pads into play, trying to get one perhaps just outside off stump to nip back, particularly to Bairstow, who's a wee bit vulnerable in getting bowled, playing the big drives. So that seems to me the phase we're at the moment.
This one is Fuller and just defended out to mid-off for no run once again, 83 for 3 still.
Bumrah starting, and with Shami, as you would expect, the 2 most experienced, but also probably the best bowlers. You want to restart if you can with your better bowlers. Make it tough to restart for a batsman. So that's pretty standard. I think good chance for Bairstow here. I think they look a stronger side with him. You know, England look a better batting lineup with him there.
Yeah, lots of experience as Siraj pushes this one short and Bairstow just ducks underneath it straight through to Rishabh Pant, and that is the end of the over. England 83 for 3.
Yes, and that and also the feeling, I guess, that because of his recent run, Bairstow may not have thought that this opportunity in this game may not have happened ever. So in what is a pretty youthful batting lineup at the moment, he's been given a chance that he might not have expected, so make the most of it, really. He's in decent nick. He's been hitting the ball quite nicely, timing it quite nicely recently, and so if he can get himself in, he's certainly, Root and Bairstow like to keep the score ticking, don't they?
Indeed, it looks as though we're going to get another change in the bowling for India. Shardul Thakur back into the attack. 5 overs for him before lunch. Just the 10 runs conceded. Perhaps didn't quite get into his rhythm. Thought he may have just been a bit too wide of the off stump at times. Did test the outside edge a couple of times of Dom Sibley, but nothing too threatening from him before the interval. Usually does swing it all day long, so it'll be interesting to see if he can still get some movement with the older ball. 35 overs old, this Duke's ball, and in comes Thakur, and there's a little bit of gentle swing, but well outside the off stump and left alone by Joe Root there.
It'll be interesting to see that. I mean, Trent Bridge is known as a ground that does swing. The ball should still be in reasonable nick. It's hardly been hit around too much, although we can see, you know, there are quite a few sort of used pitches, and while the ball will run over those, punching it into it, particularly those ones adjacent to the game, you know, where the game's taking place, later on you might see a bit of reverse swing.
Root takes guard again and drives this one, but straight into the covers for no run.
I'll be interested to see whether Root and Bairstow don't come out of their crease a bit with Pant standing back to what is, you know, medium pace. and the ball swinging from the arm at this stage from Takua. So whether they feel once they get in that they can actually start to put pressure on Takua, we'll have to wait and see, and he's going to have to use his skills, mix things up a bit.
This one is again floated outside the off stump, comfortably left alone by Joe Root. 79 miles an hour, that one from Shardul Thakur, comfortably the slowest of these Indian seamers.
Yeah, that's as I say, it looks like a first slip, a third slip in the gully, spreading themselves wide as they can at this stage, and will, they've decided, right, we're going to go for these. If he's going to encourage the drive, I personally prefer to cover less area better.
And he comes again, and this time it is driven, and it's dropped, is it? Did it carry to KL Rahul? He was diving low to his right, and it may have just bounced in front of him, I think. It was a good stop anyway. It was certainly travelling off the outside edge of Joe Root's bat. Let's just take a look at the replay here.
Well, the drive is sort of with a semi-open blade of Joe Root, and it's bounced to the right of KL Rahul, who's moved quite nicely across there. It's just a little hint, though. Root just opening the blade slightly to go with the swing, which is the right way to go. So those drives with a ball moving like this, gully comes into play as well.
Thakur again, similar length, this time better contact from Root, but straight to the extra cover fielder for no run. We mentioned it before, didn't we? Behind the wickets, how deep the slip fielders are going to have to be to somebody like Shardul Thakur. Maybe they need to take a couple of steps up. This could be an example of a slightly older ball as well, and it just dying before it gets to those slip fielders, because Joe Root did get decent contact on that, but the ball died just before KL Rahul.
They're all sort of looking about, where am I going to stand?
This one, Root thinks about having prodded it outside the off stump, lets it go through to Rishabh Pant. So that's the end of the 36th over, and Joe Root survives. England 83 for 3.
The Doc Shop makes space to make the world a better place.
The Doc Shop is the future of document and data destruction. Where we can, we recycle. At our own secure facility, we destroy the page, but save the paper. Protecting your data from falling into the wrong hands and our environment from unnecessary waste. The Doc Shop, unashamedly green. Just look at our trucks.
The Doc Shop makes space to make the world a better place.
thedocshop.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability, back with the action at Trent Bridge. And a good time to rejoin the action, as we're going to see our first bit of spin today from Ravindra Jadeja. His slow left arm about to be introduced into the attack for the first time, with England 83 for 3 after winning the toss and choosing to have a bat first. Immediately a slip in place. Johnny Bairstow will be on strike. There's a short leg as well. And here he is. In comes Jadeja round the wicket to the right-hander, and Bairstow just defends this gently into the offside. I suppose one thing you guarantee, Jeremy, when Jadeja's into the attack, he's going to get through his overs pretty quickly.
Yeah, well, look, 25 overs in the first session is pretty slow, even for a first session.
Jadeja again floats this one up on the off-stump line, defended by Bairstow into the offside, no run.
It's a hoary old question, that one, isn't it, about how do you kind of get to a point where the players kind of move along a bit faster. I understand the first session of the first test match and so on, you can be a little bit slow, but 5 overs short, not sure about that.
And that no ball won't help from Jadeja off that previous ball. This one is flicked straight back to him for no run. Jadeja just overstepping with the previous delivery. There's been a lot of talk in England in particular with the 100 and the regulations in that, as Jadeja again floats this outside the off stump, and it's pushed by Bairstow backward of point for no run. I mean, there are the punishments for that. You've got to bring an extra fielder inside the circle if you don't bowl your allotted balls in the allotted time. So, you know, could something similar be done in Test cricket? Run penalties, things like that, rather than just at the end of the Test match looking at it. Again, defended back down the wicket for no run by Bairstow.
I think that the first thing to do is the umpire must run this in cohorts with the match referee. Again, defended by Bairstow, no run. Jadeja keeping it tight here. So match referee take close eye on over rates, letting umpire know they're too short, they're 3 short. Bill, I want you to tell them now. Bairstow looks to cut this one, and it beats his outside edge straight through to Rishabh Pant, and that is the end of Jadeja's first over. 37 overs gone. England 84 for 3. Jadeja very much into how fast will I bowl on this pitch, starting a little bit more slowly than we normally see him operating from. So that was too close for Bairstow, the last one, to play the stroke. But yeah, I personally think as long as then the umpire is in contact with the captain on the field, John, you're 2 behind, you're 3 behind. When you get to 4 behind, John, a fielder is taken off the field. He's removed from the field, he goes off, and you are 1 fielder short until you catch up again. And the bowlers won't be very happy with that. No. And you wouldn't want to be getting rid of a bowler, obviously, so a batsman would have to go off. Maybe you lose a slip, catcher. Tucker continues here, and Root just pushes this one backward a point, no run. Problem with the money, of course, is that it doesn't really matter too much, doesn't hurt them, hitting them in the pocket. Removing them from a match, that's a bit more effective, but it's not very immediate. I like the fact that it's immediate, and you can't claim that the 100 moves along smartly because it's the 100. It's not a defence of the 100. It's a result of a regulation, as you say. Yeah. And it wouldn't be hard to do this, I think, as long as you have good communication. Thakur this time appeals for an LBW. I think it was inside edge onto pad rather than the other way round, which Thakur may have thought, but Root survives. 23 not out for him from 46. Bairstow on 7. England 84 for 3. Be effective though, wouldn't it? Having a fielder removed. Certainly would. I mean, it certainly rattled a few cages. Well, I think it would work. Taking a fielder off for a slow over rate is ideal. Because it hits the fielding captain, it hits all the fielding bowlers. This one is driven by Root out towards the point boundary. Jadeja in pursuit, and keeps them down to 2 runs. 86 for 3. It's immediate. I think the immediacy is a punishment as well. I mean, it's not a punishment, thou shalt not, like that. It just happens. That's it. And I think that the players, they are allowed to do these things. They get into a certain pace that they walk up. Someone has to go and get a cap. If they move smartly, people will get their overs every day. And this one is pushed out towards the point, but there is no run this time. Yeah, I mean, it would certainly get people on their toes. Well, imagine if they were 7 or 8 short, then you lose 2 players. Now then, that really opens. You lose another one, you see. So you get to some sort of point at which, the fielding side can't do very much. Is there a limit? No, well, it depends how slow they get, doesn't it? You don't usually lose, more than 7 or 8, do you? This one is left alone outside the off stump by Root. I mean, that's a lot of you're saying maybe 1 fielder off for how many overs short? Well, would you say 4? 4 overs short, 1 fielder off. 4 overs. If you're short of 4 overs, sounds fair. 4 overs is 25 minutes, isn't it? The way they're going at the moment. What about the adding runs onto the total of the opposition as extras Well, that's a
I mean, it might not be quite as extreme and as effective, but you know, it's
but
it's
at
an
the moment,
option
it's only
that
5, isn't it? It's only 5. That's not really not a really painful blow.
This one is punched off the back foot by Root into the offside. They jog through for a single, 87 for 3, and that is the end of the 38th over with England 87 for 3.
The all-new Hyundai Tucson is here, and it's as futuristic as it looks. The Tucson is packed with advanced technology.
This is a priority message from the future. All Hyundai Tucsons are the property of 2045. Several pieces of technology contained within the Tucson are banned at any time before 2032. Any all-new Hyundai Tucsons
will be confiscated.
All new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes delivering affordability. And we are back with the action at Trent Bridge. England 87 for 3, batting first in the afternoon session on day 1 of the first test against India. Ravindra Jadeja to continue with his slow left arm. Joe Root unbeaten on 26. Johnny Bairstow 7 not out at the other end. Just the 38 overs have been bowled so far today, as we were discussing. Jadeja will hopefully, from an Indian perspective, help them get back up close to the rate required. This one is driven into the covers by Root for no run. It's another no ball from Jadeja, overstepping again. He's had a bit of a habit of this of late, and sort of jogging up from 2 paces. It's not an excuse that many captains could be in favour of. This one is beautifully driven back at a point by Root, all the way to the boundary for 4. He moves on to 30. Cries of Root once again in the crowd, and England 92 for 3.
Lovely piece of timing, wasn't it, from Root? He's allowing the ball to come to him again, opening that blade on contact. So he's playing the ball towards cover, backward point, that sort of area, and finding that gap. Threaded it through there, that arc of fieldsmen.
Still the slip in and the short leg, and he's pushed onto the back foot this time at Root. Slightly quicker delivery there from Jadeja, but he manages to keep it out. And there is no run. Comes again, and this time Root defends a bit more nonchalantly off the back foot into the offside. No run. Do you think Jadeja should stick to his usual, seeing what you're seeing at the moment, just get it to zip through that a little bit quicker? So once again, and Root flicks him into the offside, out towards deep mid-wicket. The chase on for the sweep, but they think about 2. There's a mix-up and a run-out opportunity at the keeper's end. Ball went to the wrong end, and by the time Rishabh Pant took the bails off, Johnny Bairstow managed to dive home. Well, there was a chance there for India, and I'm not sure if there was a call from Rishabh Pant. But that is the last thing that England would need.
Well, Root ran the first pretty hard, didn't he? And Bairstow thought he wanted 2. He went probably 2/3 of the way and had to turn. And the throw went to the bowler's end and had to be thrown from there to Punt. And that was just enough time for Bairstow to get back and dive. He needed that urgency. So almost a miscalling problem there between the 2 experienced players. And, time for a drink, is it?
Well,
No.
it's middle of the over. 2 balls remaining in this Jadeja over. I think maybe a change of gloves, a change of something. So England 93 for 3 after winning the toss and choosing to have a bat first. And I think they are going to take a drinks break here. So Jeremy Coney, a few more thoughts from you on England's approach after lunch, and then Adam Collins will take over.
Well, England's approach is really set as soon as they lost the wicket of Sibley soon after the resumption of play. Caught it short mid-wicket by KL Rahul. low down catch, but pushing out way in front of himself, and as the further you push the bat away from yourself, the more you lose control of the shot, and that's exactly what happened. He also tried to hit it a bit square so that he got almost a leading edge to short mid-wicket KL Rahul. So he went without adding to his lunchtime score of 18, and it was 66 for 3 for England. That brought Bairstow to the wicket, and Bairstow, Butler and Curran, the next three players, had the interesting sort of stat, I think I heard somewhere. They haven't played a first-class game this summer. Number 5, 6 and 7. I don't know whether that's ever happened before. I'm sure it hasn't. So Bairstow and Root have then started their partnership. Both like to keep the score ticking. Root has done that. Bairstow's taken some time to get going, but he has a real opportunity, I feel, for him. As I said earlier, Adam, that I think they're a stronger side with Bairstow, a stronger batting lineup with him there. You know, he does have the reputation of being a wee bit loose outside off, so that he will push at the ball and therefore gate himself, to create a gate between the inside edge and his pad, and he's been bowled a few times. So he's obviously aware of that. He's just working his way into this innings, though, and I think this is an important phase of the day. We've seen Bumrah and Shami start up, and then they've been removed from the bowling crease, and Thakur, or Siraj had a couple, didn't he? And then Thakur and now Jadeja. It has a sort of a more gentle feel about the batting, not so much threat quite involved. It's a question of, can the batsman take advantage of loose deliveries? The partnership is starting to build, and you just sense that England here have an opportunity. Root's got himself to 30 odd and Bairstow nearly to 10, so just a wee chance for England to start to develop something here and not lose another wicket, and at the same time keep building. Yeah, it certainly feels that way at 93 for 3 at the halfway mark of this first day. Just 38.4 overs bowled so far. You mentioned Bairstow and being bowled in Test cricket. This is his 132nd innings in Test cricket, and 32 of those have ended bowled. So, I mean, over a third of his innings have ended that way. It's quite a lot for a main batsman, isn't it? Yeah, I think I'm right in saying there's nobody who bats in the top 6 in world cricket with a high percentage on that figure. So it does show you why they want to go between bat and pad. Not too dissimilar to the approach they took to Dom Sibley, the 1 wicket to fall since the lunch interval, caught there at the catching mid-wicket. Good bit of captaincy there from Virat Kohli to immediately implement that attack after the lunch break, with Sibley falling for 18. A bit of an interruption here as the physio came out and took a look, and everything seems to be okay with the England captain, who'll resume on 31. Jadeja, 2 deliveries left in this, his second over, the 39th of the innings. Mentioned before, only 38.4 bowled in half a day, which takes some doing. Well, we've talked about that. I heard you having that conversation. Jadeja goes and beating the outside edge of Bairstow, deep in the crease, not far away from the woodwork. That's the Jadeja ball that turns just a little bit, but not quite as much as Bairstow thought, nearly clipping the top of the off stump as well. Yeah, just giving himself some room, trying to open up the square on the offside and punch it with sort of the bat almost hitting towards square. Last ball of the over. That's better from Bairstow, pushing out towards mid-on. End of the over. 39 gone, 93 for 3 is England. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes delivering affordability. Adam Collins and Jeremy Coney with you on the call. I did hear your conversation with Nikesh around over rates. It just happens to be that's one of my pet topics. I've been looking at this quite closely in recent weeks, and I think the sort of mythology around over rates and the storyline's got a bit lost in what actually happens. But I thought it might be worth pacing through what actually happens between the umpires in the middle and how they assess how many overs behind a team is. So take them for instance. There was that interruption when the medical staff came on the ground. The umpires actually communicate upstairs and relay to the match officials, the 4th umpire and the match referee, how many minutes of credit they give them for that. So that might have been a 3-minute addition.
every wicket in Test cricket equals 2 minutes. They get a 2 minutes allowance every time a wicket falls. Shardul Thakur starting a fresh over, Root leaving outside the off stump. And what they do at the end of the day is they add up all of the allowances and they look at the extra half an hour they're afforded at the moment. And if you still go beyond 30 minutes, that's when they start fining you based on 4 minutes per over. So sometimes I've been frustrated by this. I'm like, well, how can it only be 2 overs fine, or a 2 over fine, which I think works out to be 20% of the match fee, when they've got 83 overs in on the day? It doesn't seem to add up to me. It feels like that should be a 7 over fine, as Thakur bowls again, and pushing at it with hard hands is Root, but safely out to extra cover, no run. That's because the umpires it's a dynamic number. They're adjusting constantly through the day. So my overarching point would be, fining players does not work, because the incentive structure at the moment, I'm not saying it's a problem that they're wealthy men. That's fine. No problem with them being paid well. But a 10% fine, that's not touching the sides of these guys. I mean, they're going to play the game at the tempo they want to, unless there's an in-play sanction. As Thakur bowls again, and Root plays with soft hands through the cordon. He'll get himself a boundary. He moves to 35. That's the 7th time he's found the rope. England 97 for 3. Well played late there off Thakur from the outswinger, moving away from the right-hander. So it's a long way of getting to my solution, which is, if you are serious about fixing up this problem, forget about fines. You need to empower the match referee to have a mechanism in play to make sure the overs are gotten through after allowances. And that, to me, feels like it has to be penalty runs. Because in white ball cricket, they can take a player off the field and it makes a big difference. Absolutely. Or they can have one fewer fielder inside the circle at the end of a T20 international. That works pretty well too, but it wouldn't work in Test cricket. As Thakur arrives at the crease and bowls, and Root again leaves outside the off stump. Because there is no fielding restriction. There's no circle to keep them in or out. So it's either taking fielders physically off the ground or having a penalty runs added to the team that is seen to have been disadvantaged by it, be it the batting team or the bowling team.
And when do those penalty runs occur?
End of the innings.
Okay. I personally like the first option of taking the fielder off, because you can easily count up whatever those minutes that you're discussing.
You can, definitely.
The interruptions.
Thakur goes with hard hands again there, Root, out towards point, and it ends there safely on the ground, no run.
So you could do that and still have a figure that's immediate right up to that particular point.
Yes, you can.
And I suppose some of those things, there seem to be a myriad of things, don't there? I mean, whether it's sight screens or whether it's people walking behind, in front of them, the sight screen blowing over or not changing from the ad that's up there, the last over, all those kinds of things.
Thakur to complete his over. He bowls and Root defends again into the offside. We'll pick up this conversation after the break. 40 overs gone. England 97 for 3.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. It's the same with your super. Because if you're with Host Plus, you're the super fund with a history of long-term top performance. Host Plus, we go with you.
This is general advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus BDS available at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. Adam Collins and Jeremy Coney with you. England 40 overs into their innings. They're 97 for 3. Let's return into our conversation around over rates as a bowler who has no issue with them. Ravinder Jadeja starts his third over. He gets through them in 75 seconds, so he'll help with the over rate for India. Bowling here to Bairstow. A slip and a short leg in position. Off the back foot, Bairstow. Pass back with point. Down towards the rope, and that's where it will land. England bring up their 100, and Bairstow into double figures. He's 11, England 101 for 3.
Well, he's played several shots, mainly off the back foot with a straight bat, to try and get a little bit of bounce there for Jadeja as well. Get him square. Here he's actually got one that he can cut. It's just a little wider from Jadeja. More boundaries I don't know, just that's the impression I'm getting starting to occur. And India got to be just a wee bit careful here.
Bit of cloud cover at Trent Bridge as Jadeja bowls and Bairstow defends. So as you said at the end of the last over, you can calculate when a team is running late. So you think that when we get to the mark of where they've been seen to have breached the final tally, that we just take fielders off?
I would have thought
with Jadeja bowls and defending again is Bairstow no run,
that the match referee would have a running situation rather than, so he would know immediately, as if you asked him, walked in and knocked on his door and said, how many overs are they behind? That's easy, we can see that on the Bush scoreboard.
Yes,
but what have been the interruptions for the game, please? And he would tell you.
Jadeja bowls again, defending is Bairstow into the offside.
There's a figure here, it is 32 minutes.
Yes, they definitely do that.
Okay, so that is 8 overs. And they happen to be 11 overs behind. That's 3. One more, and I'm going to be going down and saying, remove a fielder, please, until they come back.
Jadeja to Bairstow again, safely in defence. Now, whether of the 41st over, or one to come. Sorry, the scoreboard's ahead.
Whether that means that they suddenly start running between overs, because the bowlers will hate it. And so you would get back, I think, pretty quickly.
Now it's the end of the 41st over with Bairstow again safely defending into the offside. 101 for 3, just the boundary from that Jadeja set.
Because you can't count things like bringing a water bottle out. I'm sorry.
No.
You can't count that, or changing the gloves. You can't count that either.
Well, that's where I think that we should be willing to penalise batting teams for the slow over rate as well.
Totally.
I think it works both ways.
That can have a lot to do with it sometimes.
So I think the good way about the dynamic, this is certainly in the county championship how it's done. It's done in a dynamic way where the umpires are collaborating with the match referee and with the spare umpire that's there in situ to make sure they have a good handle for whether it's the bowling team minutes, batting team minutes, or let's call them neutral minutes, where it's an interruption that neither side has anything to do with. The sight screen, for example, that example you raised before about it not turning over at the right time. So there is a way of totting it up. I guess the question there is, when do you take the fielder off? Thakur bowls and Root pushes out towards extra cover, but can't beat the fielder there. It stays at 101 for 3.
Well, I think as soon as the figure is reached, whatever that figure is, whether it's 4 behind after all the things are subtracted, if it's still 4 short or 5 short, whatever,
until they catch up again.
Exactly.
Maybe it should. Okay, let's use right now as the example. Let's work on the assumption that India are at least 4 behind, right? That they'd be comfortably 4 behind after allowances at the moment. They're into the 42nd over, and we're a quarter of an hour beyond the official halfway mark of this first day. So let's say they were 4 behind right now. You'd say to the visiting captain, Virat Kohli, you lose a fielder until you get back within that restricted time. As Root comes forward to the next ball. It comes off the inside edge, actually, spits out towards mid-wicket, no run.
Well, I think the batsman can be told very quickly by the umpire, can't he? If they feel that the batsman is holding things, like, not being ready for a bowler.
Yes.
You have to be ready. You have to be ready. Some bowlers will only go back 4 paces sometimes, and even though they're a fast bowler, Jason Gillespie used to do this.
Yes.
And he suddenly turned around and the batsman wasn't ready. He's wandering around square leg. He has to rush in and prepare to face. That's his job.
Change in field, an unorthodox position, a short catching point. Thakur bowls and a lovely delivery to Joe Root. That's done plenty after pitching past the outside edge. Had to play at it just outside the off stump. Thacker's bowling nicely.
Again, it's just been a tad short, hasn't it, if you want to be super critical and slightly churlish. But it has. It's done enough, and it needed to be just a tad fuller. It opened Root up. He sort of just turned around as he saw the movement. And some good bowling. And that's more like it from Thakur.
Bowls again.
Again, a bit short.
Yeah, and Root uses that. It's deep in the crease and steers through. Backward point for 1. But good batting. Playing it late. When Root's at his best, he's on the balls of his feet and able to deflect the ball down into the offside and accumulate at will. He's 37, England 103 for 3.
Well, he's just starting to be a bit more acquisitive, isn't he? That's how I think of Root. He's a difficult man when he's playing at his best to stop scoring runs. Even your good balls are going for a single. And that's often the quality in Test cricket of a good player. a superior player.
Thacker on the approach once more, bowls to Root, who thrashes him through point on the front foot out towards the rope, and it'll reach it. So Root into the 40s with his 8th boundary. A productive over for the home side so far, 107 for 3.
So are we agreed on this?
I think we're pretty close. I think the only alternative is that if you wanted to have the ability to penalise either side, that penalty runs could be deducted from the batting team. So I think in the past it's been like, well, you know, it's all the bowling team's fault. I think we're in a similar view here that both teams contribute to the Malaysian over rates. Andrew Sampson, our friend and colleague, has calculated this, and it's getting worse year on year.
Oh, it is.
No question. Last ball of the 42nd over. Okay, delivers to the captain, Root, who leaves outside the off stump. End of the over. Root's on 41, Bairstow 11. England 107 for 3.
How's your latest energy bill looking? It's time to flip the switch and experience the amazing value at Kogan Energy. Want proof? Just upload your electricity bill on koganenergy.com.au and find out how much you could be saving on Kogan's incredible energy rates. See why thousands of Aussies are already saving with Kogan Energy. Visit koganenergy.com.au. Kogan Energy, powered by PowerShop and does not operate in all areas.
England 107 for 3. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. Adam Collins and Jeremy Coney with you on the call. Mohammad Siraj has been brought back into the attack. He bowled 8 overs earlier. Has 1 wicket in his column, that of Zach Crawley. Just before the lunch break, found a little inside edge onto the thigh pad, taken safely by the wicketkeeper Rishabh Pant. He was out for 27. Siraj has bowled 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 26. Such an impressive operator in Australia, leading that attack in the final Test match at Brisbane at the Gabba. What turned out to be a famous victory. His maiden 5-wicket haul in Test cricket in the second innings, an important one too. Gets an opportunity here at Johnny Bairstow, and he's well suited to Bairstow too, because Siraj has got a lovely off-cutter. He can hit the seam.
Yes, he has. And that's why I was slightly bemused when he was taken off.
Siraj bowls to Bairstow, who defends down towards mid-on, no run.
He doesn't nip it back. Of all the bowlers, I think he and Bumrah are able to do that a bit more. I think Shami is a natural sort of away swinger. So 41 runs now from this partnership, and Bairstow and Root just getting established. Good phase of the game here for England.
Couple of slips to gully as well. Siraj short to Bairstow on the pull, only as far as square leg, on the bounce to Shami, who does the tidying up. Bairstow 12, England 108 for 3. Yes, we loved Siraj in Australia during that series.
What a series that was.
It was an absolute joy to call it for SEN Test cricket at the Gabba for that final test, and watching the way that Siraj went about his work. The first time I saw him bowl was actually in an IPL game where he bowled 4 wides in the penultimate over and cost his team the win. And he had a sort of a chastening experience in Australia 3 years ago in one-day cricket where he went around a little bit. Shaun Marsh got after him. Siraj bowls here. Root off his pads behind square. Gets a single. Moving the score along to 109 for 3. Moves Bairstow, or rather moves Root onto 42. Bairstow back on strike on 12. And Jeremy, I can say that we have welcomed a raft of stations to our broadcast as well.
Tell me about the contacting.
They are all over the place coming in right now. They're from 1116 SEN in Melbourne, 1170 SEN in Sydney, Bendigo, Ballarat, Geelong, Gold Coast, Hobart, the NT, South Australia, Mount Gambier, Western Australia, SEN Peel, SEN Vic. They're all with us now until the close of play. Welcome to you all. Mohammad Siraj bowls to Johnny Bairstow, who plays towards the man at gully, albeit on the bounce. They get themselves a quick single. Good running. Bairstow 13. There's a Jinka Rahane diving away to his left, making sure it was kept to just the single. England 110 for 3. And if you are just joining the game for the first time tonight, day 1, first test match, Nottingham, England won the toss and batted. They were 61 for 2 at the lunch break. Rory Burns, the first man to fall. He was out for naught in the first over of the day. Leg before wicket for Jasprit Bumrah. The second wicket fell when the score was 42. Just before lunch, Zach Crawley caught behind for 27. Defending here is Joe Root into the onside. Siraj getting this nice bit of in-swing towards the captain. And the third wicket was that of Dom Sibley, who was out, caught at mid-wicket, caught in the onside trap from the bowling of Shami, caught by KL Rahul, who's back in the Indian team. As I bid farewell to Jeremy Coney, we'll hear from him again in the final session. Thank you, Jeremy. One ball to come in this, the 43rd over. Mohammad Siraj, 1 for 29 to his name. The crowd very much involved here at Trent Bridge. Siraj bowls, and Root looks for a single, but can't beat KL Rahul at mid-wicket. The end of 43 overs, England 110 for 3. As I welcome to the summariser chair, writer, author, broadcaster.
We'll be here all day if you do
documentary maker, serial pest in many respects on social. It's Jared Kimber. Hello, Jared. How are you?
I'm very good. It's been turgid, hasn't it?
It's not been compelling cricket the last half an hour or so, it must be said, but I like the scrap that's going on. I like the inside edges that are being found. I like that the Indian seamers are very much in the game with a Duke's ball that's now 43 overs old.
It's weird that, with 100 in the UK, that they didn't really sell it by, talking about the inside edges that much, did they? That's what the kids want. It's off the inside part of the bat. No, I think I think the ball's still moving, so India are in it. I'm interested that they've gone with so much Jadeja, although that may be an over-8 issue of which you've talked about. There's one thing I'd like to add to your over-8 chat.
Shardul Thakur with his outswingers, bowls to Bairstow, defending into the offside, no run.
They don't want to fix it, otherwise they would have fixed it. They've had 4 decades to fix it, Colo. They want the extra half an hour on the end of the day's play. It gets them more money.
I don't think the extra half an hour is the problem. I'm at peace with the extra half an hour.
No, but what I'm saying is, they want that. That is more ads that they can sell. They can keep their product on TV longer. The IPL goes for 4.5 hours a game. But that's on purpose. That's not a bug. That's a feature. Right? The only reason that they're doing anything different in the 100 is because the BBC has specifically asked for a shorter game.
Thakur delivers to Bairstow, who leaves outside the off stump safely through the gloves of Rishabh Pant. Yeah, I certainly subscribe to the idea that a 6.5 hour playing day suits all parties. Don't get me wrong. The players aren't as rushed, and broadcasters and television broadcasters get the extra half an hour. No concerns with that. But I think where we've got an issue, the World Test Championship final, day 4, one of the best days, or day 5 rather, one of the best days of Test cricket I've seen. 81 overs bowled. It was ridiculous.
Oh, I don't disagree.
9 overs short, but that was even with the extra half an hour, is my point. And there was no sanction. There was no fine from the ICC after the fact.
Want to do it.
Bairstow again leaving outside the off stump.
They look at it differently.
But it wouldn't preclude them from getting the extra half an hour. Don't you think that there is a way of preserving the extra half an hour and having a sanction in place which serves as a price signal to make sure that teams are incentivised to bowl their 90 overs?
If we had 6.5 hours, I think teams would push it to 7 hours. Dan Vittori about 10 years ago said, we could easily bowl to our over rate. We purposely slow it down. Teams know how to do it. It's not. I just think it's a really interesting thing from what you were talking about.
Thakur bowls, and Bairstow again is able to leave outside the off stump.
But if they wanted to, here's an easy way to do it. If you don't bowl your overs in time, you don't get to claim that you won the test. Forget about all these stupid little run penalties. Literally, you can't win a test unless you bowl your over. There are easy ways to solve this.
Well, it did backfire for Australia against India at the MCG. So India were chasing 130 odd in the fourth innings. Not much at all, but Tim Payne's side went about it so slowly in defending 120, 130, whatever it was, that they did receive a deduction on their World Test Championship points, which ended up being enough to kick them out of the final.
Which might be a bigger deal going forward.
Thakur bowls on the leg stump. Bairstow's clipping down towards the long leg. Well played. Should have enough time to get back for a second. In the end, they're satisfied with one because Bairstow has fallen over. 1-1-1 for 3 is the score.
Yeah, but I don't think it's a hard problem to fix. I just think they don't want to fix it. It's not bothering them particularly all that much, and they'll continue to do what they do with the cricket. It'll have to be a point. I mean, we basically had 12 years of international cricket where we didn't call no balls in tests, right?
We did. We had. Well, it was especially bad in the last 5 of those years, but they finally fixed it, Jared. Activist journalism from you and me. Thakur to complete his over. Well played by Root, down towards mid-on. Gets a single. He'll retain the strike. Root's 43, England 112 for 3.
The AFL season is building. The huge moments are becoming huger. And the stars of the game continue to shine.
Buddy plays on, he's put it through the middle, there's 2 points the difference.
Download the SEN app and listen live wherever you are. Join our AFL Nation commentary team for every memorable moment. AFL Season 2021. Hear it all on the SEN app. Download it now.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. Adam Collins and Jared Kimber with you on the call. First Test match at Trent Bridge. The home side, after batting first, the 112 for 3. Mohamed Siraj to continue his probing spell from the pavilion end. Delivers here on the driver's route, but can't beat the bowler in his follow-through. Of course, you can send us text messages to us in our commentary position.
Not personally.
Not personally, although we probably can arrange that. If you're in New Zealand, 8833. It's that simple. No further numbers required. 8833. You can ping us a message through. If you're in Australia, it's that famous number, 0433 98 11 16. 0433 98 11 16. Those messages get wired through to us and we can read them out. I might read out a couple now as Siraj delivers over the wicket. Oh, there's that off-cutter to Joe Root. He shouldered arms. It did die on the way through to Rishabh, so he ran his fingers down the seam. Not far away from his woodwork. Good bowling, good change-up. White ball delivery really there.
Yeah, I think that's the area I think you have to continually bowl to Joe Root. I don't think they've been perfect to him so far today. I think they were a bit wide when they started. Even that is maybe a fraction too wide. You really do have to. We tell kids to bowl at the top of off stump, and then you have a look. I think in the first session, India were hitting stumps 9% of the time, which is slightly below average, but not massively below average.
Siraj to Root, bowls here, Root defends with bat and pad close together.
But that is where you have to be, because with Root, if you're any wider than that, he'll use soft hands and just hit you either in front or behind point. And if you're any straighter than that, he'll work you. He's that good. There aren't many players averaging over 50. Well, he's at 48 at the moment. But there aren't many players who have consistently averaged over 50 in their Test match career for as long as he has. You don't have a very, you don't have a lot of margin for error. You really do have to hit the top of that stump, because you give yourself 3 dismissals with him, because he will edge some of those balls.
Yes, Root playing from the balls of his feet when he's at his best. Facing up here on leg stump, he's clipping through the onside, down to long leg for a single. He's 44. It's 113 for 3. I mentioned we're getting some messages in. One here from Jeremy, not our Jeremy, but a Jeremy, listening in Christchurch after work. Great to hear cricket back on the radio. Great commentary, guys. P.S. What's going on with Australia in Bangladesh? The last score I saw was that Australia finished up with 121 for 7 from their 20 overs in the second T20 at Dhaka.
More than a run of ball. Sounds pretty good if you're playing an ODI game in 1998.
Yes. Mitchell Marsh top scored with 45 from 42, batting at number 3. I've had a phone passed to me with an updated score. We'll come to that after the Siraj delivery. And the rank to throw down. Bowls here, and Bairstow ducks a bouncer. In reply, or in their chase, Bangladesh are 22 for 2. A wicket for Hazelwood, a wicket for Stark. Shakib Al Hassan's on 12, they're not out now, and that's after 4 overs in Bangladesh's pursuit of 122 for victory in the second T20 International. That series is very much off Broadway, isn't it? The Australia-Bangladesh. It's not on telly in Australia. You can't stream it.
The Olympics is on.
The Olympics is on. This Test series is on, which of course is on radio here with SEN and
a second-string Australian lineup as well.
Yes, it's not. Yeah, a lot of the first-choice players are trying to watch the Bangladesh series on telly and tweeting about it, and they're failing to do so. Siraj bowls, and off Bairstow's hip, he goes down to fine leg, gets a single. He'll retain the strike with that. He's 15. In fact, they come back for 2. That's really good running from the Yorkshire pair. Real commitment to the cause. Bairstow now 16, England 115 for 3.
Yeah, it's basically not happening, that series. It's a very important series for Australia, especially if they'd had their first choice team in, because of the World Test Championship. World Cup coming up. But it's not particularly that important if you can't manage to actually get most of your best players over there. But for Hazelwood and Stark and a few of the middle order guys, I can see why it can be important. But it's hard to prepare for a tournament if you're not actually playing.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. I'm going to leave it with you, Jared, then it'll be Nikesh taking over from me.
But you can see, Australia are basically travelling the world at the moment, aren't they, trying to prepare for that World Cup? And this is kind of, unfortunately, how managed to prepare for a lot of white ball tournaments over the last few years, which is wait to the last minute and then hope the natural talent will pull us over, which at home it will. I can't see that happening in Asian conditions, and certainly they are struggling to play in Bangladesh, which is almost the hardest place to play spin, I think, around the world. The ball really does rag off those pitches, and they have an incredible amount of finger spinners in Bangladesh to bowl to. Not to mention that Mustafiz Rahman, their seam bowler, is basically bowling finger spin at 135 kilometres an hour, which is also a bit of a problem here. We've got a problem with... might be one of the Indian bowlers here who's getting his toe reattached, from what I can tell. There seems to be quite a lot of tape, and maybe the worst taping job I've ever seen.
Looks like it could be Mohammed Shami, if I'm not mistaken, as Bumrah continues here, and this one is just pushed into the offside by Root. Backward point, no run. Partnership now worth 49 from 108 balls between these two.
That just looks uncomfortable, that taping. They might have just pulled it home. Oh, there's a lot of tape there, though, isn't there?
It's like his toes doubled in size. We'll take a better look and we get a better angle. At the moment, we've got a close-up of the feet only, but I think it is Mohammed Shami.
Can't tell him by his shoes.
not quite. Bumrah angles this one into Root, who defends into the offside once again. No run. England 115 for 3, looking a lot more comfortable now, and yes, there's a number 11 on the shoe, which has been taken off, and that is Mohammed Shami.
Very handy for him. I don't know how many players have their test number on their shoes yet.
Well, to be fair, it doesn't look as though the manufacturer's done it. It looks as though it's been done with a black marker pen. So it's probably just Mohammed Shami making sure none of his fast bowling colleagues try to steal a pair of his shoes. This one is punched off the back foot, backward of point. Slight misfield there, but no run.
I cannot think of anything worse than putting my feet in a fast bowler's shoes after he has worn them. I don't know if you've ever seen a fast bowler's feet. They are hideous things. They honestly, they're horror movie things. And you know, fast bowlers do things like they drill. And sorry if anyone's having a late night snack back in Australia, but they use a drill to go through their nail to release the tension on their foot. That's how much blood and everything is there. So no, I'm not borrowing any of their shoes.
Again, Root plays this one late. A couple of bounces to the gully fielder. No run once again. Maybe it's just when he gets, you know what players are like nowadays. They get whole boxes of them delivered, and they're all brand new and sitting around. Just mark your territory. Number 11 on all of them.
Well, it also depends on your teammates as well, because there are a lot of teammates who just throw their stuff everywhere. You don't want their area to take over your area. So no, it makes sense. Put your number on it. We just see here just how wide of the crease the Indian bowlers have bowled today. It's incredible. So many of them now bowl wide of the crease. I haven't really seen that since the West Indies in the 80s.
This one is angled leg side-ish and just flicked down towards deep square leg by Root. Jogged through for a gentle single, and that is the 50 partnership. Hence the applause from the crowd. It's been a good effort from these two to rebuild the innings, really. Johnny Bairstow 16 from 54. Root 45 from 80. A partnership of 50 coming from 112 balls. Not a bad rate when you consider how slow things were early on.
No, I mean, these two are going to pick things up a little bit. I suppose that you get a natural bump the minute Sibley leaves the crease. And he just scores so much slower than anyone else does. But I think these two have started to score a little bit quicker just because they naturally do that and put on a decent partnership here. Still not away from India yet.
Bairstow on strike, who leaves this one outside the off stump. All angled in, coming in a little bit more after it pitched, but comfortably missing that off stump, and that is the end of the 46th over, with England 116 for 3.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Tempur. If you're like me and you experience ongoing back concerns, Tempur mattresses assist in alleviating your pain. Made in Denmark, the Tempur geniuses over there have included on their bed system an easy-to-use wireless remote and massage function, all at the touch of a button. Once you own a Tempur mattress and base, you are on an absolute winner. View the Tempur range and Tempur athlete stories at tempur.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. Nick Shrigani alongside Jared Kimber with all the action from the afternoon session of the first Test match at Trent Bridge between England and India. England batting first, 116 for 3. Mohammad Siraj to continue with Joe Root unbeaten on 45. This one is angled in, wraps Root on the pads. It's a bit of fielding for Rishabh Pant to do. Going towards his left, and they scamper through for a leg bye. There's obviously a clear plan. I mean, we're seeing, less guys in the slip cordon. There's a kind of wideish slip, a gully, and 3 men close on the leg side, with Siraj angling the ball into Joe Root, just perhaps looking for a catch inside the ring there. There's a square leg, a mid-wicket, a sort of straightish mid-wicket as well.
Well, both these bowlers create that natural angle, but also with Bairstow specifically, they're going to bowl right at the stumps.
Oh, and this one is exactly spot on, and Bairstow manages to push it down towards mid-on for no run.
I think, I'm not sure if this still holds up, but I'm pretty sure this is true, that Bairstow averages something like 9 when the ball is going to hit the stumps in Test cricket. Now, believe it or not that many balls hit the stumps in Test cricket, so it's not as dramatic a stat as you think. And I think normal batters average about 15, but he's still a third below where you would want someone to be. But with the angle that they're both creating as well, it allows you to keep that pressure on, and then you can get catches on the leg side.
This is full and flicked, but straight to that short mid-wicket fielder, KL Rahul.
So they've got 2 catches. They've got someone at backward square leg, which is where I was saying they should have had someone for Dom Sibley earlier, but they've got that for Bairstow, and then they've got a short mid-wicket. So again, if he wants to play the shot, there's also a risk in him playing the shot, and there's a risk in him missing. So they're sort of doubling down on that Bairstow weakness. He's a phenomenal cricketer, but I don't know if I've ever seen anyone who's as good at scoring runs as him with such a glaring weakness for getting bowled in LBW.
Siraj again a little bit outside the off stump this time, and driven beautifully by Bairstow all the way to the boundary past extra cover for 4 runs. Well, he won't mind them there. The length was pretty similar to those previous deliveries, but just straying in his line a little bit, allowing Bairstow that width outside the off stump. Slightly on the up and straight off the middle of the bat.
Yeah, I mean, that shows the difference between him as a player. A minute ago we saw a length ball on middle stump that he made look like a hand grenade. Suddenly the ball's outside of his eye line and he looks a completely different player there. It's a beautiful shot through the covers, and it really does tell you a lot about him as a cricketer.
121 for 3 now, England. Bairstow onto 20 with that boundary. Couple of balls remaining in this Siraj over, and this one driven beautifully down the ground just to the onside, and well, that is one of the best sights you can ever wish to see in any cricket match in any format. And it was almost Tendulkar-esque, that push down the ground. No real great flourish, just all timing. 4 more.
The last 2 balls have gone dead straight as well, so when Thakur was bowling, the ball was still swinging around a little bit, but the seam has gone. And so what Siraj is currently doing is bowling wobble seam deliveries, and he's hoping then that the ball will occasionally go away. Last couple have not, and he's just, maybe been a little bit too full, although I don't think the length has been particularly a problem there.
Yeah, a few conversations between Shardul Thakur and Mohammad Siraj. Siraj, the more experienced Test player, but Thakur certainly the more experienced first-class cricketer, just giving his colleague a bit more advice as we see a silly mid-on, and this one is on the legs and flips through out towards deep mid-wicket. And they are through for a couple of more runs. Bairstow motoring along now, 26 he moves on to. England 127 for 3 at the end of that Mohammad Siraj over. 47 overs bowled so far today. Siraj early on into his Test career, he's bowled 11 overs this morning, 1 for 42. He's leaked a few runs. He'll always give you that opportunity, you feel, with Mohammad Siraj, but usually creates his fair share of chances as well. Maybe just time for Virat Kohli to rethink that strategy and give him a breather.
Well, I would assume that they'll probably try and, I mean, they've taken Jadeja off, obviously, at this point. So I think probably what they were trying to do is get a few overs of their sort of frontline seamers back, and then they'll rotate Jadeja back through. So it'll be interesting to see if they do that now, or if we see Mohamed Shami come on shortly. But these are such incredible players to spin, and the pitch did not look like it was doing anything at all for Jadeja. So I think they will try and get as much out of their seam bowlers as they can in this period. But it is swinging, but they really only have one legitimate swing bowler. The other three really want the ball to be seaming more than swinging, and that can cause them a little bit of problems.
127 for 3 England, looking a lot more comfortable at this stage. Does Jasprit Bumrah have the answer? Has he got the key to unlock this partnership? In he comes. Root on strike, and kind of hits him just above the thigh guard into the leg side, and there is no run.
So that ball rushed Root a little bit. We were talking about this earlier today. That's 83 miles an hour, so just over 130, 135 kilometres an hour. That is not what we would say is a fast bowler anymore. You get that in first-class cricket all the time. There's a couple of things that Bumrah does that are just so remarkably different to what normal fast bowlers do, that his pace still beats people, even when it's not looking that quick. We talked about the angle, but I'll talk about exactly what he does with the angle in a moment.
Root takes his guard once again, and this is again angled into him, and Root gets bat on it straight down the wicket, no run.
So most fast bowlers are pretty much sort of straight when they come through the crease. He actually leans over to the left like he's falling away, so he bowls from a place that is closer to the top of his head, plus he's coming wider from the crease, which means he's creating a whole new angle that right arm bowlers generally don't have. Straight away that puts you off, because you're looking in a completely different spot, the same way that you would be with someone like Mitchell Johnson or Lasith Malinga. So he's got an advantage over you there. He's also got a very short run-up, and most international batters get a lot of information during the run-up.
Finds the outside edge of Root, although it was slightly intentional, just played down. One bounce to gully, no run.
So it's scientifically impossible to face a ball at 90 miles an hour consistently and do it well. So what professional batters are doing is they're taking a bunch of signs. So when you have a shorter runner than someone else, there are less signs for you to actually read as the bowler is coming in, which means that you can make less informed guesses, which doesn't help you as much when you're facing someone. So even though he's a little bit slower, again, there's 2 massive advantages he has. The third one is remarkable, though.
3 balls remaining in this over. It's a lot fuller and kept out by Joe Root, almost that Yorker length, and just squeezes it into the offside, no run.
I wonder if there was any reverse on that. We'll take a look at that in a minute. But the other one is that he bowls from in front of himself. So most bowlers basically bowl sort of on top of their shoulder. He releases the ball, I think it's something like 20 or 25 centimetres closer to the batter than a normal bowler does. So again, he's got this advantage, and it makes him this kind of almost like a freak show of a bunch of different things that you don't face. Some bowlers might have one of those habits, and he has all 3 of them.
Oh, again, wrapped on the pads. I think there was a bit of bad on that, heading down with the angle down the leg side anyway. But Root survives. He's still unbeaten on 45. England 127 for 3. And I think, is there a bit of reverse?
The ball, I think it might just be reversing a little bit. The ball's pretty battered at this point. Yeah, that one looks like it's coming in. So the last 2 balls have certainly come in quite late in the air, which makes him harder to face again.
Indeed. 1 ball remaining in this over from Jasprit Bumrah, his 12th of the innings, 1 for 25 so far. Delivers, and Root inside edge down to fine leg, 4 runs. Well, that cut him in half. That did. It was a lovely delivery there from Jasprit Bumrah, just short of a length. Root was on his back foot, didn't quite know what to do with it. But it's 4 runs onto the scorecard, and a frustrating end to that over from Jasprit Bumrah. 48 overs gone. England 131 for 3.
The Henley Everyday Advantage with up to $90,000 of premium inclusions, plus up to $25,000 in free upgrades and existing zone discounts. Visit Henley World of Homes and get more of what you want.
Woodstock Cricket, the home of England's finest award-winning bat maker. Bats and equipment available anywhere in the world. Woodstock Cricket. Performance cricket bats and equipment. Visit woodstockcricket.co.uk to find out more.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. Back with the action at Trent Bridge. And we've got Mohamed Shami back into the attack. Joe Root still out there unbeaten on 49, but what a final delivery to that previous over from Jasprit Bumrah.
It was 3 balls, wasn't it? It was the reverse swinging Yorker, the other ball that took inside of half of the bat again, and then that last one, which was an inside edge pass for Rishabh Pant, who still looks frustrated a minute and a half later thinking about that one going past him. And the fact that Mohamed Shami's come on, I would say that they think the ball is reversing, and it didn't look like natural swing to me.
In comes Shami, delivers, and big outswing straight away for him. It was well outside the off stump though, and left alone by Johnny Bairstow.
I mean, that went a long way. That went out of the hand, in fact. So the ball's still doing something. It was interesting that Mohammad Siraj was going so dead straight towards the end of his spell. So I figured that the ball was starting to lose its ability to shape a little bit. But this summer, I can't. If this is reverse, this is the first reverse I can remember in a Test match in England this summer.
With Siraj, it tends to bowl cross seam as well, unlike these two. This one is on the pads and flicked out towards deep mid-wicket. There's a chase on for the deep square leg fielder. And Bairstow will scamper through for 2 more runs. He moves on to 28. England 133 for 3.
Yeah, well, Siraj is a very modern bowler. He bowls very similar to someone like Pat Cummins, who isn't really trying to move the ball massively from either side. He's basically, if I can bowl around 90 miles an hour with a scrambled seam, occasionally the ball's going to move away and occasionally it's not, and I can move around the crease a little bit as well. Although, having a look at some of the maps that they showed on their TV coverage earlier, it doesn't look like he's moved around the crease as much as he sometimes does.
Bairstow takes his guard once again. Shami delivers outside the off stump again. Bit of movement, kept on going after it went past Bairstow, who left it alone. Still 133 for 3.
You see Mohamed Shami come in and bowl a ball, what is it, the 49th over, hooping around corners, and then you think, how has this guy ever managed to not take wickets in England? I don't understand. He attacks the stumps, he attacks the outside edge, he's fast, he's skillful, he takes wickets almost everywhere else on earth, except for the place you think he's born for.
Well, in the last series in 2018, I mean, the amount of times he beat the outside edge of the bat, particularly to the right-handers. This one is down the leg side, though, and through to Rishabh Pant, no run. I mean, I don't know if you've got any stats on that, or it was just incredible. I mean, I remember particularly at the Oval in the final Test match, he must have done it 20, 30 times in that second England innings and just couldn't get the outside edge. Did it numerous times through the rest of the series when the rest of the Indian attack was flourishing. I mean, Ishant Sharma, Jasprit Bumrah, even Hardik Pandya took a whole heap of wickets at Trent Bridge, but Shami just couldn't get on that roll.
Well, generally, for every 12 mistakes that a batter makes, you'd expect a wicket to fall.
And he comes Fuller to Bairstow, driven, but straight back to him, no run.
But it does depend. There are obviously some bowlers who do generally get... There are some bowlers in the way that they bowl, they need to create more chances than other bowlers. So, for instance, someone like Neil Wagner, I think the catch percentage of Neil Wagner was something like 93%. And that's because none of the edges go to slips. It's people at short leg getting deep backward square, and you usually get a good chance of seeing the catch. So that does happen, and you do get bowlers who get more play and misses than other bowlers. That usually means, though, you're bowling just a little bit too short.
Shami this time outside the off stump, left alone by Johnny Bairstow, and that has been an accusation of Mohamed Shami as that over comes to an end. 133 for 3 England, that he just bowls a little bit too short, and yeah, he often looks like he's beating the outside edge and genuinely does, but he's not quite enticing the batsman into that full-blooded drive where they're giving it everything, and they do often hit the outside edge. The batsmen are kind of just prodding a little bit at the ball, and there's maybe less of a chance of getting an outside edge that way.
Yeah, he never feels to... He's a really interesting cricketer. clearly one of the most... I mean, we've just watched him in that over, hoop and outswing away, and then bowl a big in-swinger at the end, Yorker, completely in control of his line, his length, and which way he's swinging it. And yet, he's failed in one-day cricket. He's an absolute basket case in the IPL. How many, Muhammad runs, it should be. It's ridiculous how often he gets smashed in the IPL for someone of his talent.
Bumrah continues into Joe Root, who plays this one down towards Gully, looking for a late cut, but there is no run.
And so when that starts to happen, I wonder if he's a bowler with a very natural, good delivery, and he just has the inability to change it a little bit. So, there are some bowlers who just have a brilliant natural length. Someone like Steve Harmison, he talks a lot about he just couldn't get it fuller when he needed to get it fuller. He knew that that's what he was supposed to. Everyone told him. It's not that you're ever lacking for advice from everyone in the field.
This one is defended by Root into the offside, and there was a big cheer as they jog through for a single. That is 50 for Joe Root. Very well played innings. 89 balls for his half-century. It's a nice warm round of applause from the Trent Bridge crowd and from his teammates up on the balcony. It's come at a very important time for England as well, this partnership between himself and Johnny Bairstow. Very valuable at a time when England were just staring down the barrel a touch. 67 runs they've put on together, and Root's done this pretty briskly as well. 134 for 3.
Yeah, well, he was 12 off his first 6 balls, wasn't he? He certainly
slowed down now, isn't he?
But you can't keep him at one end, and that's his absolute talent. He does not let you bowl to him for long periods of time. Very interesting to see if Jasper Bumrah can continue to move this ball in, how Bairstow faces it.
This one is short, and Bairstow just ducks underneath it, straight through to Rishabh Pant, no run. Midway through the 50th over here. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. England winning the toss this morning and choosing to have a bat first. The sun has been shining for most of the day. There's a wet weather forecast over the next 3 days or so. But, conditions for batting been a little bit better in this afternoon session. Ball initially stopped swinging, but we have just seen a bit of reverse swing in these last couple of overs. In is Bumrah once again, angled in towards Bairstow, pushes into the offside, and they run through for a quick single. Good running there. 135 for 3 now, England. Bumrah with that early wicket this morning of Rory Burns. Trapped leg before wicket for a 5-ball duck. It was a delivery that pitched on leg stump and just came in a touch to the left-hander, clipping the top of the bails according to Hawkeye. Zach Crawley dismissed by Mohammad Siraj. Good catch from Rishabh Pant behind the stumps, and a good TRS review. Pant convincing Virat Kohli to go for that one. And then Dom Sibley caught at short mid-wicket off the bowling of Mohammad Shami. Root defends this into the offside, and they threw for another single. There's a bit of a gap in the cover. There's an extra cover fielder, there's a point fielder, and they're just targeting that gap, just playing those little pushes. Good calling between the two, good communication, making a couple of extra runs already this over.
Well, they're also working out, they know that Jadeja's going to be a point, especially when Joe Root's facing, and they're hitting it to his right and running, which is that sounds like a really easy thing to do, but quite often, especially in T20 cricket and one-day cricket, it's hard to remember where all the fielders are. In Test cricket, you know they're going to have Jadeja pretty much at point the whole time, so they're just trying to hit it in front of square and just take off.
Bumrah full this time and driven powerfully by Joe Root, but straight to Jadeja, who's been moved a little bit straighter this time into a conventional cover position, and that brings... well, it doesn't bring to the end the 50th over, because it's a no ball from Jasprit Bumrah, so we'll have another go at finishing off this 13th over from Bumrah. 1 for 32 so far.
So if you look at the top run-out fielders in one-day international cricket, you'll find that there's a huge amount of left-arm throwers in that, and that's because you hit the ball to the right of a fielder and you take off. That is a natural thing for a batter to do, and so it happens again and again. That it's just not as big a deal in a test match if you're just going to sit someone in the same position for 3, 4, 5 hours.
Right, Bumrah tries once again to finish off this over, and this time it's defended into the leg side by Johnny Bairstow. The shout is for no run. 50 overs gone then. England 137 for 3.
Your local bowls club is seeking competitive teams. You'll need your natural, whose sporting prowess is unmatched. Your technician to roll you in and out of the tightest spots. Your thinker to lead your game plan. Your enforcer to strike when needed. And Steve, he can get the drinks. Local legends wanted. Search Bowls Club near me to join a team or start one.
And we're back with the action at Trent Bridge. SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Everyday Advantage, up to $90,000 premium inclusions. Nikesh Ragani here alongside Jared Kimber for the last over before the tea interval, and this one is pushed by Joe Root into the offside once again. They scamper through for a single. Mohammed Shami to bowl the final over before the tea break. England 138 for 3 after winning the toss and choosing to have a bat first.
And so you can see again straight away hitting the ball to the right of Jadeja, and I think that if these two were to stay in, that India will probably end up moving Jadeja forward square, behind square, over and over again, and I don't think it's going to bother either of these two players. This is not where their weakness is, that's where their strength is. They will play with that field because India have more players on the leg side, because most of their bowlers swing the ball in, and also they create this natural angle.
Oh, he's wrapped on the pads. Big shout for LBW there from Shami. Umpire is unmoved. Well, Bairstow was deep in his crease there, didn't really get far forward. They're thinking about the DRS review. Conversations taking place between Virat Kohli, his bowler Mohammed Shami, Rishabh Pant getting involved. 2 seconds left on the clock, and Kohli goes upstairs. Well, it looked pretty close in real time, that one. It was angled in from Shami. It was a full delivery. Was it doing too much?
Well, Rishabh Pant has been on fire today. He called one before when everyone thought it was an LBW, and he claimed a caught. And then on this one, and then dissuaded another one after that. I thought this looked very out, and he hasn't hit it. I'm not sure how that's missing the stumps. It'd be very interesting to see the Hawkeye when it comes up. That looks very, very good. It's just hit him on the knee roll, missed the bat on the way through, unless there's the tiniest little bit of edge, and there is not. And it's hit him around middle and off. It looks very, very adjacent here. But Rishabh Pant on that particular review kept himself as far back as possible, so he was not convinced that he's been absolutely on fire. But unless this is going over, am I reading this wrong? It wasn't.
Well, he's
wobbling around.
Been hit just on the bottom bit of the knee roll. Let's have a look. Hawkeye pitching outside, wickets hitting the top of the leg stump. Review retained. India have their 4th wicket. Well, Virat Kohli has been criticised time and time again for his DRS calls. He got that one right again with a little bit of help from his teammates. Mohammed Shami picks up his 2nd wicket of the day. Johnny Bairstow gone for 29. England now 138 for 4.
Johnny Bairstow falling to a seamer, bowling very straight to him again. It just happens time and time again. He didn't quite convince me with that appeal, but I thought, again, like we saw earlier today, that should have been given out on the field. Looked very, very adjacent. I'm not sure what the umpire thought that was missing, but disappointing for Bairstow. There's been a huge, huge run-on in world cricket of people really struggling to face seam bowling, and it's clearly a weakness of his. You get it straight to him for long enough, and eventually he does miss one. And I said before, when you bowl at the stumps, he doesn't last that long, and we've seen it again once they've got that ball right. But excellent from Mohammed Shami, and for you, he bowled it that little bit fuller.
Absolutely, and again, India getting that wicket on the stroke of tea. They got a wicket at the start of the session as well, a couple in the first session, and all of a sudden, from a point of England looking like they were about to start dominating this first day, India have just pulled it back, just pegged them back a touch. Dan Lawrence will have to start with Joe Root after the tea interval for the final session of the day. The ball has just started reversing as well. That one we saw a little bit of in-dip just late on. And India now with their tails up after that dismissal of Johnny Bairstow. England 138 for 4. The players have made their way off for the tea interval. This is SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability. And after this tea interval, we'll be back on the other side after this short break.
Werribee Kia is Australia's #1 selling Kia dealership. They make buying cars easy. Get the MY22 Stonic from $23,490 drive away, or the all-new Kia Niro Hybrid and Electric from $41,990 drive away. There's also over 200 used cars and utes in stock with their biggest clearance sale ever on all makes and models. Plus, they pay top dollar for trade-ins, any make and model. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing, or werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
The Henley Everyday Advantage with up to $90,000 of premium inclusions, plus up to $25,000 in free upgrades and existing zone discounts. Visit Henley World of Homes and get more of what you want.
Australia, meet your new McCafe blend. Smoother, richer and expertly roasted in Melbourne for Aussies who love great coffee. You know, like you. The new McCafe blend. Now that's coffee fit for an Aussie. Available at participating restaurants.
The Doc Shop makes space to make the world a better place.
Is your office overrun with documents? Make space with the Doc Shop. We'll store your documents and data, protecting them from the elements. Our purpose-built, environmentally compliant facility is clean, secure, dry, pest-free and fire-protected. The Doc Shop, unashamedly green. Just look at our trucks.
The Doc Shop makes space to make the world a better place.
thedocshop.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering affordability.
Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Tempur. If you're not sleeping on a Tempur mattress yet, well, that means you're not sleeping on a NASA-certified mattress. NASA-certified, if you don't mind. Tempur's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body, so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Did I mention NASA-certified? Visit the Tempur range and Tempur athlete stories at tempur.com.au. And like we say, sleep on it.
If you love racing, then must-listen radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
For many businesses, the stats don't lie. Coach Nick's strategies for business growth are getting results. Turnover of 500k plus, right up to 20 million. Coach Nick is steering businesses to the next frontier.
Business owners, get in touch today. I have ready to share with you 3 exclusive options and business growth packages. There is a suitable program for your business. Your first consultation is free. Together, let's take your business to the next level.
Visit coachnick.com.au.
On AFL Nation, our great game continues to deliver. We're enjoying amazing goals.
Bontempelli, can he get enough on the ball? Oh, yes, he can.
Celebrating the big moments.
Gary Rowan wins it after the siren with a dead-eye shot.
And the stars of the game continue to shine. Download the SEN app and listen live wherever you are. Join our AFL Nation commentary team for every memorable moment. AFL Season 2021. Hear it all on the SEN app. Download it now.
The all-new Hyundai Tucson is here, and it's as futuristic as it looks. The Tucson is packed with advanced technology.
This is a priority message from the future. All Hyundai Tucsons are the property of 2045. Several pieces of technology contained within the Tucson are banned at any time before 2032. Any all-new Hyundai Tucsons
will be confiscated. All-new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back.
Hi, I'm Charlie from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
Your local bowls club is seeking competitive teams. You'll need your natural, whose sporting prowess is unmatched. Your technician to roll you in and out of the tightest spots. Your thinker to lead your game plan. Your enforcer to strike when needed. And Steve, he can get the drinks. Local legends wanted. Search Bowls Club near me to join a team or start one.
Do you reckon there's a way to save money by bundling mobile and internet?
Mate, choose a provider you can trust like a mate. Mate serves up NBN from just $59 a month with award-winning all Aussie service. Bundle a mobile plan to save a further $10 a month on your internet. No contracts and no setup fees. Mate, how good's that? I know. What are you waiting for? Mate! Mate's got your back. Visit letsbemates.com.au.
And a big welcome back to our coverage of SEN Test cricket between England and India, the first Test match from Trent Bridge in Nottingham. And I'll tell you what, it's been an action-packed first two sessions on day one, with England currently at the crease. They won the toss, elected to bat, and they are currently 4 for 138 at the tea break on day one. An interesting day's play so far. Rory Burns was dismissed in the first over, a duck off just 5 deliveries, and they also lost after a 42-run partnership at Zach Crawley for 27 off 68 deliveries, underpinned by 4 boundaries, but a pretty conservative knock. Dob Sibley was gone for 18 off 70, and Johnny Bairstow, pretty much on the brink of the tea break, was dismissed for 29 off 71 deliveries, and that was via the DRS system. A very good review from Virat Kohli, the Indian captain, and as a consequence, Johnny Bairstow is gone for 29 off 71. The wicket takers so far for India: Mohammad Shami's taken 2 for 18. He's been very economical off his 13.2 overs, with 2 maidens as well, and a wicket apiece to Jasprit Bumrah. His figures 1 for 33, and Mohammad Siraj 1 for 42 off 11 overs with 2 maidens. Shardul Thakur is none for 25, and Ravi Jadeja none for 11, his figures off just the 3 overs. So at the moment, Joe Root is unbeaten. A very good innings and one of composure, particularly at a testing time for England. 52 off 91, he's unbeaten. 9 fours underpinning his innings. Dan Lawrence will be the next man in for England, but it'll be interesting to see how the Englishmen do respond after losing a couple of wickets in that session. They were going along okay with a decent partnership between Joe Root and Johnny Bairstow, and appeared to be riding the wave of momentum in their favour, but that wicket, courtesy of Mohammad Shami, has certainly changed the course and the dynamic of this match, at least on day one. Now, we've also got a T20 international, the second T20 international of the series between Australia and Bangladesh. Australia, I can tell you, registered 7 for 121 from their 20 overs, and just taking a look at the scorecard there for the Australians, Mitch Marsh was one of the top scorers. He registered 45 off 42 deliveries with 5 fours. Moses Enriquez 30 off 25 with 3 fours and a 6. That was the credible partnership in the Australian innings, and they certainly did combine very, very well with a partnership of 57 before Enriquez was dismissed. That made the Australian total 3 for 88 at that point after 14.2 overs, and then somewhat of a collapse ensued. Matty Wade just registered 4 before he was dismissed. Ashton Turner with just 3 to his name. Ashton Agar was dismissed for a golden duck, and ultimately Mitch Starc hit a boundary late to, I guess, add some respectability to the scoreboard for Australia. 7 for 121 off their 20 overs. Mustafizur Rahman registered 3 for 23 in terms of the bowling for Bangladesh. He was their leading wicket taker. Shuriful Islam 2 for 27 off 4 overs. Shakib Al Hassan 1 for 22, and Mahedi Hassan was the other wicket taker, 1 for 12 off his 3 overs. And at the moment, I can tell you, Bangladesh in pursuit, they're struggling a little bit. 5 for 67. They require 55 off 52 deliveries, but only the 5 wickets in hand. So a couple of wickets in Australia's favour could certainly turn the course of the match in their advantage at this point in time. So obviously at the moment, Afif Hossain and Nurul Hassan are at the crease. Obviously, probably early doors in terms of a potential partnership, but they need to certainly establish and solidify a partnership if Bangladesh are going to get over the line, because the momentum is in Australia's favour. Recently, Mahedi Hassan was dismissed for 23 off 24, and that broke a key partnership that he had with Shakib Al Hassan, who registered 26 off 17 deliveries. Sabuya Saka registered just a duck off 2, and Mohammad Naeem
contributed 9 of 13 deliveries. Just in regards to some of the text messages coming through, Mouse says, enjoying the cricket commentary. Mark from Sydney says, thanks for the great game call. Kitch from Parkdale says, loving the commentary of the cricket and Root looks set for a ton. I've been a caller and texter for a long time, and Bairstow is a spitting image of myself. Thank you, Kitch from Parkdale, for sending that through. Just in regards to the bowling figures, by the way, for the Australians so far in Bangladesh's T20 innings in the second T20 match, I guess the promising aspect for Australia is that the wickets have been shared around and most of the bowlers have made a contribution. They've been relatively economical as well. Mitch Starc 1 for 15 off 2 overs. Josh Hazlewood registered 1 for 16 off 3 overs. Ashton Agar 1 for 12 off 3 overs. Adam Zampa 1 for 16. And Andrew Tye, the other wicket taker, 1 for 6 off just the 1 over. So interesting times there for the Australians. Bangladesh, as we speak, they've just reached 12 overs completed, and the Bangladeshis 5 for 71. They need 51 off 48 deliveries in order to prevail. And a reminder, Bangladesh did win the first T20 international between those two sides as part of the series there. So a lot happening in the cricketing world. You've got the 100 as well. There's a bit of first class or list day action in England. At the moment, I can tell you in the women's 100, the Birmingham Phoenix currently out at Edgbaston, 3 for 31 after 6.4 overs. They're taking on the Oval Invincibles, and Shafali Verma is at the crease, the Indian opener, 14 off 12. She's unbeaten. Erin Burns, the Australian, is with her, 1 not out of 5 deliveries. Katie Mack was dismissed for 14 off 10. She's another Australian in action, and Amy Jones is one of the great representatives of England, just 1 off 4 deliveries, and she was dismissed. So at the moment, the Birmingham side struggling at 3 for 31 on their home patch at Edgbaston as well. And also Hampshire are taking on Worcestershire in terms of English one-day cricket, the list A format, I guess, and Worcestershire dismissed for 176. They were 11 overs short of completing their 50 overs allotted, and Hampshire, in response, they're doing it comfortably, 1 for 99 after 23 overs. So you would suspect, unless there's a massive collapse, that Hampshire should get the chocolates in that particular encounter at the Rose Bowl in Southampton. If you want to text in, by the way, 0433 98 11 16 across the SEN network. It's great to have the cricket commentary as well. Obviously, two of the big heavyweight nations in world cricket, England and India, encountering each other. It's part of a 5 test match series. There's a lot happening in terms of news as well. We've got the Olympics going on, and from an Australian point of view, it was a great story. Peter Bowl, the 27-year-old, 0.53 of a second outside of a bronze medal in the end in the 800-metre finals last night. The Kenyans went 1-2, so it was so close yet so far when it comes to registering a medal for Peter Bowl, but he certainly captured the hearts and minds of the Australian sporting nation, no question about that, with his background story and also his efforts. So a lot happening in the Olympics. Aussies Matt Belcher and Will Ryan won Olympic gold in the men's 470 sailing earlier on yesterday, and the Australian Opals, the women's basketball team, are out of the Tokyo Olympics. They were handsomely defeated by the USA side. So unfortunately for the Opals, they were probably lucky to progress as far as they did when you consider they lost to China in a tight contest, and also they fell ultimately to Belgium pretty comfortably in the opening match as well. And they've finally been dismissed, I guess, from the tournament, although that's not necessarily the best news from an Australian perspective. But those are the latest news points as far as the Olympics are concerned. We'll take a break. We'll be back with the third and final session in the first test match between England and India on SEN Test Match Cricket right after this.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, delivering affordability.
Attention Melbourne! Are you interested in quality reserve wines? Lloyd's Auctions hold weekly wine auctions featuring wine from the Barossa and Clare Valley, McLaren Vale, Scott Creek and Sunraysia. All starting at $1 at Melbourne's greatest auction house. Bid now, including Shiraz, Chardonnay, Moscato, Cabernet, Sauvignon Blanc, Rosé, Merlot, Grenache, Pinot Gris and more. Flat rate shipping nationwide at just $12 per carton. Shipping thousands of cartons each week nationwide. All starting at $1. Find out why and bid now at lloydsauctions.com.au.
The all-new Hyundai Tucson is here, and it's as futuristic as it looks. The Tucson is packed with advanced technology.
This is a priority message from the future. All Hyundai Tucsons are the property of 2045. Several pieces of technology contained within the Tucson are banned at any time before 2032. Any all-new Hyundai Tucsons will be confiscated.
All new Hyundai Tucson. Tomorrow wants its car back.
Red Energy recently won the 2021 CanStar Blue Award for Most Trusted Energy Provider. Being trusted by our customers means the world to us, because at Red Energy, we're 100% Australian owned and based right here in Victoria. You'll deal one-on-one with a local who fully understands your needs and, what's more, knows where Melbourne is. So call 131 806 and find out why being a customer of ours means there's no place like Red.
If you love racing, then Must Listen Radio is Bensley on SEN Track 1593 AM. Each morning, Andrew Bensley covers the latest news from the stables and track.
Ben and JD Hayes will launch off in a matter of days.
He's the broadcaster that racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys talk to.
Welcome, Les. Ben joins us. Morning to you, Henry.
Bensley, Monday to Thursday, 8 till 11 on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing. SEN Track on 1593 AM, the SEN app and DAB+.
Hey, it's Jordan Lewis here. You don't get to play in 4 AFL premiership teams without starting somewhere. And as a rookie, I was mentored by some of the best footy brains around. In business, it's easy to find your gun rookie just by calling MEGT. As Australia's largest and only national apprenticeship network provider, MEGT is your local apprenticeship expert. Whether you're an employer wanting an apprentice or you're looking to kickstart your career as one, MEGT's got you covered. Visit MEGT.com.au or call 13-MEGT.
Your local bowls club is seeking competitive teams. You'll need your natural, whose sporting prowess is unmatched. Your technician to roll you in and out of the tightest spots. Your thinker to lead your game plan. Your enforcer to strike when needed. And Steve, he can get the drinks. Local legends wanted. Search Bowls Club near me to join a team or start one.
Watched as Taylor kicked the sky.